A 33 billion investment across 15 transport corridors is creating jobs and empowering local businesses. This House therefore resolves to commend MEC Duma for using transport infrastructure as a catalyst for unity and economic growth, to call on this House to support the MEC's call for all people of KwaZulu-Natal to stand together in building a prosperous province. I so move.
The Honorable HGS Mavimbela.
Somlomo mama Congress. Lendlu yaqaphela kakhulu ukudlondlobala kobugebengu okuhambisana nokwebiwa kwezimoto emkhanya kude district ziweliselwe eMozambique. Manje sekuhlangene nesihluku esikhulu sokubulawa kwabantu. Kunomuzwa ukuthi lezi zinswela boya zineboss eyodwa eyaziwayo kodwa engaboshwa ngoba kuthiwa kunabufakazi. Iyabonakala ichanasa ezindaweni zobumnandi izijabulisa khona. Lendlu iyanquma kanje ukuthi kulandelwe lomkhondo nalabo abasondelene nalomgulukudu, ukuthi kutshalwe amaphoyisa namasotsha azovala yonke leya ndawo ukuze baboshwe, kushaqwe nezibhamu, isikhiye sejele silahle olwandle, kwaziswe kuthiwa uphathwa lonke uhlobo lwezikhali eziyingozi. Ngiyakuphakamisa.
The Honorable Dr. Aikika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The decisive decision by the Department of Public Works to bar the contractor at Nkonjeni Hospital in Ulundi, owing to serious concerns about safety, quality, and substandard delivery, is overwhelmingly welcomed. For far too long, good money has been thrown after bad work and defective oversight. The construction delays, defects, and endless excuses at Pixlika Isakaseme Hospital stand as a stark and costly reminder. Concerns about safety, quality, and substandard delivery, highlighting infrastructure challenges and poor maintenance. This House resolves, while Nkonjeni's urgent completion is critical, doing the right thing matters more. Bullying tactics protecting unfit contractors must be rejected. Accountability must prevail. So shall I move.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that eThekwini municipality has for many years been billing residents on estimates instead of proper meter readings, subjecting residents to undue stress and financial hardship. This House resolves for the Honourable MEC for Kokta Tulasizwe Buthelezi to call for a full investigation into the eThekwini municipality's billing system. So shall I move.
CM Shinga. MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Somlomo hlaniphekile ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyakuphakamisa kanje. That the National Freedom Party notes the start of the matric examinations across KwaZulu-Natal, with many learners studying late in groups and at community centers. These learners belong to us as the society. Their safety is our shared responsibility. It is further noted that in the past, incidents of attacks were reported in areas such as Herigwala and Zululand districts. This House therefore resolves to encourage parents and communities to support and safeguard learners, strengthen local safety protocols and patrols during the exam period, to call on the Department of Education to work with community safety to ensure a safe environment for all matriculants. Somlomo ngiyawuphakamisa.
The Honorable M.A. Mngadi.
Honorable Speaker, ngokuhlala kwalendlu okulandelayo ngiyophakamisa kanjena. Lendlu Lendlu iyalinaka ngokukhula ukuqaphela inani elikhulayo labantu bakwaZulu-Natal abathintekayo ekugembuleni. Izibalo zakamuva zikhombisa ukuthi imboni yokugembula eKZN ingenisa imali engaphezulu kuka-730 million ngonyaka odlule. Kanti isekela imisebenzi engaphezulu kuka-15,000. Kodwa lokho kusho izinhlelo ezinzima emphakathini. Abantu abashodelwa imali imindeni iyabhidlika. Kanti abanye baze bazame ukuzibulala ngenxa yokudakwa ukugembula. Izinhlelo zokulapha zinezinga eliphansi nokuphelela kwabangu 100 abathola usizo. Abangu-6 kuphela abaqedi ukuhlela. Lendlu iphakamisa ukuthi uhulumeni wesifundazwe aqinise imithetho yokulawula ukugembula ku-internet. Asungule umthetho wokugembula i-remote gambling bill ukuze kuqinisekiswe ukuvikela kwabathengi ikakhulukazi intsha. Kwenziwe izinhlelo zokweluleka zokwelapha ezisebenza ezixhaswe uhulumeni. Kwenziwe
Honorable member, you have exceeded the length of the motion.
umkhankaso
Honorable member, I'm bringing to your attention that you have now exceeded the length. It has been too long. We do count the words, honorable members at the table. Honorable member that was standing next to, it's Honorable Mabaso. You don't stand when there is a member speaking and you stand just directly behind him or her like you are a guard. Honorable Mabaso, you are not guarding him. When a member is speaking, let's allow the member. Now we will move on to Honorable SP Seme.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. That this House recognizes the critical importance of robust security measures in harbors to encounter threats such as terrorism, piracy, and illegal trafficking of goods and people, and unauthorized access. This express grave concern over the persistent security threats to Durban Harbour, including the 2021 ransomware attack that disrupted operation and significant drug trafficking incidents. Noting the established framework provided by the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code, which sets comprehensive standards for enhancing the security of ships and port facilities. This will urge the government to implement and enforce best practices, including perimeters protection, with movable ballards, quick folding gates, razor wire barriers, and advanced surveillance technologies such as CCTV cameras. We recently encountered an incident where fake goods of well-known brands was discovered in containers in Durban Harbour. This motion will aim at strengthening harbour security in line with global standards and emerging threats. I so move.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker.
You are not on record. Greet when you are on record, ma'am.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party is outraged by Msunduzi municipality failure to spend 94.9 million in vital grants meant for infrastructure and service delivery. In a city facing decaying infrastructure, water shortages, and deep inequality, returning grant funding is an unforgivable act of administrative failure. This House therefore calls for an urgent forensic investigation into the underspending, immediate disciplinary action against non-performing officials, and a clear public monitored plan to ensure full expenditure of all future grant service delivery cannot be sacrificed because of incompetence. The people of Pietermaritzburg deserve better. I so move.
Honorable M.A. Dex. Seemingly is not in the House. Thank you. I have been alerted now that there is an emergency that we will later announce that after we get the details from the party, but Honorable M.A. Dex is not in the House. The next member is Honorable H.S. Dlamini.
Sibonge Speaker, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party highlights the urgent need to address the poor condition of the R56 road between Kokstad and Umzimkhulu. The vital route has been neglected for years. The MK Party calls on the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Transport and relevant municipality to urgently repair the roads. Community deserves safe, functional infrastructure. I shall so move, Pondogas.
The Honorable SPG Mbata.
Thanks, Speaker. May I open my video so that you can see me? Then after that, I'll close it.
Why are you closing it, sir? Because you request. You don't inform us that you will close it.
The bandwidth, Speaker, will affect me.
Make a request, sir. Don't just
May I
say you will
request
close
that
it.
I switch off my camera?
No, Honorable Mbata. You are in the House even if you are connected. Don't behave like you are elsewhere, sir, please.
Okay, thanks, Speaker.
All members make a request and you will do that. You are not going to inform the House. You may continue, sir.
Madam Speaker, may I request that I switch off my camera to the bandwidth?
That's why I said you may continue, sir, but I wanted you to know that you request, you don't just announce, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I give notice that on the next sitting of this House, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party will move that this House debate the moral, political, and institutional decay that has turned governance from a covenant of service into a marketplace of self-interest. Madam Speaker, the MK Party rises to please the powerful, but to defend the powerless. We stand on the soldiers of the liberation struggle, yet we watch the fruits of our struggle rot under the weight of corruption, inequality, and moral compromise. Our people are tired of speeches, they want transformation. Our people are tired of slogan, they want solutions. In schools, children still face humiliation of pit toilets. In hospitals, they sit queue for hours without medicine. Road crumbles, municipalities collapses, and the truth itself has become negotiable. Madam Speaker, the MK believe that government must return to conscience. Power must serve the people, not the elite. Leadership must mean sacrifice, not status. We We therefore call for this House to debate whether this government still remembers why it exists and for who. The MK moves this motion to shake this House from comfort to conviction, to replace politics of convenience with politics of courage, and to restore the sacred contract between the state and its people. Let this be the debate that awakens our nation. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
The next speaker is the Honorable JPN Gasa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. This House notes the growing success of KwaZulu-Natal as a global business service hub, creating over 6,000 youth jobs in 2024. We welcome this progress, particularly effort to address youth unemployment and digital scaling. However, as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we urge government to ensure these opportunities reach rural and township youth, and that job quality is monitored. We call for transparent reporting on youth placement, training outcomes, and private sector partnerships. Let this sector not only serve global clients, but also uplift our most marginalized communities. Economic transformation must be inclusive, measurable, and accountable. I so move.
The next member is Honorable C.T. Kanyi.
Sure. Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party is alarmed by the collapse of water infrastructure in Mngadi district. Due to a lack of skilled personnel, over 1,000 stalled projects have blocked access to conditional grants, while 1.4 billion in fruitless expenditure could have provided boreholes for every household. This is a gross failure of leadership and governance. This House resolves to urgently call on the MEC for Culture and Water and Sanitation to table a turnaround plan, establish a task team to investigate capacity gaps and fast-track technical appointments, monitor monthly progress on stalled projects and community access to water. Water is life. Let us act decisively. I so move.
The Honorable Esban Prakash.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House expresses deep alarm at the suffocating cost crippling KwaZulu-Natal businesses. Soaring property rates, punitive taxes, relentless utility hikes, and raising wage bills are driving enterprise into liquidation and shrinking the economy and fueling unemployment. As Premier Tammy Ntuli affirmed, a thriving economy is a backbone of a prosperous KwaZulu-Natal. We must protect it at all costs. This House resolves to call on the provincial government to urgently halt this economic bleed by reviewing excessive costs, introducing immediate relief interventions, and adopting a courageous pro-business strategy to keep doors open, safeguard jobs, and restore investor confidence. I shall so move. Thank you.
The next member is the Honorable M.W. Twala.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House knows the current struggles surrounding Amahlubi Kingdom after its kingship was stripped away by the colonial British in 1873. After King Langalibalele refusal to submit himself and his people to colonialism. This House therefore resolves as follows. The restoration of Amatlubi kingship in order to reclaim their identity. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
Honorable Elma Kekwana.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. Umkhonto Wesizwe Party calls for urgent action to resolve the drug crime crisis in KwaZulu-Natal. Therefore, propose the development of provincial drug crime legislation to strengthen prosecution and penalties. Further urge enhanced policing, increased deployment of anti-drug units, and advanced technology in hotspots. Law enforcement must be held accountable through quarterly public reporting. Finally, we advocate for integrated public health interventions to reduce drug demand and support rehabilitation. Our communities deserve safety, justice, and healing from the scourge of methamphetamine, heroin, and organized drug trafficking. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows: that the House debates on the devastating and ongoing crisis of pit toilets in our schools, a shameful symbol of neglect that has no place in a democratic and modern South Africa. 3 decades into freedom, our children still use unsafe and outdated pit toilets, not because of lack of knowledge, but because of lack of leadership and innovation. These structures are a grave risk to the lives and the dignity of our learners, especially in rural and township schools. The failure belongs not to the children, but to the departments of public works and education, which continue to manage sanitation with colonial-era infrastructure instead of embracing African-centered modern solutions. We cannot talk about modern education while our children are still learning besides the pit toilets. That is a tragedy. The freedom of a nation is measured not by the heights of the buildings, but by the dignity of the schools and the dignity of the learners. Let us rise to this challenge, not with speeches, but with systems that restore honor and dignity into our children. I shall so move. Thanks.
The Honorable NGT Mazibuko.
Honorable Speaker, in the next sitting of this House, I shall rise on behalf of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party to propose that this House object to the mandatory use of PAMED as the medical aid scheme for members of this legislature. We further note that PAMED deductions are exorbitant and compulsory, reducing members' hard-earned salaries, despite the availability of alternative, cheaper medical aid providers offering comparable benefits. Members of this legislature should be free to choose medical aid option that best suits their financial circumstances and personal principles. This House resolves to object to the mandatory use of PAMED as the only medical aid scheme and to direct the relevant authorities to review and allow for alternative, affordable and ethical options that allow members to the freedom of choice and uphold this legislature commitment to economic justice. I so move.
The Honorable N.M. Gasa. For the second time, the Honorable N.M. Gasa. Why, Honorable Member?
Somlomo ohloniphekile ngiyakubingelela. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting, this House notes that in the 2024 National Senior Certificate Examinations, KwaZulu-Natal was shamed as the epicenter of examination corruption in South Africa, leading the nation with 195 candidates implicated in group copying, recalls with deep anger the Umalusi report, which exposed the unlawful and immoral practice of school principals and teachers in our province, blocking learners from writing exams to manipulate pass rates, a direct betrayal of our children's future. Therefore, this House declares that it has no confidence in the department's ability to safeguard the integrity of the 2025 examinations and resolved to mandate an immediate snap inspection by a multi-party committee of this legislature to a minimum of 20 high-risk schools across the province to assess security protocols as the first paper is written. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we cannot stand by and allow another generation of KZN learners to have their futures tarnished by a system rigged with corruption. The time for empty promises is over. The time for radical and transparent action is now. I so move.
The Honorable T. Colley.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that at the start of the 7th administration, MEC Mayor committed to completing a full audit of properties owned by KwaZulu-Natal Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. This House resolves to congratulate MEC Mayor and his department on completing this audit and call on the department to ensure that all 10,067 properties across the 11 districts of KZN that are not being fully utilized are repurposed to serve the people of KZN. So shall I move.
The Honorable H.S. Lijet.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that provincial air quality stations have been offline for about 2 years, without continuous data on particulates and key gases from industrial, transport and waste sources, KwaZulu-Natal cannot establish health risks to communities or credibly track emissions, verify compliance or compile reliable greenhouse gas inventories, undermining climate mitigation planning and enforcement. This House resolves that ETIA must restore 100% of station uptime within 6 months, table a maintenance, calibration and redundancy plan for all air quality monitoring stations, and where fixed stations cannot be restored, ETIA must deploy mobile monitors, conclude data sharing MOUs with universities and industry, and integrate validated data into the provincial greenhouse gas emission inventory and air quality management plan with monthly reports to the Portfolio Committee. I so move.
The Honorable N. Simelane, MEC.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The House notes government's ongoing efforts to combat teenage pregnancy, led by the Departments of Health, Social Development and Education. Recognizing that teenage pregnancy has far-reaching social and economic consequences, this House reaffirms that it must never be acceptable or normalized that children and teenagers fall pregnant. The House calls on parents to take responsibility and play their role as parents, and further supports the government initiative and program that will be formally launched Ogwini in the next week. This House further commends all stakeholders working tirelessly to educate, empower, and protect young people. I shall so move.
The Honorable CQ Madlopa.
Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that the October is commemorated as a Mental Health Awareness Month, dedicated to promoting and understanding care and dignity mental health conditions. That mental that mental wellness is not only a public health issue, but a workplace and a societal imperative, including within this very House for the honorable members. Therefore, this House is resolved to call for a debate on the growing mental health care challenges facing our communities and ourselves as public representatives, to reaffirm our collective responsibility to build a compassionate, supportive, and a healthy society. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the next sitting of this day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes with concern that the government consistently proclaims its commitment to the eradication of poverty and the reduction of socio-economic disparities through employment creation and the provision of internship opportunities. However, it is disconcerting that the majority of such programs are formulated with stringent age parameters, frequently marginalizing individuals over the age of 35. Consequently, this demographic is systematically overlooked, thereby denying them equitable access to opportunities and rendering them socio-economically disfranchised. This House resolved to call for an urgent and robust parliamentary debate regarding the apparent exclusion of citizens aged 35 and above from government development initiatives, notwithstanding the fact that they are bona fide voters and contributors to the democratic process, equally deserving of the state support and resources. To implore the government to formulate and present comprehensive, actionable, and inclusive policy framework comprising well-defined practical interventions and targeted programs explicitly designed to address the socio-economic needs of individuals aged 35 and above, thereby ensuring their full and unimpeded participation in all government-led empowerment initiatives. I shall so move.
The Honorable P.N. Msimango.
Honourable Speaker, on the next sitting on behalf of the IFP, I shall move as follows. This House notes the government supports land ownership through reinstitution, but many transferred farmers become unproductive. These are managed by a community property association, CPAs, establishments across the country. This House resolved to call on and urge parliamentary debate on the importance and effectiveness of the land reinstitution programs. To call on the KZN Department of Agriculture to present a detailed and comprehensive plan outlining the measures in place to ensure that CPAs are trained to become a fully fledged competent structures in order to prevent and reduce conflict that often contribute to the failure and collapse of farmers, rendering them unproductive. Somlomo, I shall so move.
Honorable members, we now move to item number 8 because we've come to the end of the notices of motions. We will now go to 8.1, which is the debate on the third MKP Party Motion, as moved in the House on the 26th of November 2024 by the Honorable BC Mngadi. And I therefore call on Honorable BC Mngadi to introduce his motion for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, greetings to honorable members in the House, members of the Progressive Caucus, Inkosi yaseMadungeni, the party leader of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, Ngubondona siyakhuleka, Nkosi yesizwe. The president of our progressive movement of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, His Excellency President J.G. Zuma in his absentia. Our special guest from the gallery. Honorable Speaker, as I open this debate on this motion, allow me to start by saluting two important figures in this province ever lived. These two giants will always be part of our noble history in the province of KwaZulu-Natal and South Africa at large. Honorable Speaker, I'm talking about Priscilla Isaga Seme, a formidable black intellectual, an outstanding lawyer, a traditionalist, whose great-granddaughter is with us in this house, representing the People's Party, Umkhonto weSizwe Party. An Africanist, a founding president of the African National Congress, which ANC has sadly neglected him. Though Priscilla Isaga Seme founded the ANC, but he allowed John Langalibalele Dube to be elected as the first president, and Seme waited for his time and did not become a power monger, unlike those in this house who wanted power at all costs, with only just 18% election result. Bakokobele, ngisho nezikhundla zomndunankulu, babe bengavotelwanga ngabantu bakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Priscilla Isaga Seme was born in this month of October, a month where his own father-in-law passed on, Isilo Udinizulu kaCetshwayo, whose reign over the Zulu nation was characterized by serious tensions and wars against the white settlers in this province, who abused him a lot. I'm talking about the ancestors of the Democratic Alliance, the likes of Jan van Riebeeck, Sir Henry Natal, Hendrix French Verwoerd, abacindezeli babantu abamnyama. Honorable Speaker, in South Africa, October is declared as a National Transport Month. This is intended to raise awareness of the vital role of the transport sector in the economy of our lives. This month also raises alarms and highlights challenges that face the Department of Transport. These challenges include, but not limited to, road safety and dilapidation of the road infrastructure like bus or taxi rank. This month, which is named Transport Month, also aims at encouraging participation from civic society and businesses in creating a safer, affordable, and reliable transport system for everyone. Honorable Speaker, Umkhonto weSizwe rises today in this house as the only servant of the people to talk about the frustrations faced by the taxi owners and operators in this province, which often affects the commuters due to the Department of Transport failures. It is our considered view, honorable members, that minibus or taxi industry remain a cornerstone of South Africa informal transport sector and feed most of black families in this province and countrywide. However, Honorable Speaker, there are ongoing concerns about the lack of progress in formalizing the taxi industry, including the licensing issues, operating permits, and the failure to enforce regulations.
In May this year, South Africa is experienced taxi-related violent incident related to the refusal of the impounding of taxis that are said to be compliant with the regulation. We have also witnessed the taxi accident at Imbali in the recent weeks, all due to the weakness in the department internal controls. Honorable Speaker, taxi operators licenses and permits promptly, leading to impounding vehicles and with widespread taxi shutdowns by associations like Santaco. Inefficiencies in licensing process, alleged unfair law enforcement by Metro Police, and lack of clear communication from the department, hereby creating turmoil and negatively impact the public who is the receiving of the services. Madam Speaker, allow me to highlight key frustrations to taxi operators. A, delayed permits and licenses. Operators are frustrated by the delays in receiving operating licenses and permits from the Provincial Department of Transport, which is a fundamental reason for May and recent taxi strikes. It is on record that in May this year, the long-distance taxi operators embarked on a strike to air their displeasure. B, pounding of vehicles. Despite having the correct documentation, taxis are being impounded by the Metropolis Police. Santaco and other associations are calling for fair process and an end in what they perceive as an unfair law enforcement. Lack of engagement. Operators feel sidelined by city officials, especially in Durban Metro and provincial authorities. Inefficient process. There are highlighted inefficiencies within the municipalities regarding the management of the operating license issuance process by the KZN Department of Transport. The taxi shutdown and protest. The frustrated operators have staged protests and shutdown in Durban and Potchefstroom, grounding fleets and leaving thousands of commuters stranded. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, it is our submission as Umkhonto weSizwe Party in this House that only a caring government will take care of the plight of the taxi industry. It is the largest black-owned economic sector in South Africa, and the MK Party is the government in waiting that will take care of this industry. Watch the space. We stand firmly behind this motion in the name of black economic emancipation and in defense of the dignity of our people. I thank you.
Sibonge mfexeshi nangeminithi sicela ke ngoku ukubiza amalungu azokhuluma. Ilungu lokuqala ngumhlonishwa uDL Nzama we-MK for 7 minutes.
Ngibingelele ngijahe kakhulu ngiyanibingelela ngokuhlona kwekhundla zeni ngijahe renke. Namhlanje ngizokhuluma ngodaba olubucayo othinta wonke umuntu waKwaZulu-Natal, even isho ingane ezelwe. Ngizoke ngikhulume ngeinsizwa ezimanxeba-nxeba evuza igazi obhuti abadala. Insizwa ethola uthayela kunomoya ngoba sesifikile iStellenbosch Mafia esifuna umsebenzi waso. Ngizodlulisa ensizweni esezalala ngithi ayilale ngokuthula zibekile induku ebandla zonke insizwa zemboni esezalala ayisalute. Somlomo. Kwi-APP ka 2025 kuyavela ukuthi ama tax awu 52,000 KZN. Kuvela ukuthi ama permits awu 27,422 akhishiwe aphi amangahlaza amampunge lawo. Kuvela ukuthi 3,419 ama permits ahlele office la ka transport awuyilandi ngani permit ungazuboshelwa imoto amampunge lawo ayikho leyo nto into engakazi ibe khona but akuvela ukuthi I backlog ingakanani ekhona ama application enziwa through you speaker honorable MEC wagijima iKZN esanda ngena esikhundleni egijima ehlanganisa osomatekisi eba applyisa edlala ngabantu kuthiwa wonke lo ma application aduve eThekwini kuthiwa kuya verify itekisi ovele uvuka uthenge nje njengesinkwa unikwa usoseshini incwadi yomzila angeke uthenge itekisi ungenamzila ngizophakamisa inkinga ezidakwa ukudala ungaba khona kwama permit udlame i-taxi violence emphakathini abafelokazi intandane omama abafelwa yingane zabo kuchitheka igazi ngendlela engafanele odriver baphelelwe imisebenzi ama-owner angakwazi ukusupport imindeni wawo busuzwa bese kuthiwa ke sekubangwa imizila emarenki sekuthiwa kufanele kube khona imoto engalayishi ezinye ayilayishe ezinye ayihlehle ngoba ngale ndaba yawo lama permit angaphumi utransport agweve nawo somlomo kwi-research kuyavela ukuthi utransport uvela ahlale nje adecide i-feasibility study yakhe athi nje haya ama-permit ene mangaka kuyavela ematimatolo ukuthi kuvela ukuthi ama-owner 63 kodwa moya kwi-database ama-owner vele ukuthi awu 205 nezinye zezigceme asikhavekile ngikhuluma imatimatolo le-Great Town othi mo-check-a izigceme ezinye ayizange zekhaveke uyabona-ke manje baze nenye-ke manje uma applyela umzila unemzila mhlambe u5 sevele ibuye imzila isimbili asazi iqhubekani kulo transport wakhona umonakalo omkhulu odalwa uShanela uthatha izimoto uzibophe angizwi odwa manje yangibese umonakalo omkhulu odalwa uShanela uthatha imoto uyibophe shephondini usuku nosuku ushaja istorage imoto ngayinye uyawushaja u300 rand okuwukuthi uShanela wenza umsebenzi into ayaziyo nje ukuvimba osomatekisi kuphela into oyaziyo odume ngayo kuyavela kuma criminal record ukuthi umnyango ibhodi la ka transport ngo2020 la dayisa ama permit amasela adayisa ama permit awu 2,500 ipermit babedayisa u25,000 iyinye hlukana nokutshontsha amasela kuyacaca ukuthi ama permit abantu njengoba engaphumi vele kushutha sadayiswa umonakala wesiteleka owenzakalayo lesi siteleka kade sikhona nje izakwazi kwafanele ziyohola sesingo-August kwafanele ziyohola impesheni zangaya i-grant zangaya abadayisi small business umama ebekutamatisi ngakusasa fanele udayise kodwa asakwazi ngoba phela naka amatekisi agcwele iphawundi avalelwe ngizokhuluma la ngalo masipala angazi noma ngizothini oqonda laba abagcwele iTheku wonke osomatekisi abaseThekwini banenkinga yama-warranty ngoba lamaphoyisa kamasipala ahlale bafaka ama-warranty nje ngendaba ye-rank permit i-rank permit awuyitholi-ke i-rank stand if ungenayo i-permit awuyitholi okukuthi vele phela amasipala mkhulu wenza imali lehla ngemlenze njalo nje imoto usuku nosuku ziyashajwa ikwele kwaphelelaphi ikwele kuthiwa 150 sikwele bese siya scratch kodwa njengamanje transport usethu umuntu akabe no 7 years ene permit ukuze siscrap bese ni ku 150 thina somkhonto wesizwe party city ikwele abantu as long ene logbook akanika 150 ahambe ayothenga imoto ingane zibulawa ikwele nizohleka ngoba ukushona komuntu kulendlu kuyahlekisa ingane zishonile la imbali zigibele isikwele ingqoshi uhulumeni akanika abantu 150 bahambe bothenga amatekisi right ukuthi ingane kwazi ukuthi sigibele imboni nje icindezwele Department of Transport, ibhodi alikhiphe ama-permit abantu, liyeke ukwadayisa, aliyeke ukungcola. Ngoba kuchitheka igazi ngaloku ukungcola. Aliyeke ukungcola. Kuyacaca vele ukuthi umkhonto wesizwe wona owavotelwa osomatekisi, noma ungaphika, noma ungashona, wavotelwa osomatekisi bonke abavotelwa. Kuyacaca vele ukuthi uyanyonyoba uNicodemus Stellenbosch siyanyonyoba open hammer no Rupert bafuna imzila yabantu abamnyama yifa lo babamkhulu leli abalifoma ngo1970 savuka Stellenbosch ngo1990 sathi akube nama permits mase bewona babomkhulu sebethatha ingqoshi befaka abantu emavenini bavuka umona iStellenbosch ngeke size silunge yimboni yomuntu omnyama wakaZulu Natal baziqalela khiphani ama-permits. Department of Labor yekani corruption, Department of Transport yekani corruption, Transport yekani corruption niya corrupta ama-official azama namacala ni corrupt kakhulu. Yabonga ngishilo
Funa ama-permits. For 6 minutes on behalf of the IFP is the Honorable MC Mapisa.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Chief Whip, the Honorable Chair of Chair and Honorable Deputy Chair of Chair, the Honorable MECs, Ndabezitha Inkosi yaseMadungeni, and honorable members. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising as a member who is not conflicted. I do not own even a square. Honorable Speaker, the IFP supports the spirit of this motion because it speaks to a lived reality of the people we are serving. The taxi industry is a lifeline for millions of commuters and one of the few black-owned sectors that has survived against all odds. We must always try to protect it, support it, and provide any necessary support it needs. However, as we express this concern, we must also be fair and balanced. The challenges that the government faces in the issuing of operating permits are not simple and academic, and no individual, especially the Honorable MEC, must be blamed for it. It's a systematic challenge. Nonetheless, what is important is that we acknowledge the problem and work together to fix it. Honorable Speaker, the current government has already shown that it takes this matter seriously. When taxi operators in Durban raised concern last month around this issue, the Honorable MEC established a task team in collaboration with eThekwini Municipality and Taxi Association to address ongoing disputes related to the impounding of vehicles, the impact of e-hailing services, and the issuing of operating permits. This statement shows commitment and willingness to engage, not denial or neglect. Therefore, the matter is getting the necessary attention it deserves. Honorable Speaker, as responsible members and leaders who was elected by people, we must refrain from coming to this house and attack the honorable leaders or any other individual on the basis of systems, on issues of systems. Under the leadership of the MEC, the department has already issued more than 1,000 of taxi permits. This means that progress is being made. Even if more work still lies ahead, the challenge, therefore, is not lack of political will, but rather the need to streamline internal systems, ensure data accuracy, and strengthen coordination between provincial and municipal offices. Honorable members, we must resist the temptation to use this platform to point fingers, but we must use this platform to get solutions. The people who elected us expect unity of purpose. The IFP believes that our focus must be on solutions instead of pointing fingers. We should also remember that Operation Shanela was introduced to deal with unroadworthy and illegal vehicles, not to punish those waiting for permits. The intention was to bring order and safety to our roads. The problem arises when genuine operators who have applied for permits are caught in the middle. This is where better communication and coordination within the department can make difference. Honorable Speaker, the IFP support the motion because it calls for the protection of the taxi industry, but we do so in the spirit of partnership. We acknowledge the effort of the MEC and his department, and we urge continued collaboration with the Taxi Association to ensure that no operator is unfairly treated. Our message is clear. We want a transport system that works for both the commuters and the operators, and the government that speaks with one voice in serving its people. Let us fix what is broken without breaking the spirit of leadership and cooperation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now we call upon the next member for 4 minutes on behalf of the ANC, the Honorable Madatius Zuma.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable MECs, Honorable members, it is an undeniable fact that the taxi industry is the heartbeat of South Africa's public transport system. Every single day, millions of our people rely on taxis to get to work, to school, to clinics, to their families, and is indeed the most accessible, affordable, and efficient mode of transport for the ordinary South Africans. But beyond that, here we speak about our one of the largest black-owned industry in our country, a cornerstone for black enterprise that sustain thousands of families and contribute significantly to our economy. This is why the ANC has always recognized and supported this industry as an essential part of economic empowerment and inclusive growth. It is pity that some fail to recognize that and opt to bring a motion that exposes their lack of understanding of governance, law, and administration, confusing administrative backlogs with political neglect, and further shout about problems they have no clue to solve. Honourable members, the delay in issuing operating permits are administrative, not political. They are challenges related to outdated system, high volume of applications, a verification process to ensure compliance with the road safety and road allocation. The Department of Transport is improving systems through digitization and intergovernmental coordination and modernizing the operating license administration system. This is governance solving systematically and not sensationally. The department, under the capable leadership of Tombeni, continues to engage constructively with taxi association across the province of KwaZulu-Natal to reduce the turnaround times and streamline the application process. These are constructive engagement, not media stance. The ANC always defend the taxi industry, but we will also defend order, safety, and accountability. Supporting the industry cannot mean supporting lawlessness. Operating within the law protects the very same people who depend on taxis every day. The ANC believes that the true empowerment must come with responsibility. This is why this government is investing in training, capacity building, and programs for taxi operators, and providing financial management support, and working towards integrated taxi sector into a formal public transport planning. Honourable members, our message is clear. We are not here to exploit frustration. We are here to solve problems. The ANC stands firm in its commitment to a safe, law-abiding, and empowered taxi industry, one that uplifts black businesses and provides dignity, reliable service to our people. Honourable Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. The next member for 5 minutes is the Honorable LSO Hadebe on behalf of the MK.
Ngibingelele usomlomo Nkosi yaseMadungeni ndaba ezitha nabahlonishwa bonke bomkhonto wesizwe Party phinde ngibingelela abahlonishwa abaphathisa uhulumeni weGPU impela sibhekene nenkinga la kwaGPU Kongolos ay liyakhathaza iculo leni lika 30 years ngicula iculo elilodwa ngicase ne-stretch manje okuyiculo lamanga nje futhi ayikho into enikhuluma iqiniso. Honorable Speaker, today I rise to address a matter that affects every family, every worker, every small business operator who rely on taxi transport to make a living in KwaZulu-Natal. The delay in issuing permits to taxi owners and the cascading consequences that follow is not only a bureaucratic hiccup, it is a challenge that cripples livelihood, stalls opportunity, and threatens the dignity of our people. KwaZulu-Natal economy, Madam Speaker, is in the brink of a catastrophe more than an error. It is about to collapse because of this problem of uhulumeni of onqaba nama-permit KwaZulu-Natal. Somlomo, sonke siyazi ukuthi imboni yamatekisi ithinta impilo yomuntu wonke la KwaZulu-Natal. Uthanda noma ungathandi. Abasebenzi, okuyi-working class and the poor. Iy'ngane zesikole, osomabhizinisi abasafufusa, nezimboni ezahlukene. Kodwa la kunabahlonishwa abawongqongqoshe okubukeka bevimba nama-permit avimbe osomatekisi ukuthi basebenze ngokusemthethweni okwama-permit. Imibhikisho yemboni yamatekisi isuswa yibo labaphathisi okugcina sekuchaphazeleka bonke abantu abanceke kule mboni yamatekisi. Ake sibhekisise kahle. Osomatekisi abaseThekwini, kwaNongoma, koKranskop, Jozini, Folweni, kwaMakhutha, ePotchefstroom, nakuyo yonke iKZN. Kungaba i-M&R Tax Association, u-3C Tax Association, kungaba abangaphansi kwaSantaco, isizwe Tax Association, bathwele kanzima. Umnyango odala yonke lento oholo umhlonishwa uDumo. Angimbonike namhlanje umhlonishwa. Uma abantu bengawathula ama-permit ngesikhathi bese bevinjwa amaphoyisa emgwaqweni okugcina kuholela ekutheni izimoto zabo ziphawundo. Ubuhlungu obubhekene nosomatekisi kuyafana ncamashi nenkinga yomphakathi uma ucinyelwa ugesi noma uphelelwa amanzi. Osekuyinsakavukela emchibo wesidaba KwaZulu-Natal ukuphelwa amanzi ukuphelwa kagesi sekayifanela nje. Imboni yamatekisi la KwaZulu-Natal iyafana nokuphefumula komuntu kwansuku zonke. Uma ima ukusebenza imboni yamatekisi kufadabala umnotho, izingane ziyaphazamiseka esikoleni. Abaqashi imvamisa abangabalungu eDemocratic Alliance bayabaxosha ngokungafiki emsebenzini ngesikhathi. Sibhekene nemigwaqo ethi ikhona ibe ingekho ikakhulukazi emakhaya ne-gravel road amatekisi ahamba kule migwaqo ehora nehora nsuku zasa. Uma imigwaqo imigodigodi leyo tax ngeke iqede iminyaka emihlanu. In fact ngonyaka wesibili ithengiwe leyo tax iyobe isimiswa Operation Shanela kuthiwa ayikho esimweni sokulayisha abantu. Ngethemba yazizelwa umhlonishwa Mthombeni. Uyabona ke uncikisana ama-permit uma kwenzeka uwakhipha imigwaqo ehamba lamatekisi iyawabulala ngoba awulungisi kahle imigwaqo. Emva kwalokho wena mhlonishwa uyawavimba ama-tax uthi awaphume emgwaqweni asegugile. Amabhasi ama-truck awahlukunyezwa ngalendlela ngoba vele awozakweni ku-GPU. Nibagixayeza amathikithi nsuku zasa kodwa ama-trucks apaka ku-freeway la nje ngase Richards Bay aniwanika amathikithi adala inqwaba yengozi abantu bayashona. Lana nje eMiyabank la eThekwini akusahambeki ngenxa yawo ama-trucks azibhakela noma kanjani emgaqweni. nakhona futhi abawanikeza amathikithi kanti kwenzekani ku taxi industry benzani odriver bamatekisi endlela abahlukumeza ngayo okugcina Madam Speaker yekani bongqongqosho ukuthi nibe osomabhizinisi imbumbulu yes siyazi ukuthi ezinye izinkabi zenu emgaqweni yezenu kanye namakhansela wenu kodwa ke kuba kubi uma senithi nivala ama permit ngoba ama tax edolobheni lemeya ethile asemaningi kakhulu ngiyabonga.
The next member for 8 minutes on behalf of the DA is Honorable R. Gokul.
Thank you. Greetings, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. The motion before this House, tabled by the MK Party, speaks to an issue that touches the lives of millions of ordinary South Africans, the administration of taxi operating permits and the actions of Operation Shanela. At first glance, this motion appears to stand with taxi operators and commuters, but beneath its surface is another attempt to turn a real problem, a problem of poor administration and inefficiency, into a populist cry. Let me state clearly from the outset, the Democratic Alliance does not oppose the concerns raised by law-abiding taxi operators. Their frustrations are justified. What we oppose is the misuse of that frustration for political theater instead of genuine solutions. Honorable Speaker, the taxi industry is not a side issue. It is the backbone of public transport in South Africa. Every single day, over 15 million passenger trips are made by taxi. That is nearly 70% of all public transport trips in our country. In KZN alone, it is estimated that there are well over 25,000 registered taxis and countless others operating informally in rural corridors, linking small towns to economic hubs like Durban, Pietermaritzburg, and Richards Bay. This is not a small or informal sector. It is a multi-billion rand black-owned business industry, one that sustains tens of thousands of families and creates livelihoods in communities where few other opportunities exist. So yes, it deserves government's respect, support, and fairness. But respect does not mean turning a blind eye to chaos. Support does not mean suspending the rule of law. And fairness does not mean excusing the department's incompetence or the MK Party's exploitation. They call for protection of the taxi industry, but they fail to define what that means. Protection from what? From law? From accountability? From regulation? Let us be clear. The DA will never support the idea that any industry, no matter how vital, should be above the law. What we need is not protection, but partnership between the taxi industry, commuters, and government. Let's speak honestly. The frustrations faced by taxi operators in KZN are not caused by over-enforcement. They are caused by under-administration. Operators have waited months for operating permits to be processed. They are called to offices to collect permits that simply aren't there. They are told to return next week, and the next, and the next. Then, as if to mock them, their vehicles are impounded for not having those very same permits. The DA is absolutely clear. No citizen should ever be punished for the failure of the state. When a department fails to issue a permit on time, it is not the operator who is non-compliant, it is the department that is derelict. But at the same time, we must be careful not to swing the pendulum too far in the opposite direction. The answer to bureaucratic failure is not lawlessness. It is competence, transparency, and accountability. So let me make our position clear. We stand with commuters who deserve safe, affordable transport. We stand with compliant taxi operators who are frustrated by red tape and inefficiency. But we will never stand with populists who use genuine hardship to fuel political division. Unlike the MK Party, the DA does not see the taxi industry as a political weapon. We see it as a partner in economic development, one that must operate in a fair, safe, and lawful environment. So what should be done? First, fix the system. The Department of Transport must urgently clear its backlog of permit applications. The DA calls for an independent audit of all pending operating permits application in KwaZulu-Natal with a public report to this legislature. If the department's own failures have caused the delay, then those operators should not be punished. Vehicles impounded due to departmental delays should be returned immediately. Second, modernize and digitize. In the Western Cape, the DA-led government has demonstrated that digital systems reduce corruption, speed up licensing, and restore fairness. KZN can and should learn from this. A transparent, province-wide online system where operators can track their application, lodge documents electronically, and receive time-bound responses would eliminate the endless queues, lost paperwork, and bribery that plague the current process. Third, cooperative enforcement, not selective crackdowns. The DA proposes that all enforcement operations be conducted jointly with legitimate taxi associations, municipal transport authorities, and community safety representatives. When the industry is involved in enforcement, planning and compliance improves. When it is excluded, conflict escalates. Honourable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance is a party of principle. We believe in the rule of law, applied evenly without fear or favour. We will never support motions that undermine accountability, no matter how popular they sound. We will never call for a protection of any sector that operates outside the law, because the law protects everyone or it protects no one. But we also believe that government must not weaponize enforcement to mask its own incompetence. That is not justice, that is abuse of power. Our duty as legislatures is not to take sides in populist tug-of-war between taxi owners and government. Our duty is to fix the systems that keep failing both. Honourable Speaker, let me close with this. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve a government that works, not one that blames. They deserve enforcement that protects, not punishes unfairly. They deserve leadership that fixes problems, not fans division. The DA will continue to champion accountability, digital transformation, transparency, and fairness in our transport system. We will stand up for the rule of law, for safety, for small businesses that play by the rules, and for the commuters whose livelihoods depend on reliable transport every day. We're not saying the problem isn't real, but the solution must be rooted in principle, efficiency, and good governance, not in politics of anger and populism. Honourable Speaker, as part of the government of provincial unity, the DA remains committed to building a capable, ethical state that works for all residents, rural and urban, rich and poor. We're not here to echo MK slogans. We are here to build solutions that last. That means honest introspection from the department, not defensive posturing. It means administrative competence, not political excuses. And it means treating the taxi sector and its commuters as partners in development, not pawns in a political game. The GPU was not formed to score political points or to imitate the failures of the past. It was formed to stabilize government, rebuild credibility, and restore service delivery to the people of KZN. The DA remains committed to these objectives. We are part of this government not to rubber stamp, but to reform, not to echo slogans, but to insist on competence, fairness, and good governance. Let us build a KZN where taxis are safe, legal, and thriving, not weaponized for politics, but empowered for progress. I thank you.
The next member for 4 minutes on behalf of the EFF is the Honourable M.W. Twala.
No, thank you, Honourable Speaker. The economic emancipation movement supports this motion on one notion because it understands the plight and the pain of our people who are in this transport sector, the taxi industry. The Department of Transport and its regulators have failed to issue operating permits on time. That failure is not paperwork. It is bread, school fees, and too often funerals. The taxi industry is the most black-dominated sector in our economy. Yet the people who carry out workers every day are the same people trapped in unemployment and poverty. When the state sits on permit, it is not neutral. It is practicing bureaucratic violence that later shows up as street violence. Let us be clear, Speaker. This is not a seminar about forms. It is a test of whether black industry is treated with dignity. You call operators illegal while you refuse to process their legality. You blame conflict while you manufacture the conditions for conflict. Files gather dust in offices while coffins gather at tax ranks. That is a record. The law gives the state two duties at once: regulate fairly and create a safe, predictable operating environment. When the regulator fails to decide, routes become a free-for-all. Associations fight over space and police are sent to chase the very people the state refused to license. This is how an administrative delay becomes a gunshot later. GPU government, please hear this without any spin. You cannot stall permits for months, then send blue lights to impound vehicles for not having the very documents you refuse to issue. You cannot demand compliance while you refuse to be a compliant regulator. If you want order on the roads, start with order in your offices. We reject the lazy propaganda that paints the industry as a permanent threat. Most operators want one thing: a legal right to work and a predictable route. Give them that, they will police their own space because their asset is the route itself. It is your delay that turns neighbors into rivals. Speaker, the taxi industry carried this province when trains collapses and buses failed. It carries night shift nurses, cashiers, and students every day. Treat it as a partner, not as a competitor. The failure to issue permits is a choice, and it has a cost in blood and in bread. Fix the administration and you will cool the streets. Keep hiding behind files, you will keep continuing and counting graves. We support this motion. We demand decisions, no excuses, no more backlog, no more secret queues, no more punishing people for paperwork that you refuse to process. Deliver permits and deliver peace. Thank you.
The next speaker for 5 minutes on behalf of the MK is the Honorable Chima Dondo.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I rise on behalf of Mkondo Wesizwe to represent the voices of thousands of taxi operators across KwaZulu-Natal. Individuals who have been let down not by misfortune, but by the very institution tasked with supporting them, the KZN Department of Transport. The motion before us is unequivocal. The department has failed the taxi industry by consistently delaying the issuance of operating permits. This is not a trivial administrative oversight. It is a full-blown crisis, one that has shattered livelihoods, disrupted communities, and undermined public trust in our institutions. Let us begin with a simple truth. The taxi industry is the lifeblood of South Africa's public transport system. It fuels employment and sustains informal economies. Yet, despite its vital role, operators are being penalized for delays they did not create. Permit applications have languished for months, even years. In the absence of valid permits, law enforcement targets these operators. Vehicles are impounded, routes are obstructed, income vanish, and when operators protest, as they did recently in Durban, they are branded as threats to public order. But let us ask, who is truly disrupting the public order? Is it the taxi operators striving to earn an honest living, or the department that fails to process essential documentation? The shutdowns led by Santaco and other associations were not rebellious acts. They were cries for help. Commuters were stranded, children missed school, businesses suffered, all because of a basic administrative function collapsed. Some may argue that law enforcement must uphold the law, but how can compliance be enforced when the very permits required for compliance are trapped in a dysfunctional system? This is not governance. It is punishment without due process. Let me be clear. This issue transcends transportation. It speaks to dignity, to the right to work, and to the duty of government to serve its citizens with efficiency and fairness. Yes, the MEC for Transport has met with the industry leaders and pledged action, but pledges don't put taxis on the road. Permits do. And until those permits are issued, the crisis remains unresolved. Sengizoya ngasekuvaleni nje, Honorable Speaker. Siwumkhonto wesizwe kunephakamiso ezimbalwa nje mhlambe ezimbili noma ezintathu esicelayo. Siyacela nje ukuthi mhlambe kube nesikhathi esibekwayo nje esisemthethweni ukuthi uma ngabe uapplyele ipermit singakanani isikhathi okufanele usilinde. Kufane nje nakwamanye ama-department. Kufane nje nakwamanye ama-department ngoba uma uapplyele i-ID uyazi ukuthi singakanani isikhathi okumele usilinde before ulandelele ukuthi kwenzakalani ngepermit yakho. nge-ID yakho. Okunye futhi siyacela kuba ne-standardized practice semali ekhokhwayo uma imoto yakho seyiboshiwe. Ngoba you will find ukuthi uShanela ubopha imoto yakho othukela. Uma usuye ecourt ukhokhe u10,000. UShanela ubopha imoto yakho ePomoroyi ukhokhe 20,000. UShanela ubopha imoto yakho eDandi ukhokhe 25,000. Kanti imali le ekhokhwayo mangabe ngempela kutholakala ukuthi awunayo ipermit emgwaqeni. Siyacela ukuthi sicakiseleke lapho. Honorable members, it is imperative that we stand behind this motion. We must insist on accountability. We must advocate for reform, swift permit processing, transparent procedures, and genuine collaboration with the taxi industry. The people of KwaZulu-Natal deserve better. The taxi industry deserves respect, and this House must rise to defend both. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the next Honourable Member from the NFP, Honourable CM Shinga, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Tembe, the Chief Whip, members of the Executive, and Honourable members. In the name of the workers, drivers, the traders, and the commuters of KwaZulu-Natal, we bring our voice to the floor today. The motion before us speaks to the heart of our transport economy, an economy that moves our people, connects our communities, supports our businesses, but it demands more rhetoric. It demands justice. We have all heard the stories of taxis impounded under Operation Shanela, of drivers left without income, of commuters stranded in this province. This is unacceptable. As the NFP, our position is clear. We support an efficient, fair, and inclusive taxi industry. We believe in strong public transport. We believe in small businesses. And we believe in the dignity of every driver and every entrepreneur who makes KwaZulu-Natal move. The three core points now guide our argument. Regulation must be simplified and developmental in intent. The current licensing system and enforcement mechanism are fraught with delays, burdensome bureaucracy, and punitive action that often penalizes the vulnerable rather than protecting the sector. The NFP calls for streamlined licensing, mobile permit services in townships, and distinct channels for long-distance versus local taxi operations. Support must accompany enforcement. It is not enough to impound taxis without providing clear pathways for drivers to comply. We demand a sector-specific development fund, training programs for operators, and mechanisms to ensure that drivers are not excluded from the process. For an example, the strike by the Durban Long Distance Taxi Association highlighted the financial hardship caused by impoundments and delays in permit issue. However, we appreciate the intervention by the MEC of Transport. Transport regulation must link to growth. The taxi industry is among the largest black-owned business sectors in our provinces. Protecting it means driving inclusive economic growth, not just regulating movement. We must use procurement from municipalities, integration with tourism, transport schemes, and township feeder services to deepen the role of the taxi industry in our economy. Honorable Speaker, the NFP will not oppose this motion in principle. We agree with its spirit, but we must oppose the motion if it is disconnected from the real world consequences. We will hold the government and all regulators to account to ensure that enforcement doesn't become exclusion and that regulation doesn't become repression. If this House is serious about the public transport, small businesses, and economic inclusion, then we must work alongside those who drive taxis, not drive them off the road. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. Honorable members, the next honorable member from the ANC, Honorable S.A. Duma, for 4 minutes, which I think is online.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for affording me this opportunity. Greeting to your office, Khubela, the entire leadership, the August House. Amongst other principal thrusts, we must understand the procedure. How to get a permit in the first place? The first step is just to go to the association and check whether there is a space. In some instances, they could afford you without going to another processes. The second process, you go to the municipality because municipalities are always running what we call the viable commodity process, where that you still have a space to add. Then eventually you go to the Department of Transport, which is then going to do the vetting of this process. This is supposed to be a delicacy ordinarily. It has been raised. Unfortunately, it has been raised by a peacetime member who was once involved in the taxi industry, failed in using the back door, who's currently involved in stopping and halting the project, Honorable Mngadi. Unfortunately, if it was raised by someone, it would have a value addition. Unfortunately, it does not have. You could just understand some of the members from the MKP, at least they are trying, but they are driven by ignorance. They don't understand that in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, even Honorable Gokul, Western Cape and Gauteng are currently benchmarking on our PRE as a province, as much as it has some weaknesses, failures, but it is one fastest and growing in the entire country. Minister Barbara Chris has allocated a time talking about the issue tax operation, the taxi industry in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, and as the key feature which must be utilized in gaining the trust, because there is a proper working ethics amongst us. I'm sure you know by now that the taxi industry does not require the defense, especially from someone who has tried and failed dismal, because they don't recognize you in your area where you've tried, because they are saying that you're still sowing the division. So we must just be thorough and holistic when we talk about this. I'm glad Honorable Zuma Ngamalala was able to address, and I'm glad Honorable Mapisa, the chair, was able just to eloquently advance what is currently happening. Yes, we are not just spreading a gospel truth that we are stronger as a department. We still have deficiencies that we are resolving on a day-to-day basis, but you must adapt with time, because if you could just issue all the permits required, that might also cause that you'll be causing a downfall in the taxi industry. In some instances, the municipality will tell you that in terms of the viable study, we can't have increased space because our rank are not in good state, the ablution facilities are not strong, and we're working very close with Santaco. Today, they're having their conference in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. They are thanking the department for consistency planning, the consistency training that are taking place. Even whilst they introduced the concept of Hlogomela, it is because we are working together as a team. And at some point in time, Honorable Speaker, I will come with a team from Santaco, with almost all the associations in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, so that you could hear and understand what is their current posture, what is their current position. We do set task team from time to time just to extensively deal with processes extra that have been created, but we also create task team so that we have that open relationship, because other members are holding shade instead of reality. I'm glad Honorable Shinga is also elevating the point on the issue of long distance. We have harnessed that process as we speak currently. The minister has also resolved gazetted on the issue of e-hailing, which is the music on our ears, because they'll be working together as a team in elaborative efforts. We are still going to be facing problems because the malumes of this world, the issue of super Ts, they don't follow all the routes. Some of the members who are talking, they're also running on the side, what is referred as malumes. You can't issue permit without them.
Time. Ngibonile. Thank you. Table staff, can we please make sure there's a time ringer to alert the members? Thank you so much, Honorable Duma. The next Honorable Member from the MKP, Honorable BM Kize, for 7 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Nkosi uChiliza, Party Leader Umkhonto weSizwe Party kwishamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal, Mongameli Ngqamalala, honorable members. Today we address the matter that continues to frustrate the disadvantaged thousands of people hardworking of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa by the Department of Transport in KwaZulu-Natal, led by the MEC Umthombeni. Honorable Speaker, the taxi industry is not a side business. It's the backbone, is the core of the economy that is left in KwaZulu-Natal. It carries workers, students, commuters daily. It supports thousands of families in rural areas and townships, but that are being suffocated by the systems that is failing every day, by the system that is so insufficient by the Department of KwaZulu-Natal. Ukube bengumphathiswa walomnyango bengiyoqala ngoba before ngiphendule ngixolise kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal. Fortunately, Umkhonto weSizwe will be in no time. Across the province, from Pietermaritzburg to Ulundi, Honorable Speaker, from Durban to rural district operators wait decades, for months, and forever, 30 years, to get their permits processed. You ask yourself, MEC through Honorable Speaker, why? It's not a matter of pointing fingers to Umkhonto weSizwe Party. We're not only here to be in opposition, we're here to provide solutions for millions of people of KwaZulu-Natal. Kufanele osomatekisi umnotho ogcina esele nawo lokhulunywa ngawo la KwaZulu-Natal wabantu abamnyama in particular uphele nya. Ngoba abantu abamnyama kufanele bangayi indawo, bangasimama, bangabinalutho. Kufanele abashayeli bamatekisi baphume babaleke mangabe bemiswa amaphoyisa bashiya abantu bemsebenzini ukuze abantu bakithi baxoshwe. Ngoba amatekisi awanawo ama-permit noma se-expayile by the very same department that is defending themselves today. Why? So Umkhonto weSizwe Party asizele nje kuphela ukugxeka, kodwa sizele nokuthi sifake imbono ukuthi singaya kanjani phambili kulomnyango by introducing the online application and the tracking system that works. The tracking system nalo zobifaka isicelo ekwazi ukuyibhekela yena ukuthi isicelo sakhe simamaphi. Akusile icala lomkhonto wesizwe phathi ukuthi osomatekisi abayivotelanga iDA futhi ngeke bayivotele. Okunye futhi ukuthi lezi icelo zifakwe kuma districts la abantu noma osomatekisi beoperator khona ngaphandle ukuthi ufanele beze eMgungundlovu la kuthiwa isebhodini khona. Noma abanye baba kufanele bahlanganise izumbulu zemali ukuze bathole lama permits. Abangawatholi njengamanje ngoba kufanele abantu bakithi bahlushekiswe ile system yonke abangayikhonjwa esesihlala nabo esihlangane nabo namhlanje ukuthi baqhelaza abantu bakithi KwaZulu-Natal. Asikhohliwe. Honorable Speaker, every delay permit means a job lost, a family struggling, a business is collapsing. The Mkhonto wesizwe Party demands accountability and urgent action by the Department of Transport. Let us fix the system to restore dignity to the men and women who transport our nation every day in this province. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, the next Honourable Member from the IFP, Honourable MP Gwala, for 6 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier LOGP, and Honourable Members, I concur with the contribution or remarks made by the Honourable Mapisa earlier on. The IFP recognizes and appreciates the vital role played by the taxi industry in our society as the most preferred mode of transport, carrying thousands of commuters each day. However, it is concerning that the person who raised this motion chose to overlook some of the critical issues that pose a serious threat to both the taxi industry and the public at large. For us, the focus should rather be on matters such as the issue of drivers who are not competent to care for people's lives. Further, we ought to be debating the taxi violence plaguing the industry, particularly over routes. This violence has resulted in a tragic loss of innocent lives, an issue far more pressing than what we are debating today. We must strive to encourage the taxi industry, regardless of the differences among themselves, to prioritize roundtable discussions and be educated about conflict management and resolution. We must preach peace within the taxi industry. Too often we witness taxi operators illegally blocking roads, disrupting the daily lives of ordinary citizens. These disruptions are justified under the pretext of protesting vehicle impoundment, which the blame placed on the KZN Department of Transport for failing to issue operating permits. Regardless of their grievances, no road user should be held hostage by taxi owners.
Honourable Maklakwana, you're not debating next. Can you please go to your seat?
Can I continue?
You may continue.
Thank you very much. These disruptions are justified under the pretext of protecting vehicle impoundments, with the blame placed on KZN Department of Transport for failing to issue operating permits. Regardless of their grievances, no road user should be held hostage by the taxi owners whose vehicles operating without valid permits are rightfully impounded. I find it strange that some of us in this House fail to understand a mere arithmetic
If you fail to count numbers, how much more when it comes to mathematics? Armchair critics can take you so far, but not further, because they don't account to anyone except grandstanding. As the IFP, we firmly believe that anyone wishing to run a business must first acquire all the necessary information, including registration, plans, and permits. The taxi industry must adhere to this principle. The only legitimate pathway to obtaining a permit is through the official legal channels stipulated by the Department of Transport. There must be mutual cooperation between the department and the taxi operators, and those who have been approved for permits should urgently collect them. Do not operate a taxi first and demand permit thereafter, or thus pushing pressure to the department. But what can you expect from Johnny come-latelys in politics of our times? Further, we caution individuals against purchasing taxis while fully aware that no operating routes are available. This practice only exacerbates chaos in the transport sector, and the department is pressured to issue permits for taxis despite the lack of available routes. It should also be recognized that the taxi industry competes for resources with other transport modes, such as buses, trucks, and individual vehicles owners. This competition places additional pressure on the department to expedite the issuing of permit across all transport categories. Let us be clear. Our objective is not to antagonize the taxi industry, a vital part of our economy, but to ensure that it operates within the bounds of the law with dignity, safety, and accountability. The taxi industry must not be run as though it were a tuck shop, easily opened and closed at will. Instead, it should be managed professionally as serious business that it is. While we fully understand the concern and frustration of the taxi industry, but the MEC Duma has clarified some of the issues. We must all agree that illegal operators not only flout the law, but also put lives at risk. When tragic accidents occur, accountability becomes more key. We must never allow the taxi industry to be seen as prioritizing profit over public safety. It is the duty of every taxi owner to ensure their vehicles comply fully with all regulations required to operate legally.
Thank you so much,
thank you,
Honourable Member. Honourable Members, we've come to the end of the substantive debate. I call upon Honourable BC Mngadi for 5 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, ngifisa ukudlulisa ukubonga kumalunga wonke ahloniphekile ngokubamba iqhaza kule debate ebaluleke ngohlobo olumangalisayo. Ngumkhonto wesizwe Party kuphela inhlangano okuyiyo ezokhulula umuntu omnyama KwaZulu-Natal naseningizimu Afrika yonkana. Umkhonto wesizwe ukhathazekile ngokuhlukumezeka kwalemboni yalohulumeni we-GNU and the-GPU onguhulumeni wabacindezeli bomuntu omnyama ompisholo. Siyafisa, Honorable Deputy Speaker, ukudlulisa kubantu bakwaZulu-Natal namaphethelo ukuthi ngumkhonto wesizwe kuphela ithemba labantu, futhi iwona kuphela inhlangano yokwenza impilo zabantu zibe ngcono. Ngifisa ukuqala ngo-Honorable Nzama. Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa, thanks a lot. We have said it all. Kuyezwakala ukuthi ngumkhonto wesizwe okhathazekile ngokuhlukumezeka kwabantu abamnyama, ikakhulukazi imboni yosomatekisi. Ushaya kwezwakala. Honorable Maphisa, Siyabonga ukuthi niyayisupporta njenge IFP motion. However, you mentioned that it is a systematic program and you are talking about permits that were released. The question is, akuphi lo ma permit? Where are they? You cannot have taxi owners boycotting for a permit. And the MEC, Honorable Duma, also mentioned kwinkulumo yakhe edlulo the time there were strikes, there were about 5,000 permits in the office that has not been released to taxi owners. Kungafika kubhikishe taxi owners ekhala ngama-permit, kube nama-permit of 5,000 e-office anga-release. Where are they? Apilonga kubani ngala-permit if they cannot be issued. I think kubalulekile lokho ukuthi ke sizibuze njengosihlalo waka transport Honorable Mapisi hlambane kuyomela usinike i-report ebalulekile in this house and give us a schedule of those individuals that belong to because there is something which is not adding up with regards to that matter yokuthi ama-permit akhona, but where are they? Awaye enga-issuisha because uma kuwabantu abangasekho emhlabeni, we need to be clear on that one. Honorable Zuma is saying that the ANC has always recognized the frustration faced by taking on. Kusukela nini mhlonishwa? Because also matekisi bahlala bekhala and the ANC did not do anything ever since they took power for the past 30 years. Khuluma mampunge mhlonishwa ayikaze ibe khona i-oversight yama-permit. Oversight yama-permit in this parliament ayikaze ibe khona. Ibalulekile ukuthi sibheke leyo through Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mapisa, ukuthi ke sisondele eduze kwalo lolu daba because zikhona izinto eziningi ezikhulunywa but ezingahlangani uma sesibekwa enkulumo. Honorable
Ngiyaxolisa Honorable Mngadi. Ngicela ngihlalele phansi.
Isikhathi sami siyahamba lapha.
Simile isikhathi.
No, si reverse isikhathi ku 1.20 minutes. No, isikhathi ngizabhekela imizuzu eminingi kabi.
Simile. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. Yes, Honorable Zuma, what rule do you rise on?
Yes, Honorable Speaker, Rule 57, 1A. As addressed through speaker, not direct.
Sorry, Honorable Member, I cannot hear Honorable Zuma. Yes. Honorable Zuma, please repeat. I can't hear you.
Rules at speak. Yes,
Honorable members, on my left, I cannot hear Honorable Zuma. So please, honorable members. The honorable member on the left from the MK. Sir, please. I cannot hear Honorable Zuma. Thank you. Honorable Zuma.
Honorable Speaker, I'm saying I'm rising on Rule 57, 1A, read in conjunction with Rule 70.
Angimuzwa amalunga ngisacela nithule. Honorable Zuma, you can direct to me, sir. Thank you.
No, was the honorable member is saying Honorable Zuma, Honorable Mapisa is addressing us direct as members. We should address us through the speaker.
It's noted. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Mngadi, please refer to me. No, you may continue speaking. Thank you. Honorable Mngadi, there's another order. Please may you sit. Honorable Member, thank you. Yes, Honorable Makubana.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 57.1.
Honourable members, please can you allow me to preside? Thank you. Please continue.
I'm rising on Rule 57(1) together with A on that one and Rule 72 as well. Honourable Speaker, while our Speaker was still on podium, he was being interrupted through that point of order, and his time was not stopped. So we need his seconds back there because the time was not stopped. It was stopped where after that noise that has taken place. So we need this time back. That's the first one. And then
thank you so much.
That goes together with the time limits.
Thank you so much.
Can you fix that time for
Thank
me?
you so much.
Come back. Thanks.
Honourable members, I didn't see the time going. Honourable members, I didn't see the time going. He stopped at 58 and it didn't continue. It stopped at 58 and it didn't continue. It stopped at 58 and it didn't continue. Thank you. You may continue, Honourable Mngadi. Honourable Mngadi, there's another point of order. Please, can you sit? Honourable Kika, what rule do you rise on?
I'm rising on Rule 75(1), the Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Kika, Rule 75.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, when members of this House raise points of order, they are not making noise. So the Honourable Makubane referred to the point of order as noise. He then said, as he sat, that the Honourable member was barking. And that is offensive, insulting, and discriminating in terms of that rule. May I ask that you provide a ruling in this regard?
Thank you so much, Honourable Kika. I did not hear Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane, please can you sit down? I'm not done ruling. Honourable members, please can we not raise frivolous points of orders? But Honourable Kika, I did not hear Honourable Makubane. I'll refer to Hansard and refer back to this House. Thank you so much. Honourable Mngadi, please can you continue? Honourable Makubane, Honourable Makubane, Honourable Makubane, please stand up. Honourable Makubane, please can you speak to me? I already made a ruling. Honourable Makubane. There was no need for 2 cent pieces to continue.
I withdraw, Honourable
Thank
Speaker.
you. You
But
may be
that one is
seated.
going.
No, there's no. Honourable Makubane. Honourable Makubane, ngisacela usukume bandla. Honourable Makubane, there's no that one in this House. We are all honourable members. Please may I apologize.
I withdraw, Honourable Speaker.
And apologize.
I apologize.
Thank you. You may be seated. Honourable Mngadi, please can you continue? Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Duma is lecturing the House about the process as to how do you get the permit at the first place. What stopped them from issuing permits if they went through the process?
Honourable Mngadi, please be seated. There's a hand. Is someone standing? It is not going. The time has stopped. Yes, Honourable Member, what rule do you rise on? What rule? Honourable Seme, please. Ngisacela uqhubeke. What rule do you rise on? Yes.
Ngiphakama ngaphansi kwesigaba se-15 nesikhombisa 1D.
Honourable Mngadi.
Musani ukukhonkotha.
Honourable members. Honourable members.
Wathatha umbhalo.
Can the Honourable Chief Whip of the MK, please, can you hold your members accountable? Honourable Mngadi. Please, the Honourable Member would like to know if you want to take a question. No, thank you, Honourable Members. You may continue, Honourable Mngadi. You may continue, sir.
Honourable Speaker, inhloso nje ungiphazamisa nje, Honourable Deputy Speaker. But I feel so sorry for Gauteng province that are benchmarking with the failing province of KwaZulu-Natal. I feel very sorry for them because how can you benchmark with the province that is also failing because it's falling under the hands of this government of provincial unit. Honorable Kwala, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, we will move on with the orders of today. Can I invite the MEC of COCTA for the report by the MEC of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs on vote 11 departmental performance against their annual performance plans in line with the prescripts of the Legislature Standing Rules 1131. Thank you. Honourable Buthelezi. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable MECs, the leader of the official opposition, Nkosi Chileza, honorable members, in the spirit of accountability and upholding the principle of transparency, allow me, Deputy Speaker, to table this report, which details the performance of COCTA in Q1 against the approved annual performance plan 2025-2026. The department in the 2025-26 annual performance plan had 101 performance targets, and 63 of those were due for reporting in Q1. 55 of the 63 targets were successfully achieved, leaving the department with 8 unachieved targets. The overall performance of the department in Q1 is sitting at 87%. Program 1 administration is primarily responsible for providing institutional administrative support to core delivery programs, thereby enabling productivity and service delivery for the benefits of our clients, which are municipalities and the institution of traditional leaders. The performance indicators for this program are aligned with the achievement of a capable, developmental and ethical state, with specific emphasis on COCTA's mandate. It is critical to highlight a matter of non-compliance: the department's ongoing challenge with effecting payment to suppliers within the stipulated 30-day period. This issue significantly impeded the attainment of a clean audit opinion during the last audit cycle. The challenge is primarily attributable to the cash backing system, whereby funds released to the department by provincial treasury prove insufficient to honor all invoices timeously. Notably, 87% of invoices, 1,148 out of 1,000.
Order, honourable members, please, can we put the voices a bit down? Thank you.
1,148 out of 1,317 were settled within the prescribed 30-day period. However, we do have evidence of some
internal standard operating procedures not been complied with, and consequence management has been implemented. Program 2, Local Government. This program underpins the legislative mandate for provincial government to support, monitor, intervene, and capacitate the local government sphere, thereby strengthening governance and enabling municipalities to manage their own affairs whilst delivering quality basic services to their communities. In the first quarter of the current financial year, Program 2 recorded 23 achievements against 25 targets, yielding an overall performance rate of 92%. 2 targets remained unachieved. The underperformance relates to the following key performance indicators: implementation of the local government anti-corruption strategy. 3 municipalities, Mpofana, Umkhanyakude, and Mtubatuba, did not conclude their assessments, and the necessary authorizations from relevant municipal structures and authorities were not secured. Consequently, the department was unable to assess and confirm implementation of the strategy in these municipalities. Indigent ward profiling. Whilst the department remains committed to ensuring equitable access to free basic services for qualifying indigents, the planned support to municipalities for conducting indigent ward profiling could not be undertaken during the first quarter. This was due to the prioritization of consultations and stakeholder mobilization regarding the profiling tools to be utilized. Program 3, Development and Planning. Program 3 exists to ensure integrated and coordinated planning for development and infrastructure delivery, coherent local economic development, and spatial integration for sustainable service delivery. This program achieved exemplary performance, delivering 100% of the targets set in the annual performance plan. All 15 targets scheduled for the first quarter were successfully achieved. Notable accomplishments include the establishment of a geospatial data repository, which will significantly enhance development mapping and geospatial referencing. Priority DDM projects have already been successfully referenced spatially. Furthermore, all 3 planned infrastructure electrification programs received implementation support in terms of initial audits and pre-marketing. Abakolosi Local Municipality, Ward 2, 4, and 12 electrification projects. Kandla Local Municipality, Mapumulo Electrification Project. Ulundi Local Municipality, Babanango Electrification Project. Program 4, Traditional Affairs. Sound governance is essential for the institution of traditional leadership to provide effective support to communities. This program aims to support and enhance the capacity of traditional leadership and their councils. Program 4 recorded an overall first quarter performance of 86%. Of the 7 indicators due for reporting, 6 were achieved as planned, with 1 outstanding. The department intended to facilitate expeditious succession processes for Amakosi and Amabamba Bukhosi, with recognitions to be concluded within 6 months of a position becoming vacant. However, this was impacted by processes beyond the department's control, as completion is contingent upon the Office of the Premier finalizing approval of recognition for dispatch to Imden. In conclusion, corrective action plans have been developed for unmet targets to ensure ultimate achievement and delivery
on APP commitments. Remedial action will continue to be implemented and monitored. A performance summary for COGTA for the first quarter of the 2025-26 financial year is presented in the table below. Program 1, Administration, indicators in APP 24, indicators at first quarter target 15, targets achieved 10, targets not achieved 5, achievement percentage 67%. Program 2, Local Government, indicators in APP 35, indicators with targets for first quarter 25, targets achieved 23, targets not achieved 2, achievement percentage 92%. Program 3, Development and Planning, indicators in APP 31, indicators for first quarter 15, targets achieved 15, targets not achieved 0, achievement percentage 100%. Program 4, Traditional Affairs, indicators in APP 11, indicators for first quarter 7, targets achieved 6, targets not achieved 1, achievement percentage, bringing the overall total to indicators in APP 101, indicators for first quarter 63, targets achieved 55, targets not achieved 8, and overall achievement percentage 87%. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, MEC of COGTA. Honourable members, we'll move on to the next item in the order paper, which is 8.3, which is the NFP Party Motion and Debate. I'd like to welcome Honourable MC Shinga for 10 minutes to introduce the debate. MEC Social Development. Thank you, Honourable members.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker, members of the Executive, the Chief Whip of the Legislature, all whips in the House, Honourable members, and the guests at the gallery. When we talk about revitalizing township economies, we are not talking about an abstract policy idea. We are talking about our people's survival. We are talking about the single mother in Umlazi who sells fruit at the taxi rank to keep her child in school, the young graduate in Nongoma who dreams of opening a printing business but cannot access a single line of credit, the small-scale farmer in Umzumbe who grows quality produce but has no proper market to sell it in. Township and rural economies are not informal by nature. They are informal by neglect. Decades of poor infrastructure, weak local investment, and centralized development have left millions of South Africans excluded from the promise of economic freedom. The missing infrastructure opportunity. Honourable Speaker, there are towns in KwaZulu-Natal where you can find 3 ATMs on one street corner, yet in deep rural communities, people must spend about 50 rands and even more to travel to town just to withdraw their social grant. Why is that? That is what we call infrastructural exclusion, a silent form of economic discrimination. It is the absence of banks, digital access, safe marketplaces, industrial spaces, and logistic infrastructure in our rural township zones that forces people to migrate to cities in search of opportunities. And once they reach those cities with no proper business spaces, they resort to selling at pavements and taxi ranks, not because they lack ambition, but because they lack support. The NFP says development must go to where people are. We cannot talk about growing township economies while townships remain cut off from arteries of economy, roads, energy, water, internet, and finance. Honorable Speaker, people are not waiting for government handouts. They are asking for access, for fairness, and for a chance to build. When we speak of businesses, we must also acknowledge that entrepreneurship starts small, with a table, a sewing machine, a vegetable stand, but it can grow if the environment allows it. We believe that finance should be the last hurdle, not the first wall. Before funding, people need reliable infrastructure, reduced red tape, proper registration systems, and access to nearby markets. We must ensure that financing, whether through government, banks, or development institutions, actually reaches township and rural entrepreneurs. Declaring billions means nothing if the beneficiaries cannot even access the application process. Therefore, we call on the NYDA, SIFTA, ITALA, and other agencies to decentralize their services, bring them to the communities, not just regional offices. Let there be mobile business desk in every district so that when a young person in Ntlazhuka or Kanongoma wants to start a business, they are not told to travel to Pietermaritzburg or Durban. As the NFP, we believe in partnership-driven growth. We call upon organized businesses and organizations like NAFCOC to work closely with government to create mentorship programs and supply chain inclusion for township traders and cooperatives. We cannot revive township economies if the private sector continues to see them as high-risk zones. It is time to treat township entrepreneurs as equal players in our provincial economy. We further propose a provincial township enterprise forums where a platform bringing together business associations, development finance institutions, municipalities, and community structures to coordinate real interventions, not just a report. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the influx of people into urban centers is a symptom, not a cause. People move to cities because rural and township areas have been left behind. But when we revitalize local economies, when we build markets, agro hubs, craft zones, and industrial clusters in township, we reverse that trend. Let us imagine a KwaZulu-Natal where a person from KwaMaphumulo or Mzimkhulu no longer needs to leave home to find work because the economy has come home to them. As the NFP, we say economic justice is not about slogans, it's about location, access, and dignity. Therefore, the NFP calls for investment where it matters most. In township and rural infrastructure, roads, broadband, and trading facilities. 2, simplified business regulation, one-stop centers for business registration and compliance at local level. Number 3, fair finance, referring to tailor-made funding models with quick turnaround times, small collateral, and local reach. Number 4, skills and mentorship pipelines. There we will be connecting youth, women, and local entrepreneurs with industry expertise. Accountability and monitoring is the 5th. Annual township economy scorecards tabled before this legislature to measure real progress and further supports or enhance oversight. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when we revitalize township economies, we do more than build businesses. We build belonging. We restore dignity. We bring the economy home. Ingakho ke sithi masakhe umnotho obeka bonke abantu bethu phambili, ikakhulukazi labo abaseyindaweni ezimalokishi kanye nasezindaweni ezisemakhaya. Ngiyabonga ke somlomo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga, for introducing that motion. Honorable members, we'll start with the debate. May I invite Honorable E.B. Khoza from the MKP for 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Inkosi yasemadungeni, Inkosi uChiliza, let me begin by acknowledging the undeniable truth in this motion. Our township economies remain severely underdeveloped. Local entrepreneurs continue to face immense challenges, limited access to capital, inadequate infrastructure, and exclusion from mainstream markets. These are not new problems. They are the result of decades systemic neglect, failed policies, and persistent lack of political will. However, Honorable Speaker, while we support the spirit of this motion, we must interrogate its substance and question the sincerity behind it. We agree that infrastructure is the backbone of any thriving economy. Roads, electricity, and internet connectivity are essential for business growth, but we must ask, where has the investment been all these years? Billions have been allocated to township infrastructure, yet potholes remain, electricity is unreliable, and internet access is still a luxury. The issue is not merely about funding, it is about corruption, mismanagement, and the lack of accountability. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party calls for transparent, community-led infrastructure development where local contractors are empowered and funds are tracked and audited to ensure delivery. We need infrastructure that serves the people, not pockets of politically connected. Tax breaks for township businesses are a welcome idea, but they are not enough. The reality is that most township businesses operate informally and they are excluded from formal tax systems. These entrepreneurs need access to markets, fair procurement opportunities, and protection from monopoles that dominate local economies. We propose a township economic empowerment bill which mandates that a significant percentage of government procurement be sourced from township-based businesses. Let us move beyond token gestures and create real structural economic inclusion. We support the idea of microloans, mentorships, and training, but we must ask who will administer these programs. Past initiatives have failed because they were managed by bureaucrats disconnected from township realities. We advocate the community-based development hubs led by local entrepreneurs and civil society, not distant officials. These hubs must offer practical skills training, accessible finance, and mentorship tailored to unique challenges of township life. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Umkhonto weSizwe Party stands firm in its commitment to economic liberation of our people. We support the intent of this motion, but we demand action. Let us not pass motions that sound good in this House but fail to transform the lives of our people. Let us build a township economy that is vibrant, inclusive, and truly owned by the people. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khoza. The next honorable member is Honorable Obi Kunene from the IFP for 5 minutes. Ntimande.
The Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Nkosi yasemadungeni, Honorable Mrs. Honorable members of this House, it is a rare opportunity that we get where there is simply a consensus among all debaters on the motion on the table. This motion before us is a very important one for the economic future of KwaZulu-Natal. Our township economies hold immediate They hold immense potential. However, they remain trapped by decades of neglect and limited opportunity. The IFP supports these motions because it calls for focused investment, digital inclusion, and meaningful support for local entrepreneurs. It is a reality that vast majority of townships were built without partial planning or long-term economic vision. Roads were narrow, industrial zones were absent, and commercial hubs were an afterthought. It is for this reason that the ex-Swahili KwaZulu government, under the leadership of the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, through its investment arm, the KFC, introduced incentives which resulted to investors establishing their factories in industrial parks at Ezakeni, Matateni, and Gwastebe. Another matter of concern which I wish to include in this debate is the establishment of malls in the different townships. While we welcome these malls, it is concerning that they displace local entrepreneurs. A model has to be put in place where local entrepreneurs are absorbed and form part of the consortium of business owners, that they own shares in these malls, but they not only own shares, but also play a management role when these malls are introduced in the township. Furthermore, there's a need to grow the number of black industrialists in our country. Black people should move away from being consumers and participating in the retail sector and become consumers. But they must move to the manufacturing sector in order to ensure that they play a meaningful role in growing the economy of our country. We must take cognizance of the fact that young people are now creating work through digital platforms. Some produce podcasts and online shows. Others shoot short films, promote fashion, or sell local products through social media. They are innovating with minimal support and using creativity as capital. We'll fail them if we limit our thinking about township economies to physical spaces and traditional shops. On this point, I believe that the motion's focus on internet connectivity is vital. Connectivity is no longer a luxury. It is a lifeline for young entrepreneurs who cannot afford high data costs. It connects talent with opportunity and allows township businesses to advertise, trade, and expand. Building this digital backbone will require decisive government action and genuine partnerships with the private sector. Furthermore, the motion called for targeted infrastructure investment to help rebuild township roads, improve electricity reliability, and expand broadband access. Financial incentives such as tax relief and small business support will attract investments and encourage private participation. Access to microloans and mentorship will allow entrepreneurs to grow from survivalist traders to sustainable business owners. Honourable Speaker, the IFP has always promoted the principle of self-help and self-reliance. These values remain relevant today. Developing township economies is not an act of charity. It is a deliberate strategy to build a balanced provincial economy that works for everyone. Let us create a KwaZulu-Natal where success stories emerge from Gwamashu, Umlazi, Umhlatuze. Let us empower the youth who are ready to lead in digital and creative industries. Let us ensure that every plan adopted by this House is followed by action that restores dignity and opportunity. The forum proposed by the move of the motion is supported. The IFP supports this motion. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kunene Mtimande. The next Honourable Member, Honourable SMM Kize, by the ANC for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, From the birth of our liberation struggle, the African National Congress has always understood the fundamental truth that political freedom without economic emancipation is incomplete. Hence, our Freedom Charter declared that the people shall share in the country's wealth. That declaration speaks directly to what we are debating today, the creation of township economies that are not merely spaces of consumption, but engines of production, innovation, and shared prosperity. Honorable Speaker, while the challenges persist due to the demons of our painful past, township economy empowerment is unfolding, not by accident, but through deliberate ANC-led policies choices that continue to transform the lives of our people. We know that those who deny this progress are blinded by political convenience, because acknowledging it would mean admitting that the ANC continues to deliver transformation even in difficult moments. Under the leadership of the ANC, the district development model known as DDM has become a critical instrument in aligning planning, budgeting, and implementation across all spheres of government. One plan, one budget, one implementation of framework. As President Cyril Ramaphosa reminded us recently, the DDM was born out of the need to end the three stubborn challenges that have long undermined local development: working in silos, parachuted development, and poor projects coordination. In the past, government projects were often parachuted into communities without consultation or alignment with local realities. That era is ending. The DDM demands that development be built with communities, not for them. It insists that every project, from township trading hub to a local road upgrade, must be a product of consultation, integration, and shared accountability among national, provincial, and local spheres. Through this model, we're ensuring that townships like KwaMashu, Umlazi, Emadadeni, and Eskawini are not afterthoughts of the economy, but active sites of investment. Municipal infrastructure plans are being aligned with provincial priorities and provincial plans with national development goals. Indeed, one plan, one budget, one implementation approach. However, Honorable Speaker, we must also confront with honesty the scourge of foreign nationals who have hijacked township economies, often through unfair trading practices and exploitative networks that undermine local entrepreneurship. This reality demands stronger regulation, fair enforcement, and empowerment of South African township enterprises so that economic spaces reflect the vision of the Freedom Charter, that the wealth of this country belongs to its people. Linked to this is the Infrastructure Investment Plan, deliberately targeting township and rural economies, improving roads, electricity supply, water access, and broadband connectivity, because without infrastructure, there can be no meaningful economic inclusion. Furthermore, the continued expansion of access to finance training through SETA, CIFA, and the Small Enterprise Finance Agency ensures that township entrepreneurs are not left behind. These are but a few of the many interventions being implemented under the ANC-led government to build an economy that is inclusive, locally rooted, and people-driven. Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you so much. Tabazela. The next honourable member, Honourable ZK Ngobo from the MKP, 6 minutes. Mapoloba.
Greetings, Honourable Speaker. For correction, I'm ZJ Ngobo. Yes. Ngibingelele inkosi yasemadungeni, our party leader. Ngibingelele chief whip wethu MKP, Honorable Mngadi, bese ngibingelela the guest at the gallery. Ngibingelela bonke abahlonishwa bakhona. Ngifuna ukuthatha lethuba nje ngiqale ngizokhuza abantu laba bavele babehave sokuyimako mabefika la bencomane no president wabo okuyile nkinga esikuyo nje ukuthi township economy ayiphakami isimanga sakhe. Honorable Speaker, as a member of Umkhonto weSizwe Party, I rise to discuss the critical challenges facing township economies, a motion brought to us by NFP. The township of KwaZulu-Natal were born out of apartheid policies that were designed to segregate and disenfranchise abantu abamnyama. 31 years post-apartheid, townships remain trapped in a cycle of poverty and underdeveloped. These challenges have hindered the growth and development of areas, perpetuating inequality and limiting economic opportunities. Honorable Speaker, South Africa remains one of the world's most unequal countries, marked by significant income differences between blacks and whites, and an economy that lacks inclusivity. The current pattern of economic growth, which shows forth of generating sufficient jobs and livelihood opportunities. We also need to address the high unemployment level and income poverty. The private and government sector should play a critical role in employment creation and economic growth. Approximately 40% of the working age population resides in townships, and also 60% unemployed population also resides in townships. The apartheid planning system resulted in townships acting as dormitories for labor requirements. Honorable Speaker, asikubeke nje kube sobala ukuthi uhulumeni we-ANC uhlulekile nalo we-GPU uyahluleka ukulekelela abantu abahlala emalokishini. Ziningi-ke iy'nkinga ey'dala ukuthi umnotho wamalokishi ungasimami. Okunye okudala lokhu ukuthi noma sekuphume imixhaso yokusimamisa osomabhizinisi abasafufusa inikwa abantu abathize bese yehla ngemlenze. Uma ke kwenzekile yaphuma ngendlela efanele, uthola ukuthi abantu abathole uxhaso abaqeqeshiwe ngokwanele ukuthi imali iphathwa kanjani. Ukunganakekelwa ke kwemigwaqo yalesi sifundazwe kunomthelelo omkhulu ukuthi osomabhizinisi bengakwazi ukuhweba bese nomphakathi uhluleka futhi ukufinyelela kwimikhiqizo ngenxa yokuthi akuhambeki. Izinqalazizinda zonke zindala. Uqhamcishi kagesi ukuthi uma usucimile izigebengu zithola ithuba lokuntshontsha wonke lokuntshontsha. Nawo ke futhi lo gesi ubuye umbe eqolo. Enye inkinga enkulu edala ukuthi umnotho ungasimami ukugcwala kwama-tuck shop aphethwe abantu bokufika. In the olden days, tuck shops were a backbone of townships' economy. The lack of reliable and fast internet connectivity in townships restricts access to information and hinder online education and job opportunities, which limit economic growth. Honorable Speaker, a call for radical economic transformation that will prioritize the development of township is now. Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we are here to offer inputs that will help us to revive township economy. Now again, solutions. We need to invest in infrastructure to create an enabling environment for businesses. Small business and medium enterprises need to be supported. This concludes access to funding, mentorship, and markets. Residents and stakeholders need to be involved in decision-making processes to ensure that solutions meet the specific needs of each township, because siyazi ukuthi ama-township nje khona iy'nkinga ababhekene nazo ayifani. We need to formulate policies that promote local procurement and ensure that township businesses benefit from government contracts. We also need to address issues of corruption and mismanagement of funds, which diverts resources away from critical development projects. Accountability, transparency is essential to ensure that funds allocated for township development are used effectively and reach those who need them the most. Honorable Speaker, reviving township economy is crucial to generate jobs and opportunities for the youth of KZN. Government should partner with private sector to implement support programs and increase financial assistance. Sengivala. Townships were designed by white settlers as a weapon to strip off black people their birthright okuwumhlaba, and umhlaba siyawufuna, sifuna ukuthi abantu bakithi bekwazi ukutshala. Yingakho ke siwumkhonto wesizwe sithi no land no freedom. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Ngobo. The next Honourable Member is Honourable H.S. Legit from the Democratic Alliance for 8 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, townships in KwaZulu-Natal are hotbeds of entrepreneurial potential. They are full of people, especially young people, with grit, hustle, and ideas that could power real growth. They want to start a business. They want to contribute, to employ, to innovate, but far too often they are held back by the basics. Lights that don't switch on, roads that will break your car suspension, water that runs dry in your tap, and an online world that stops at the township boundary. This is about freedom, fairness, and opportunity, values at the very core of the Democratic Alliance. Where you live should not determine the ceiling on your ambition. Township economies are not an afterthought in KwaZulu-Natal. They must be the growth story. As the Democratic Alliance, serving in the government of provincial unity, we have been very consistent. If we are serious about reducing poverty and unemployment, we must ignite township enterprise. And to do that, we need to do the simple things well and do them together. Government, business, communities must all pull in the same direction. Let me start with a story that captures this very vividly. Yesterday, at the KwaZulu-Natal Investment Conference, which I attended, a young entrepreneur from Inanda stood up and spoke about her small restaurant. She didn't ask for a grant. She didn't ask for a special favor. She asked for a street light, one pole. She said, when the street lights go out, the night economy dies. Customers rush home before sunset, deliveries stop, and she even pays a private security guard just to keep her little business's doors open. She said she managed to fix one light, and the foot traffic on that block came back. One street light turned into more meals sold, more hours of work, and more hope. Now imagine if we fixed the whole corridor of street lights, and imagine if we did that in every township. This is the lesson. The obstacle is not a lack of enterprise. It's a lack of enabling conditions. So let's start with the basics and let's be honest about them. A coffee shop cannot operate without electricity. A car wash cannot operate without water. And a delivery service cannot survive pothole-ridden roads that will wreck their vehicles and delay deliveries to customers. No business is going to invest down a dark street where people fear being ambushed in the dark. Our first job is to switch the lights on, fix the water, patch the roads, and make it safe. Let's ring-fence budget lines for township infrastructure at provincial and municipal level and focus the first wave which will have the biggest impact. The walking routes around taxi ranks, schools, clinics, and trading hubs where one working bulb changes the whole night. The DA has been very clear that we need to prioritize municipal infrastructure if we are going to turbocharge the economy. Now, safety and infrastructure unlock the door, but the cutting of red tape will actually open it. Too many would-be entrepreneurs give up because they are just lost in a maze of forms, permits, regulations, and these are all written in indecipherable jargon. We should be making it easier to start and run a business, not testing people's patience. The DA has long proposed one-stop shop opportunity centers in every municipality. These are physical counters and an online portal where a trader can register a business, get tax and labor compliance, access a plain language checklist for health and safety, find a template for basic bookkeeping, and get help to apply for finance. Pair that with a toll-free helpline and a WhatsApp chatbot that speaks to the exact stage of the business. Startup, first employee, first tender, and first delivery van, all done in one go. This is the difference between a dream and a simple invoice. Now, connectivity is the modern trading stall. If you can't get online, you can't get ahead. For example, a cafe in Umlazi or a spaza shop in Inanda should be able to market on social media, accept digital payments, run a simple inventory app, and engage suppliers just beyond their neighborhood. We must treat township broadband as basic economic infrastructure, work with national programs to accelerate public Wi-Fi hotspots in high streets and markets, and prioritize connecting schools and libraries that double as learning and co-working spaces after hours. A few megabits of bandwidth can be the difference between waiting for foot traffic and selling to the big city. The DA's Minister of Communications and Digital Technology understands this fundamental cog needed to achieve inclusive growth. And he has done so by tearing down the barriers that prevent innovative service providers like Starlink from entering our market. He has also tackled the high cost of smart devices, which are essential for accessing the internet, making these tools affordable and will unlock the digital world for all. This initiative has the potential to be one of the largest empowerment programs in our history. Imagine the day when every South African, especially those in remote and underserved areas, can connect to the internet, access information, and improve their lives. Now, next is finance. Finance is hard to come by as a small business in a township, and so it must go where the banks don't. This means creating a practical pathway from microloans to growth capital with guardrails against predatory lending. Start with credit guarantees and encourage bank and fintechs to fund viable township business. We also need to look at crowdfunding platforms and ensure that they have a space to be linked to businesses at these opportunity centers. We must link incubators and supply development funds to real pipelines in retail, logistic, food processing, repairs, and waste recycling. The sectors where township businesses already operate and can scale with a little bit of a nudge. We have strong examples in this country of hubs that combine co-working space with mentorship and market access, and we should seed those models in our own high potential areas. And we must widen the on-ramp to opportunity. This starts in our schools. Let's pilot an entrepreneurship strand in the curriculum, not as theory lessons, but as practical modules with real mentors, simple business plans, and even a Saturday market where learners can test their business ideas. Pair that with a job seeker enablement package for young people, transport to interview vouchers, data access for job applications, and support for micro enterprise attempts, and you've got your foot in the door. Colleagues, none of this requires us to reinvent the wheel. We have working examples, and we just need to copy them to scale. Honourable Speaker, we can't keep asking entrepreneurs to do the impossible in the dark. Our role is to make the basics work. Open the front door and frankly just get out of their way. Let's switch the lights on, literally and figuratively, and back our doers to do the rest. If we do that, township economies won't just be part of the KZN growth story. They will indeed write the next chapter. I so move.
Thank you so much, Honourable Legit. Honourable members, the next Honourable Member, Honourable M.W. Twala from the EFF for 4 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, as the EFF, we support real township development. We reject shows and theatre. Today's motion is theatre in a big scam. The NFP sits inside the GPU government. The NFP enjoys access to cabinet, access to ATIA, access to government entities, and yet it arrives here to perform outrage it could have acted on in cabinet. If you are serious, you would have placed a decision in cabinet with a budget and a date, not a script to perform in this house. Let us be honest about this coalition. You need each other, but you clearly do not like each other. You rehearse and practice unity when you are together indoors, and then rehearse and practice conflicts for cameras. In the boardroom, you agree with each other. In public, you appear as though you challenge each other just to keep your party logos and identity alive. That is not economic development. That is stage management. We are using these motions to try and appear as though you are sensitive to the challenges of our people. The truth is that you are not. Here's the truth you cannot dismiss. The township economy is not delivering for the township people. A real economy reduces unemployment. Our people are not working. Traders cannot trade with the lights off, when the water is off, and when the streets is unsafe and the road is broken. You can wave glossy plans and recite strategy titles. Our communities cannot eat plans and promises. GPU government, here's a simple challenge and assignment. Honorable Mtombeni, through you, Honorable Speaker. I dare you to consider this. If you claim that township firms and companies are thriving and that thousands of jobs have been created, please call Imbizo next month. Fill it with the very people and the very workers and owners that you said you've created. We'll be there to witness. You speak in theory, we'll speak in practice. Name 10 thriving black-owned firms in Umlazi, Inanda, Newcastle, Ngwelezane, Ulundi, and Mtubatuba that are profitable today. Don't bring us people who are busy with tenders. We need sustainable enterprises that have been established and are successful because of your intervention. Name the industries that you've actually revived in the 7th administration. Name 5 mass employing companies that you have rescued with provincial instruments. Do not tell us to read, just show us. We can show you factories that have shut down in Mandeni, in Pinetown, in Westmead, in Newcastle, and at Mnambit. We can show you families that have lost jobs and thousands of students that are unemployed and not in business. We can show you shop owners who close because of crime, leaves at the door, and service delivery fails, and it fails and lives in their ceilings. This is the gap between your speeches and their lives. The motion uses the right words, but the content is empty. Targeted investment without names, date, and cost is not a program. Tax breaks without jobs on the ground are not support. Macro finance without real mentors and real markets is another ceremony.
Thank you, Honourable Tyler. Thank you, Honourable Members. The next Honourable Member is Honourable TJ Mabaso from the MKP for 6 minutes.
Honourable Speaker, Nkosi Sasemadungeni, Honourable Members, the township economy cannot be realized under GNU GPU status quo. The political concoction hinders the rollout of the NDR. The peacetime heroes and pseudo-revolutionaries always preach us slogans by Lenin's teachings, but failing to implement the idea as a ruling party. Mao Zedong said, a revolution is not a dinner party or writing an essay or printing a picture or doing embroidery. It cannot be so refined, so leisurely and gently. Commander Chris Tembisile once said, communism is a means to achieve a socialist society with a focus on meeting basic human needs like housing, water, healthcare, and education for all South Africans. The DA adherence to Zionism and neoliberal policies antithetical to the principles of affirmative action and economic empowerment for marginalized. Their opposition to affirmative action undermine efforts to address historical injustice. Lo mshado wenu awubusisiwe, umfazi uyahlobonga. Thomas Sankara once said, we must dare to invest the future, a future where our townships are not defined by what they lack, but abundance of opportunities they provide. The SANDF budget cut has severity implicated a reality to secure our borders. Lieutenant General Mpaha complained about our borders and all weapons used by SANDF and military. That is neglected by the government and called its Mickey Mouse. The Chief SANDF, General Rosane Mapanya, made a statement about solidarity with Iran during the official visit. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi also made allegations about drug cartel influencing the government and judiciary. Today, township economies on the hands of foreign nationals because of our security that is undermined. Ugogo Enji is a liability, deputized by a Major General Olomisa. Ugogo Enji does not know anything about safeguarding the country. This is a slippery slope. One day, a non-South African will be a president, because we have witnessed that the ruling party have endorsed that a man can take a woman's surname, which means foreigners can get married to our South Africans and get IDs. As a Pan-Africanist organization, our call is urgent for investment in township infrastructure. The overlooked heart of our economic potential lies within this township investment. Infrastructure, roads, and telecommunications utilized will connect the areas to the wider economy. Let us transform our approach to encourage business growth through financial incentives by introducing tax breaks for business operating in townships. We are not stimulating economic activities, but creating ecosystem where business can thrive and innovate. Kwame Nkrumah once said, freedom is not something that one person can bestow on another. Coming back to security of our country, the Madlanga Commission has exposed the ruling party, how they operate. We cannot expect to have a country stable uma ngabe kusenabaholi abayilolu hlobo. Ukuze ke umnotho wasemalokishini ube sezingeni eliphezulu, sidinga ukuthi lobu buholi obubolile njengamanje buphume kungena abantu abacompetent. Wayishilo-ke noMatamela wathi abantu bakhe ba-incompetent. Umkhonto wesizwe is ready and poised to govern. Sithi-ke njengamanje abantu base-South Africa bayabona iMadlanga Commission ikwenze konke, umkhonto uyosala usuzenzela. Ngiyabonga Speaker.
The next honourable member from the NFP, Honourable CM Shinga, for 4 minutes.
Ngibonge mhlonishwa Deputy Speaker uTembe, ngibingelele members of the Executive Leader of Government Business, the Chief Whip, honourable members, Sanbonani. Again, the NFP rises to speak in firm support of the motion because revitalizing township economies is not a side issue. It is the foundation of a fair, inclusive and self-sustaining KwaZulu-Natal. Whilst we speak of infrastructure and access, but this debate also demands that we speak about the soul of our economy, the people who make it move. Townships and rural economies are not only about trade, they are about community identity, local production and self-reliance. Honorable Speaker, the NFP believes that we must revive the spirit of local enterprise that once defined the rural communities. Siyakhumbula ukuthi phambilini abantu bebeyimele eindaweni zasemakhaya benza amabhizinisi abekwazi ukusenzela izinto ezinkulu ekubalwa phakathi kwazo intuthuko yomphakathi njengokwakha izikole nokusupport imphakathi nokunye. These were economies of pride and purpose, not dependency. Today, that strength has been weakened by underinvestment and policy neglect. Rural producers struggle to transport goods to town because of poor roads. Small township tailors and food vendors are excluded from procurement system that could keep their businesses alive. The NFP therefore calls for local procurement quotas that ensure that at least 40% of municipal and provincial contracts go to township and rural enterprises. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the NFP's manifesto of 2024, we are reminded that, I quote, "We seek to restore the dignity of the poor by decentralizing development and giving people the means to sustain their own communities," unquote. This motion is a step towards that vision. We must also confront rural-urban imbalance. When our youth leave Mzimkhulu, Inkandla in search of opportunities, it is not ambition alone that drives them. It is the absence of opportunity at home. That migration drains the human capital that should be rebuilding rural areas. Mhlonishwa Somlomo, while sikhuluma about rural economy, akumele sishiye eceleni isimo sobugebengu esenza ukuthi amabhizinisi asemalokishini nasemakhaya angakwazi ukuthuthuka ngendlela. Njengoba sazi ukuthi phambilini abantu bebakha imikhiqizo yabo baphume bethwele indishi nokhalibhothi beyodayisa umuzi nomuzi. Akusenzeki ngoba kusaphephile ngenxa ke yobugebengu. So ubugebengu ngeke sibushiye ke ngaphandle. Therefore, the NFP, we advocate for community enterprise zones in each district, integrating rural and cooperatives, artisans and township traders into one ecosystem of production and trade. Education and skills centers aligned with local industries, ensuring our schools and TVET colleges prepare young people for the economy around them. Public transport integration between rural nodes and township markets, because a connected economy is a growing economy. Honorable Somlomo, township revitalization is not only about money, it's about mindset.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, the next honorable member is Honorable MD Ndebele from the ANC for 4 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Mthombe and honorable members, the African National Congress rise to support this motion, not as a gesture of agreement, but as a continuation of our long-standing struggle to reorganize economic power relations in our country. Township economy did not become underdeveloped by coincidence. They were systematically designed. They were designed by a capitalist system that was also colonial and placed black labor far away from places of production, but not too far to serve the white economy. This was capitalism in exclusion. As Lenin warned us, without understanding the condition that produces exploitation, one cannot abolish exploitation. Therefore, our view as the ANC is that the root cause of poverty and township poverty is not structural, it is natural, it is man-made, and it is designed by a system. Honorable Chair, however, poverty is not just in our country, but it is a global phenomenon, of course, informed by global growth, stagnation, and many other factors that affect the growth and development of our people. It is therefore our call as the ANC that all members, including those on opposition bench, must join us in developing the township economy of our people, and that is why we agree with our economy, with this motion. And our view is that you cannot develop the economy through slogan, through shouting. You develop the economy through executing a proper plan. And as the ANC, we have developed a 10-point plan. And in that 10-point plan, we might not speak about other things, but as it relates to this matter, we want to highlight the few. One, you must localize development and you must echo it within the TTM mode. Two, you must ensure that there is an access to finance through Umnoto Fund and Itala and many other state institutions. You must strategically use electricity tariff to lower the cost of local manufacturing. You must rebuild the state capacity and ensure that you develop its management so that they are able to deal with catalytic projects. Already, honorable members, if you go to Kwamashu, if you go to Emandeni, if you go to Umlazi, the Department of Economic Development have already begun a process from the 6th administration, and this process is to formalize, finance, and link provincial value chain to broader provincial value chain. Honorable Speaker, history warns us that revolutionaries do not fail because they have bad intention, but they fail because of their failure to change the material condition of our people. It is because of this reason as the ANC that we therefore support this motion. We support this motion because the reality is, if we do not develop our township economy, if we do not come together and say, what mechanism can we do to develop township economy, to develop rural economy, our people will continue to swim in poverty. And we are not going to do this through slogan. We are not going to do this through division. We are going to do this through comprehensive program of action. And that is the program of action that we offer this. The ANC supports this motion.
Thank you, honourable members. The next honourable member from the MKP is Honourable C.S. Zuma for 7 minutes.
Madam Speaker, honourable members, Inkosi Uqhiliza, our Chief Whip, ngiyabingelela. As the voice of millions of forgotten people across KwaZulu-Natal, those in our township, informal settlement, and rural peripheries, where poverty is not just an economic condition, but a daily sentence. We note with interest the motion brought before this House regarding the underdevelopment of township economies, and while we support the general intention behind this motion, as the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we say it does not go far enough. What is being proposed here is too little. Too late, it amounts to patchwork on a gaping wound left behind by decades of economic neglect and political lip service. Mhla savuma ukuthi isystem esiphila ngaphansi kwayo yakhelwa ukucindezela umuntu omnyama. Siyokuyeka to defend izinto ezicindezela umuntu omnyama nezihlukumeza umuntu omnyama. Kodwa siyothola ama-solutions wokuthi how then do we break this evil system ezocindezela umuntu ompisholo. The problem is systemic, not cosmetic, Madam Speaker. The underdevelopment of our township economies is not accidental. It is a direct legacy of colonial dispossession, apartheid spatial planning, and post-1994 neoliberal economic policies. That's why prioritize shopping malls over industrial zones, handout over empowerment, and profit over people. On infrastructure investment, we support the call for infrastructure investment, but let us be clear, what township needs is not just a targeted investment, but we need transformative infrastructure led by the state, not outsourced to corrupt entrepreneurs or multinationals. We demand one, a state-owned industrial parks in every major township. Focus on agro-processing, textile, construction material, and ICT. Community-owned solar energy grants to bypass Eskom's failure and empower people with clean, reliable electricity. Thirdly, public transport corridors that link township not only to urban centers, but to each other, unlocking regional economic integration. This House must resolve to make infrastructure a tool of liberation, not a gift wrapped in red tape. On financial incentives, the motion proposes tax breaks for business in the townships. We ask, what businesses? The reality is that most township business operates informally outside the tax net. So this proposal may benefit the very corporations that suffocate local entrepreneurs, not the hawker, not the mechanic, not the single mother baking a magwinya to feed her children. Instead, we propose a township economic freedom fund, seeded by the provincial government and managed by communities, offering zero interest loans, not microloans with exploitative conditions. They've mentioned the land, of which is very important, the land allocation, the title deeds for township-based cooperatives, allowing them to access finance and build permanent infrastructure. A 70% local procurement policy for all government departments and schools and forces on one level.
There's someone standing. Can you please take a seat? Honorable Ndebele, what rule do you rise on?
Siyabonga Sekela Somlomo. Ngisukuma ngaphansi kwa 57(1)D ngifuna ukuthi umhlonishwa amagwinya angawuthatha umbuso.
Honorable member, Honorable Ndebele, there is no Mhlonishwa Magwinya. Please can you?
Oh, I mean umhlonishwa.
Yes, please withdraw and apologize.
I withdraw and apologize.
Honorable members from the MK, please can you allow me to preside? Thank you. Honorable Zuma, Honorable Ndebele asks if you could take a question.
Honorable
Zuma.
Can I proceed, Deputy Speaker?
Honorable Zuma, that was uncalled for. Please withdraw and apologize.
On a point of order.
You may
on a point of order, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tax breaks without transformation are like watering a dead tree, it won't grow. On mentorship and training, honorable members, mentorship and training are important, but they must be driven by township-based centers of excellence, not by private consultants who know nothing about the lived realities of our people. We propose the partnership with local universities must prioritize research on township economies to shape evidence-based policy.
Zuma, please may you sit down. Honorable Mkhize, what rule do you rise on?
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm in no way intending to interrupt the Speaker on the podium. However, I'm rising.
What rule do you rise on, Honorable
75, offensive or insulting words or gestures. Honorable Hadebe, seated there, shouted, "Uyadakwa lo." Now, our corner spotting in this House, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. May be seated. Honorable Hadebe, may please rise. Honorable Hadebe, may please rise. Honorable Hadebe, did you say to the honorable member, Oyadagwa? Can the honorable member who also said he is drunk, can he please stand? Honorable Hadebe?
No, no mangasho kodwa uyakhuzela bana.
No. Honorable member, please stand. Now that is something else. Can you please withdraw and apologize?
Apologize.
No. May you please withdraw unreservedly and apologize?
Apologize.
Can you please?
I withdraw.
And apologize.
And apologize.
Thank you. Can the honourable member at the end please stand? Honourable Nene, please rise. Honourable member, please withdraw the statements you make and apologize. Ugutu uyaphuza uyadakwa. Can you please withdraw? I can't hear you. Please put on your mic.
I apologize.
Please withdraw and apologize.
I withdraw and apologize.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
No, thank you so much. Honourable members, can we please not turn this House into a circus? This is a debate on important matters. Please, may you be seated, Honourable Member. Thank you. You may be seated.
I'm switching off the mic.
All right, thank you. You can be assisted. I apologize, Honourable Zuma. Please, can you continue?
We propose partnership with local universities must prioritize research on township economies to shape evidence-based policy. Elders and retired professionals should be mobilized to mentor the youth, reviving the spirit of Ubuntu. Skills hub within every township with training in digital skills, artisanal work, cooperative governance, and green economy initiatives. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let us not fool ourselves with half measures. We need people's economy. We must end the economic apartheid that continues to divide this province. We support the motion, but only if it is amended to include: 1, a fully funded township industrialization strategy. Secondly, strict localization targets for procurement and hiring. Thirdly, democratic oversight by ward-based economic forums. Because only then we'll stop managing poverty and start building real power for our people. Let us not think around the edges. Let us radically transform the township economy with state power in service of the people. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Zuma. Honourable members, the next honourable member from the IFP is Honourable T.D. Buthelezi for 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. MECs present, Leader of Government Business, Nkosi Cheleza, Leader of the Official Opposition. We stand to support this very important motion raised by the NFP because these challenges identified in this motion form part of our deliberate focus of building an inclusive economy. In response to what members have raised, the KwaZulu-Natal Cabinet approved the Provincial Township and Rural Economies Revitalization Strategy, which is a comprehensive framework to drive economic transformation in township and rural areas. And this strategy seeks to reverse the persistent economic decline, deprivation, and poverty experienced in our townships. Let me just explain to members what the Department of Economic Development has been able to achieve just in the past 12 months. ETIA has rolled out several targeted interventions, such as the enterprise development, economic empowerment, regional and local economic development. Through these initiatives, tangible progress has been made. 3,475 SMMEs have been supported through these interventions. 724 SMMEs were assisted to formalize and register their businesses with the CIPC. 1,887 SMMEs received dedicated business advisory services.
659 SMMEs benefited from business management training and mentorship support, and 205 SMMEs that previously received funding from the department were provided with post-funding support to enhance sustainability and impact. So there is a difference, honorable members, between theory and actually running government in practice. It is easy to throw stones and to theorize, but to run an inclusive economic growth strategy takes real vision, as we see ETIA doing now. Furthermore, the department continues to strengthen shared production facilities, particularly in the detergents and chemical sector. Let me share with members what ETIA is doing in the townships. In KwaMashu, they have developed the detergent facility in Kamalake Township, Oku, Eskaleni Township, King Echwayo, and Matateni Industrial Park in Amajub. A total of 38 SMMEs within the sector were incubated and received mentorship through these shared facilities. These initiatives, Honorable Speaker, reflect a practical and sustained effort to stimulate business growth, not only in the townships, but also in the rural economy, so that we expand our opportunities to local entrepreneurs. Further to that, as we speak, the Department of ETIA has been hosting a 2-day KZN investment conference yesterday and today, where they've been able to secure 101 billion rand in new investments that will stimulate the economy. But the key intervention of this investment conference is to include the township economy into the formal economy. As we speak, one of the projects that will be benefiting our township entrepreneurs is the expansion of the NPC cement factory in Port Shepstone to allow our township entrepreneurs to get into that economy. On the 13th of November, the Heineken Mavavela Buyback Center and glass crushing facility will be opened in eThekwini to allow township entrepreneurs from around the Pinetown, Murren Hill area to participate in the waste management and green economy value chain. Therefore, we support this motion because it speaks exactly to what the government is doing as it is seized now. We are building on a very firm foundation that saw the revitalization of the township economy, as we see at Wastebe Industrial Park and also Ezakeni Industrial Park, where Itala is playing a leading role in formalizing the township economy into the mainstream economy of the province. As the government of KwaZulu-Natal, we are not paying mere lip service. We are not engaged in platitudes and mere revolutionary talk, not backed up by any action, but we are seized with running the economy. We are seized with creating jobs. We are seized with creating an inclusive economy that will be able to build this province, that will be able to build the country from the ruins of previous policies that have not been able to give the necessary economic growth that this province needs. We therefore support this motion and we applaud the efforts of MEC Reverend Musa Zondi in ETIA. We applaud the efforts of the Premier and all the MECs in the economic cluster who are working hard day and night so that our people who are on the margins, who are on the periphery, can claim their rightful place as captains of industry and meaningful participants in the economy of this province. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Buthelezi. Honourable members, that bring us to the end of the substantial debate. I'd like to invite Honourable MC Shinga for 5 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Ngithathe leli thuba ngibonge kakhulu emhlonishwa sekela somlomo mhlonishwa uTembe ngiyabingelela once again bahlonishwa bonke. Allow me to express the sincere appreciation to all honourable members who contributed to this important debate on revitalizing township economies. The quality of the engagement reflects our shared recognition that the township economy is not a peripheral concern, it is the beating heart of our provincial economic future. Siyabonga kakhulu. Mhlonishwa iB Khoza remind us that inclusion without accountability is meaningless. Siyavumelana kakhulu, and indeed we agree ukuthi akukho ntuthuko engaphumelela yenzeke uma kunenkohlakalo. That is very correct. I don't think any member can disagree with that. Funds meant to empower our people must be traceable, transparent, and reach the intended beneficiaries. Ngithanda ukubonga kakhulu Honourable OB Kunene, who have highlighted the need for township entrepreneurs to be absorbed into the ownership structures of malls and developments. Siyabonga kakhulu mhlonishwa ngaleyo input. Honourable Mkhize, siyabonga kakhulu on your emphasis of the role of the DDM, and you were the first one to raise really issue that's threatening the economy of the foreign nationals. Siyabonga ngalelo phuzu. Honourable Lijet, your important points. Thank you very much for your contribution and being relevant. Honourable Ndebele, indeed you showed us you are the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, the stance you took on educating all of us. But I want to come to Honourable Twala of the EFF, who got into the stage and attacked the NFP. It is not a secret that the National Freedom Party is part of the government of provincial unity, Somlo.
Honourable MEC, can you please take a seat? Honourable Member, what rule do you rise on?
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 57(1)D.
57(1)D. Honourable Shinga, would you like to take a question? A question?
A question from
the Honourable Member.
No, thanks.
Thank you so much. She said no.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Bengithi uzongireminder that I directly mentioned Honourable Twala, Speaker. I apologize for that. I thought she was rising on that point. Honourable Twala, uzwakale ngathi inhliziyo yakhe ibhlungu kakhulu ukuthi kune government of provincial unit in KwaZulu-Natal.
You may sit. Yes, Honourable Makubane, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 70. The member of podium is again addressing Honourable Twala, not through you, Speaker. She must address the presiding officer.
Honourable Makubane, I had already told her, but if everyone could keep quiet, maybe you could hear me. Thank you. You may continue, Honourable Shinga.
Thank you, Speaker. The Honourable Member of the EFF who came to debate referred to the GPU as the circus and the theatre. Now, I want to draw your attention to what the real circus and theatre is. Just yesterday, and I want to talk to your relevance that you want to make yourself relevant to the MKP. Yesterday, the ad hoc committee that investigate allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanas. Yesterday, whilst it is fresh in our minds, Honourable Sibonelo Nomvalo told your Commander-in-Chief how the EFF support declined in KwaZulu-Natal to 1%. He continued to say, "Navotelwa yintombi zenu kuphela." So what this says about abantu besifazane ukuthi they have no knowledge and understanding of politics. They don't understand political ideologies. Bavotela laba bambatha nabo kuphela. It is a shame. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shinga, may you please take a seat? Honorable Mngadi. Honorable Mngadi, what rule do you rise on?
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. I'm running.
Honorable members, I cannot hear Honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 57 1A. Can I request the Honorable MEC to talk about what you are in here, not about the issues at the other?
Sorry, Honorable Mngadi. Thank you, Honorable Mngadi. Honorable Mngadi, that is not a point of order. Please sit down. Thank you. You may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. But in that, buried in his criticism, we heard that our people need visible, tangible change and plans that stay in boardrooms. On that, we fully agree with Honorable Twala, but political provocation does not assist us in ensuring development of the people of KwaZulu-Natal. The National Freedom Party therefore closes this debate by reaffirming our call for practical inclusion where township trade
Order, honorable members. There is a
where
lot of
township
noise.
traders, spaza owners and small producers are mainstream. Infrastructure equity. And at last, I want to thank you, Honorable Buthelezi, for closing the debate on that note by highlighting what the government is busy doing, because as we speak, there is a conference on investment in KwaZulu-Natal where we hope there will be more opportunities for those in rural communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of the debate. Honorable members, I'd like to move on the order paper. 8.4, the report by the MEC for Transport and Human Settlements. Honorable members, on vote 12, departmental performance against their annual performance plans in line with the prescript of the Legislature Standing Rules 1131.
Thank you so much, Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you so much, Honorable Duma.
Ngolanyama for affording us this opportunity. Let me greet the Speaker, Khubela, the Chief Whip, Perpetua, the August House, Nkosi Yasemadunge, Bingelela Dung. We want to just first profusely apologize for this morning. We couldn't join the House physically in our debate, which is a culture that we always try to adhere to. Unfortunately, fortunately for us, KwaZulu-Natal, there is an economic growth on a regular basis. Yesterday, we were held up with the minister who was opening a 6.8 billion project, the 23 kilometers of Sanrand, which is a major milestone for us and key. Whilst we were there, she elaborated that she wants us today to request us that we follow and accompany her to Transnet. Once again, today, she was also launching a 1.6 billion of a crane from shore to the sea, which is another milestone in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, honorable members. I just wanted to highlight that we started there this morning. There is something mystery about that 23 kilometers which has been finished. I'm sure majority of us knows that from Ashburton now the lanes are 4, and when you grow, because there is a hill steep, there is 5 lane. It is designed in such a manner that is going to make our systems faster. You'll be saved of 8 minutes from here to eThekwini because the project has been finalized in another critical area. There is another mystery that there is a 6 kilometers where there is a mist-free and a rust-free. Those who were part and parcel of understanding geography, it means that if you take a vehicle from a container terminal port, there is then a strip that you can just store the vehicle without getting rust. So it's one of the fundamental milestones, which is why the dugout port, which is why you'll see a lot of containers in that stream of Umlazi Road. It is as a result of that. It's one of the 3 in South Africa as a country, and we're just going to benefit as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Chair, as we present this mid-year performance report, we wish to assure the people of KwaZulu-Natal that as an executive authority, we remain committed towards ensuring exemplary leadership, Honorable Speaker. We have ensured that resources of the department are used for the direct benefit of the ordinary members of the society. I'm sure by now we're all familiar that we did receive unqualified audit opinion from Auditor General. And they're saying that, yes, there's been some consistency starting from the time that we started gaining the process. The ethos of selflessness, the service of our people have guided all categories of staff to work towards the creation of a prosperous province. Good governance, Honorable Speaker, hard work and dedication to serve the people are key elements of our work. We wish to report that overachieved under administration, in particular as part of responding to chronic unemployment, we strengthen our recruitment strategy. Accordingly, we have successfully ensured the employment of more than 45,725 youth in particular. I'm sure we know that the issue of unemployment remains a sore point and a thorny matter when it comes to us as a country and as a province. But government remains an enabler, but whenever there is a need, we should intervene from time to time, and we are duty bound as we understand our bad history in the country. We have also focused on the extensive training of staff involved in supply chain management processes. Our view is that all fraud and financial mismanagement practices must be eradicated, Honorable Speaker. We have successfully put in place audit improvement plans as guided by the strict SCM processes. Today, we're emphasizing the importance of accountants in preventing fruitless expenditure and conserving resources. We commit to ensure that every cent is allocated to strengthen service delivery as we create jobs and rebuild this province following the destruction as a result of floods of COVID-19, as we had floods and COVID-19 at the same time. On the issue of infrastructure, Madam Speaker, yesterday we marked an important chapter in our history as we officially opened the phase 1 of the road between Pietermaritzburg and eThekwini. I've already spoken. I'm not going to bore you, members, by giving you the analytical view of what transpired as a positive attribute. I'm sure you know there is a bridge. If those who grew up in Pietermaritzburg, they know what transpired during the apartheid legacy in KwaMagota area, in Epateni, KwaZulu, around those areas. We've just recently opened a bridge which costed the department serious 28 million, and people are so excited in the area, understanding that from now onwards it will work as a corridor, it become easier. So we just wanted to highlight such issues. We are encouraged by the messages of appreciation from community members who are benefiting from newly constructed roads and bridges. Equally, there are communities that are still waiting for their turn to come. They are asking for updates on construction of new networks and bridges in their areas. And my focal line and focal area today will put that out of 14.6 billion that we are spending, the 25% are the projects that are not going well on the ground and with outstanding challenges. And we're just going to focus on that. I'm just talking to the members so that they do understand that we do have an option because we have done an extensive and a great job. I know that if we could just listen closely to the naysayers, you might end up not doing anything. We don't intend ignoring those voices that are also negative, but they must not negate of what is going to happen on the ground, yet proceeding thoroughly on what is positive on the other brand, because there are a lot of things that are happening on the ground. Currently, rehab project committed on the ground amounts to 14.6 billion, with anticipated output of 5,200,000 meters in terms of the circumference over the next MTF period. We are increasing the lifespan of our road networks through resealing. Resale commitments are at 666 million, with anticipated output of 900,000 in terms of over the next MTF. We're also upgrading gravel roads to surface road in various corners of the province, working closely with Amakosi. Even Inkosi Yasemadungeni will tell you that out of the projects that are happening on the ground, whether it's road or the human settlements, we do consult Amakosi. There are no exceptions. We don't check which church to go to, because we understand at the end of the day, indlala affects wonke umuntu. Throughout the month of October, as Transport Month, we are engaging with key stakeholders. We recently staged an open day
an expo in Durban, and we have undertaken to go to other districts. Those who are following us closely, they've seen what we did, because historical, the issue of science was only given to the few, and we are dealing with that remnant of apartheid legacy of ensuring that our people living from township and rural areas are also partaking in our journey. Allow me, honorable members, to spend considerable time, challenges and progress in a number of projects across the provinces I've already highlighted. We do have, in relation to P8 of 1, there is underachievement of 280 square meters. We underachieved because of the output area, including informal settlement, informal access, limited access with no proper base layer material on existing road. This minimized paving machine operations. We did not do well with regards to our work on P334 due to the slow progress by the contractor and the disruption caused by the business forum. But the process, we have successfully resolved the issues of business forums. We resolved to impose penalties to the contractor for failing to complete the project within the time frame. However, there is a movement already. The output will be achieved in Q3 as the embargo period has begun and the double seal cannot commence at Q2. Embargo period, to those who are not familiar, uqala kwesikhathi lese kuzofanele kwenziwe khona i-shutdown so that bangagcina abantu ke baphazamisekile, kodwa ifakane ezulwini lo idinga information just so you understand. Honorable members, we wish to inform the community of Ntumeni and Showe that delays in the rehab of P50 of 1 was caused by the emerging contractors that shut down operations due to concerning outstanding PG and CPA quantities. These matters have, however, been resolved, so note that all the project will be halted or will be stopped as a result of a failure of a main contractor. In some instances, as we commit or embark on CPG concepts and processes, we are also going to have bottlenecks, and we are always mindful and we are patient so that our people could grow. Honorable members, we announced publicly the termination of our agreement with the contractor that failed to meet the deadline for work, that is P577 of 2 road between Cowies Hill and New German in Pinetown. Despite providing support and granting extension, the contractor failed dismal to deliver the project. The process of appointing a new contractor processed that well. We wish to report to this House that it is nearing completion at this point in time. It was just a small portion that we must just ensure that we finish on time. We wish to report slow progress in relation to the work of P559 in Dazenhoek, Shongwen and Marani Hill. The contractor fell behind because of heavy rainfalls, which also caused a damage on the work which has to be restarted. However, we already achieved a steady progress by working already in the project. The numbers of gravel road network, Honorable Chair, Speaker, in order to demonstrate accountability, we have put in place measures to turn around the situation following delays in increasing kilometers of the numbers of gravel road networks. We have underachieved in the first quarter as a result of non-payment of the zonal contract and the issue of the contract. The underachievement in the second quarter is attributed to the following 3 matters. 1, the cancellation of projects due to expired validity period. Delays on site by the contractors is amongst other matters. Some planned projects were removed due to, as they were implemented by the ITT, and you've been following those who sit in the portfolio committee will understand. We must hasten to point out that the appeals process are checks and balances that we have put in place to ensure fairness, good governance in the awarding of contract. However, we do need to acknowledge the prolonged management of appeals in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Speaker, that you'll find that there are certain construction companies, you'll find that the contractor is on site probably with 3 projects, but just for delay tactics will ensure that you'll appeal other projects so that at least you push up until such time that you still qualify to get more. It's something that is a tactics that is terrible, canning as the methodology, but it is taking place. However, in terms of PFMA, we are duty bound that once there's an appeal, you must follow that process up to the T, but we are also lobbying and advocating for good governance when it comes to the construction company, because it's unfair and other communities will be complaining, but as part of general condition contract to ensure validity. At this stage, we wish to turn our focus and report on the delays in speeding up the construction of new vehicle bridges. Those who come from Kabango River Bridge, D489, with cash flow challenges resulting to a slow progress. The construction of Umzimkhulu to Kumatane Bridge, that bridge is almost done. That is D1121. The bridge is almost 98 completely. However, in the design of spanner and the road, there were some activities in the bill of quantity that must be finalized thoroughly, although two amakhosi, Inkosi yakacele Mzumba, Inkosi yakadlamini eMzwabantu, are so excited on the project, and they were involved in the processes of ensuring that the CLO and even the PSCs was formulated according to their needs and embracing the stakeholders. The construction of the Umlalaza River Bridge, which is number 378, D1551, suffered contract delays due to contractors' slow progress and non-payment. The upgrade of P303, the Bizangoma Bridge project, has been delayed due to non-payment during transition of the bus version. This resulted in the contractor suspending work, but the project is proceeding now. I'm sure members might have forgotten that there was a transition period migrating from 5 to 6, the bus system. It did contribute to poorly performance on the ground, and the National Treasurer, I'm sure you heard, also the minister was worried about that, profusely apologized. It was the same with MEC for Finance, but it had a recurring impact. And I must also expatiate on the principle in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Department of Transport, in terms of expenditure pattern, we do have finance, we do have money, but there is a reality that if you have almost 13.2 billion after the appropriation budget, it means that for you to sustain on a process of ensuring that you are going to meet the target, you must be every month accountable for 1.3 billion on the ground. And what is currently happening, we do some invoices, but we have one pot called Treasurer in the province, taking into cognizance all the departments. Yes, you'll put the invoice value of 1.3 billion, but the reality, because of the segment analysis of BUS, you might find that you'll be given almost 900 million. The following month, you'll also put 1.3 billion. You might even find 700 million or 900 million. It meant that already you are behind, which is why in the circulation of 30 days, you'll be then affected. But you are trying by all means, because we still have more budget within us. Yet in terms of the time frame allocation of financial year, you might find that those are the issues. Those issues were taken into cognizance. We conducted in almost all these areas the Siyahlola, which means that the length and breadth of KwaZulu-Natal, we've been physical there on the ground. But just to highlight some, we conducted Siyahlola on P492 Road, which is a crucial link from N2 to R102 in Albert Luthuli Museum. And this quarter, we wish to report that the contractor was unable to achieve the required output due to cash flow constraint. Notice of slow progress were issued and contractual penalties were imposed in line with the provision of the contract. The contractor has, however, resumed work, and the special processes in terms of the progress of the construction according to project management shows some positive attribute. Or members, regarding the rehab of D435 on Stapleton Road, the contractor experienced cash flows contract, which led to prolonged labor disruption on site, and this affected progress. Progress was further affected by plant breakdowns and delay from a damaged water. And if we had more time, Honourable Speaker, we're going to elaborate that as part of what is called CIDB. From CPRO, you are graded by a professional body called CIDB. There is a fraudulent activities that is taking place. A company might just transition from CIDB 6 in some instances to CIDB 8, or from CIDB 7 to 9. What does that mean? For you to qualify to have a CIDB 8, it means that in your bank account you must have an amount of almost 13 million. 13 million, it becomes easier, not cumbersome for you to do what is called establishment. And if you've got a contractor of CIDB 9 value, 20 million must be circulating in your amount, but they are canning enough to understand and do what is fraudulent. They could produce during the tender period that, yes, they do have that 13 million in their account. Yes, they do CIDB 8, but the reality, when you go onto the ground,
you'll find that the reality, the company does not have that amount, because you'll require almost each and every project just to set up, let's say, hypothetically, a project valued at 250 million. You must have that amount so that the guarantees, the sureties, even at least spending 3 million to set up on the ground, it become easy. The container, the office, you establish and you fence that area. It become easier if you're a big company. Unfortunately for those who are doing that process, because we have to do later what is vetting, others are always checking. We rely upon the strength of CIDP. If CIDP is saying that we are a CIDP 9 companies, Department of Transport can't do anything. We'll give you the project, but later on you will then fail. So those are the issues, which is why we try by all means, because it does not happen to only African companies, by the way. Even those who were previously advantaged companies, I'm sure you've seen over there, although others do what we called a direct liquidation of the companies in a manner in terms of accounting, that they will say they are liquidating the company, yet they've already taken all the money, the profit. I'm sure you know how capitalism, I don't want to bother with those details. The realignment of D708 Polweni River Bridge, Irumshwat and sidewalks was expected to be completed by the end of 24-25, but its completion was only achieved in the first quarter of 25-26. There are a lot of projects that have been completed. Honorable Speaker, we have not managed to hand over almost all of them, which is why I've said that at a correct time, one is going to do that. In our strat plan, we agreed, and we want to thank the chairperson and the portfolio committee for the supporting role they've displayed at this point in time. They are able to complement us. If I've not done Usiahlola in a certain project, they will come and check. And we always interact with the portfolio committee through chair that these are the outstanding matters, and it is the collegiality that we want. However, I must also hasten to say that if things are not going well, almost all of them, they are not skeptical. They are not just lepers following the MEC. I do play my oversight role, but they do the same. They will tell you instantly, this project is not going well. What can you do, MEC? We then go to the process. So we're playing that role. People must not just understand that. I'm sure those who are following systematic, all the procedures and the process, they know how we work, and we do develop a thick skin. At home, ngekathi ngikhulu ngangibizwa ngobhubesi, automatically nginaso vele isikhumba esiqinile. Angisabi, angibi nayo inkinga, but ngiyakwazi ukufacana nezinto. Futhi anginqeni ukumxoxela umhlonishwa ukuthi hayi ngathi akwayibambi kahle lento. Ngicela uyoyifunda uyiqaphele kahle so that sokwazi, ngoba inhloso yethu enkulu ukwakha isizwe esiqinile, ukwakha iKwaZulu-Natal ethuthukayo. Njengamanje kuthiwa abantu abaningi bathi bayakholisa iKwaZulu-Natal, bayawubona umehluko in particular ku Department of Transport. Siyabonga kakhulu, Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Duma. Honorable members, we will now adjourn and break for lunch for 45 minutes. We will be back at 10 to 2, and we shall continue with the orders of the day. Thank you so much. The House stands adjourned for lunch.
Wemaphisa uxoliselana.
Ungawi Honorable Mkhize.
Sizo awukahle ukuhlupha, uhlupha njalo noma afika.
May be seated, honourable members. Thank you, honourable members. We shall resume with the orders of the day. We are on item 8.5, which is the debate on the DA party motion. I'd like to invite the introducer of the mover of the motion, which is Honourable L.M. Mayor, for 10 minutes to introduce the DA party motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I'm often reminded of President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who said, "In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing is the wrong thing. And the worst thing you can do is nothing." No one can accuse the GPU and GNU of doing nothing. So we are here today to discuss how we can and must use the assets of government to serve the people of our country and our province. It is thus with gratitude that we thank Minister McPherson, the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, for handing over a key property to the municipality of Nkandla to unlock economic opportunity, a strategy he's employing all over the Republic of South Africa. But, Speaker, we have not been deaf to this call in the province of KZN. The Democratic Alliance, who I represent in the GPU and Minister McPherson represents in the GNU, has long said this. Government needs to use its assets, its lands and buildings, to speak to the needs of the people, including the need for land that some parties are always talking about. The mantra in the KZN Department of Public Works and Infrastructure is, if it belongs to the public, it must serve the public. The 10,067 properties that is managed by KZN Department of Public Works and Infrastructure does not belong to me, nor does it belong to the Premier, nor to you, Deputy Speaker, or this House. It belongs to the people of KZN. The money we use to pay rates on them comes from the people. If the land is not maintained, it costs the people. And it must, not can, not may, it must serve the people of this province. Gone are the days of government-owned buildings standing empty while we lease buildings at high cost. Gone are the days of agricultural land belonging to government standing unused as food security and unemployment grows. Gone are the days where, through unnecessary rates and unused properties, the public is serving the assets instead of the assets serving the public. We therefore applaud the Minister for the strong steps he has taken. But, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of this House, we need to always be aware of the fact that KZN is not an urban province. With only one metro and 3 secondary cities, we are primarily a rural province. Umkanyakude, Umsenyati, Zululand, these are but parts of our province which seems at times to be left behind as KZN moves forward. So the focus of this government should and is be developing the rural parts of this province and making sure that we use what belongs to the people to bring hope, to bring opportunities, to bring jobs, development and investment to our rural areas. When hope dies in our rural communities, the soul of KwaZulu-Natal fades, and restoring that hope must be and is the first priority of this government. Across many rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal, there's a growing and deeply troubling loss of hope amongst our ordinary citizens. Years of poverty, unemployment, failing infrastructure, and broken promises have left communities feeling abandoned and powerless. Young people see little future beyond social grants or migration to overcrowded cities, while older generations watch their villages decay as services collapse and opportunities vanish. This erosion of hope is not merely a social concern, it is a crisis that threatens the very stability and dignity of rural life. When citizens lose faith in the future, they disengage from civic life, turn away from lawful means of progress, and the social fabric itself begins to fray. Restoring hope must therefore be the foremost priority of this government. Through visible service delivery, job creation, transparent governance, and genuine community engagement that gives people reason to believe again that there is a better future for us in KZN. And to bring back hope, we don't need words and promises, we need action. We cannot build a large house in a rural area with a fire pool and call it rural development. We must bring real development and hope to our areas. Through implementing DA policies, the Minister is doing it nationally, and here in KZN, the GPU is doing it, taking action, bringing change. The first step for the department was actually knowing what we own. And I can now say with confidence, Speaker, that KZN Department of Public Works and Infrastructure knows what it owns, where it is, what the state of it is. We've completed our full audit of properties, went there, took photos, captured it, it's on our dashboard, and now we know that the people of KZN owns 10,067 properties all across our province, from the bustling eThekwini to the rolling hills of Zululand, to the mighty barrier of spears we call Drakensberg, to the green lush lands of the south. We have a good idea what the people have and how we can use it to their benefit. The next step has already started, seeing how we can use these assets for the people. Speaker, a few months ago, I announced that in collaboration with a major cell phone provider, 8 of our properties in Umkanyakude's rural areas are to be used for cell phone towers to be put up on those properties. And Minister McPherson has released a further 11 properties in the same district. This will mean connectivity for deeply rural areas. This means people can phone their clinic when they need an ambulance. That means young people can access opportunities online. This means our schools can connect, teach using online resources. The principal of Igugu Lesizwe School that I visited, where one tower is going up, told me that they have to drive 28 kilometers to receive emails that is sent to them by the department because there's no connectivity at the school. Just think of the difference this tower is going to make to that one single school already. We will roll this out in other areas, Speaker. So let them on that side of the house gnash their teeth and stamp their feet. The truth is the GPU is delivering to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Furthermore, Speaker, we don't stop at connectivity. This week, we released 11 parcels of agricultural land, one is 800 hectares, Speaker, to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. They will now identify, using their processes, people from that community in Umsanyati and Utukela to benefit from these farms, use it for actual farming, creating jobs, creating opportunities, growing our rural economy. Deputy Speaker, these farms are not going to the DA or our members, nor to the IFP, nor to the benefit of the ANC or the NFP. As strange as it might sound to members in that side of the aisle, this will benefit the people, the real people on the ground. Same with the former Bata shoe factory in Msinga that has now been handed over to Etia, where MEC Reverend Zondi has real plans to make that shell of its former self something meaningful, creating jobs, creating opportunities for the rural areas of KZN. They can moan and complain on that side, Speaker. The GPU is building KZN better. KZN Public Works and Infrastructure have ourselves handed over many parcels of land to different municipalities across the province, and we are in talks with Umzumbe, Ulunde, Umklatuze, and many others for further handovers. We also released 81 properties to be put on the market for use. Now, let me be clear, Speaker. These properties are not sold to the Oppenheimers, like the MK says, who loves living the dream world of nightmarish conjecture. And we're also not selling them outright to the highest bidder. We are looking at the proposals, at what they are going to be used for. So we prioritize NGOs, NPOs, and so forth, who come with proposals that will benefit the community where the property is. The GPU, and that side of the aisle can say what they want, the GPU is delivering to the people of KZN. Speaker, I can speak for hours on this, but as I said, I like doing, I don't like speaking. So let us wrap this up. On first view, this looks like a debate congratulating the minister on a good initiative. And those congratulations is well deserved. But no, Deputy Speaker, this is a debate about the future of our province. This debate is fundamental about the policy direction that we are taking in this government. I am a GPU MEC. I am a DA MEC. I deliver on this mandate. This is the strength of the GPU. 4 parties bringing their values, their policies together. We take which is best from them and we implement. Strength through our diversity. Diversity is a word hated on that side. So that side of the aisle can write their motions, they can make their social media posts. Let them write. We work. Let them shout about no confidence. The people on the ground, the people of KZN see our work and they have full confidence in this government. If it belongs to the public, it will serve the public. If it belongs to the people, it will serve the people. We have a mission, Deputy Speaker, restore hope and build KZN better. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable members, I've been hearing cell phones. Please, can we put our phones on silent? And if you need to answer your phone, please may you leave the house and return after. Honourable members, we will start the debate. I'd like to invite Honourable G.L. Kaba from the MKP for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Honourable Madam Speaker. I would like to greet my comrade President Welcome Zuma in his absentia, Honourable Ndunankulu, wesizwe samaZulu, Ubaba Inkosi Chiliza, members of MK, and all members of this House. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on the following debates. We must reject the notion that the transfer of public land to the people is a favor. It is a constitutional obligation. For decades, communities have lived adjacent to unused government buildings and land, while suffering from poverty, unemployment, and the lack of access to basic services. Now, just before elections, a few parcels of land are handed over, cameras are brought in, and headlines are made. This is not a transformation, it is political theatre. We propose that government buildings and land be repossessed to build skill development center, community farms, and agro-processing hubs, small-scale manufacturing facility. Land must be allocated to women's cooperatives, youth groups, and emerging farmers, not the politically connected elite. Honourable Madam Speaker, we demand a comprehensive list of unused government properties in KwaZulu-Natal, a clear timeline for their transfer to communities, a transparent and inclusive process for allocations. Sengiphetha somlomo uhloniphekile, umhlaba kumele ubuyiselwe emphakathini ngokwezidingo zabantu, hayi ngezombusazwe. Akube ngumkhankaso wesifundazwe sonke ukubuyiselwa komhlaba. Izwe lethu, umhlaba wethu. Kuyamangalisa ukuthi namuhla kumele sibonge ungqongqoshe uMcPherson ngokwenza into ekufanele ngabe kudala yenziwe. Umhlaba usona isipho uyilungelo labantu. Lokhu bekufanele kwenzeke kudala, hayi manje ngenxa yokuthi sekusondele ukhetho. Siyavuma ukuthi ukudluliselwa kwezindawo zikahulumeni emphakathini kuyisinyathelo esilungile. Kodwa kufanele kube senkandla kuphela. Kufanele kube ngumkhankaso wesifundazwe sonke, umsinga, unongoma, umhlabiyalingana, iJozini, zonke lezi ndawo zidinga ukuthuthukiswa, futhi lo mhlaba akufanele uthunyelwe ezandleni zabacebile noma kumele uhanjiswe emphakathini kubantu abaphila ngokulima, abenza amakhekhe, abapheka utshwala ukuze baphile. Hayi 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 hayi, ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kaba. Honourable members, the next Honourable member from the IFP, Honourable P.N.M. Simango for 6 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable MEC Buthelezi was present, honourable members, all protocol observe. Before I delve into the today's debate, I'd like to begin by commending Honourable Premier Tamintul, who was recently joined by the MSc for Kokta, Honourable Thulasizwe Buthelezi, and the MSc for Public Works and Infrastructure, Honourable Martin Meyer, in a commendable display of unifying provincial leadership. This was demonstrated through their oversight of the officially handover of contractors appointed to undertake the urgent restoration of Ulundi Old Legislature Precinct. The revitalization project is valued over 100 million within the initial phases, focusing on the replacement of repairs of the roofing infrastructure, estimated of 20 million. The Ulundi Old Legislature continues to function as an active hub of provincial government departments, underscoring the critical importance of this presentation and modernization. This initiative vindicates the long-standing position of the IFP, which has consistently advocated for the protection and restoration of this history institution. The Ulundi Old Legislature is not merely a building. It is a vital asset of the heritage of KwaZulu-Natal and the nation at large. It must not be allowed to deteriorate into a white elephant. As a late IFP founder, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, often remind us, we must govern with the people, not over them. It is in that spirit that we call for public participation in the allocation of state-owned land and buildings. Moreover, the IFP firmly believe in equal economic opportunities for all. We welcome initiatives aimed at allocating unused public properties to our people, as this represents a meaningful steps in the right direction. Such action will not only prevent these properties from being hijacked or by opportunists or left to decay by, we also have deter vandalism and misuse. We also commend Honourable Mayor for prioritizing the issue of unused building. We are therefore urge him to publicly release a comprehensive list of all unused public properties in KwaZulu-Natal. Clearly, and transparent guidelines must be accompany this list, outlining how the public can access these properties and the purpose for which we can be utilized. There must be no secrecy in this matter. Public assets must be made available to the public. We also support the earlier announcement by the KZN Department of Public Works for offloading close to 100 state-owned land parcels and building through public-private partnership would save taxpayers approximately 24.3 million in annual rates. At present, government spend millions unusual to secure unused properties. Fund that could be directed to build homes and support small businesses, deliver asset service. In addition, we propose that some of these idling properties be repossessed into the affordable housing, thereby addressing the housing crisis and uplifting communities across the province. Further, the issue of vacant land must be addressed within agency. A public inventors for such land must be compiled and made accessible, so that those who want to start manufacturing businesses and assets. The IFP supported this motion honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Msimango. Honorable members, the next honorable member from the ANC is Honorable BNC Tole Molloy for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable
Sorry,
Speaker.
Honorable Member. There's a member online. Yes, Honorable Member. What do you rise on? Can you put your screen on, please?
Yes, madam.
Oh. Honorable Member, what rule do you rise on? Please put your mic on.
Yes, my mic is on.
Honorable Member, please put your mic on.
My mic is on.
Your video on, please.
Oh.
Aibo. Please put your video on.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Yes, what point do you rise on?
Madam Speaker, I was raising on the point.
Member, please be in a suitable place and then I will take your point of order. Honorable Member, please may you continue.
Give me the line. Oh. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to all members in the House and also those our guests in the podium, in the gallery. I'm standing on behalf of the African National Congress to debate on the motion that has been sponsored by the DA. We want to also say that the use of the public land and property for development is not a sudden flash of brilliance discovered in this administration. It is a continuation of a journey that began long before blue posters and press conferences. It's the continuation of realization, the first proclaimed by the Freedom Charter, that the people shall share in the country's wealth. Our Ready to Govern document also translates this moral imperative into administrative practice, directing the public property that must be managed and allocated to promote access to justice and economic opportunity. This approach was further advanced through the National Democratic Plan, which calls for estate asset to be leveraged to unlock economic potential, particularly in rural areas and townships. The policy direction was not only theoretical under the ANC-led government, both provincial and national. It was implemented in a measurable ways. In the previous administration, for instance, the Department of Human Settlement and Public Works decisively tackled the challenges of underutilized and illegal occupied state properties, donating the properties to the municipalities so that they build houses for the people, and also donating the properties also to the entrepreneurs and cooperative. I would want to cite one property that was given, which costed 1.4 million to Zamani Disabled People's Organization Eskaleni within Umhlatuze. Department also review its asset management policies to alter skewed economic patterns, ensuring that public assets are directly benefiting the people. There are also the action that this administration is built on. We must also say that Minister no MEC okakushoyo ilokho kwaqalwa ngu-African National Congress in ensuring ukuthi inkulumo eyakhulunywa ngo-1955 eCliptown iyaqhubeka yokuthi umhlaba mawunikezwe abantu, izindawo mazinikezelwe abantu ukuze bakwazi abantu ukuthi bathuthukise umnotho bese umnotho wabelwana kulabo abawusebenzayo. Yingakho ke sithi ke siyayamukela i-debate esponsorishiwe, i-motion esponsorishiwe i-DA, but ke it should be clear ukuthi le motion le ikhuluma ngezinto eziqalwe ngumbutho wesizwe ulandela indlela eyayibekiwe ababekhona ngaphambili kwethu. Siyafisa ukuthi ke sithi ke ayiqhubeke siyibone isiza abantu bakithi, ayiphinde iqhubeke i-department yenze isiqiniseko ukuthi wonke ama-property akhona phakathi kwey'ndawo zomasipala nasemakhaya awanikezelwe ukuba akwazi ukuthi abantu bawasebenzise ukwenza ukuba umnotho wezwe lakithi uthuthuke, wenza ukuba abantu abangenazo indawo zokuhlala bathole indawo zokuhlala. Siwabone wonke ama property evela advertisewa bese kuthi laba abakwazi ukuthi bawasebenzise ngendlela ezothuthukisa izwe lakithi bawasebenzise. Public asset must be continued to serve public goods, advancing the ANC's enduring mission to build an inclusive, people-centered economy where the ownership, control, and benefits of the land and infrastructure reflect the values of justice and equality. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, the next member from the MKP, Honorable P.N. Gamete, for 6 minutes.
Ngibonge Deputy Speaker, ngibingelela amakhosi asendlunkulu induna zenhlabathi nezegazi, ubaba uPresident uZuma, amalunga ahloniphekile nehambeli zethu kwigallery namalunga ahloniphekile kulendlu. Phansi kwesihloko esingithusayo ke la ekuthiwa uMinister of Public Works and Infrastructure, uMinister uDean McPherson, in July uhand over ke ama property enkandla ku local municipality. Enkungithusa kakhulu ukuthi kuthiwa asibonge. The House therefore resolved to thank Minister McPherson and the National Department of Public Works for buying into Province Vision. Ngizoqala nje ngithi hayi ke kumina nje ngisho umayibabo today. We are called to thank the Minister and Public Works and the department. This motion of thanking the Minister is the waste of time for this august House. He has a public obligation as a minister. Why do we have to thank the minister? Isn't the mandate of the Public Works under the State's Land Disposal Act, Act number 48 of 1961? Why kudlalwa ngesikhathi seParliament neinsiza? Uminister ne-National Public Works uholela kona lokho kwenzekayo. Why should we massage the feelings of the minister? DA has misled the South African public about its success with land reform. They are pro-private ownership of the land. And why do they play politics with inkandla? Le property enikiwe eyakhiwa kwemall uma ngabe sithi siyezwa, who are usual anchor clients of the malls? UShoprite no Boxer isikhathi esiningi. Who are owners of Boxer stores? Pick and Pay. UShoprite own ubani? PIC, GIC Private Limited, Old Mutual Life Assurance, Wage and State Pension Fund, in 1991 SAPTY Ltd, Electric Managers, PTY Ltd, Sanlam Investment Management, PTY Ltd, We Are Who Finance. Ubanike umnikazi ka Yahoo. I-owner private equity Apollo Global Management. Kuno Leo Black, Josh Harris, Mark Rosen. Leon Black is an American private equity investor, billionaire co-founder of the Apollo Global Management. Ogege waba namalawsuit amaningi awafacile. Angazi noma le motion isicupho sokuthi singanakile sifakwe kunokuxhaka okulekelela to celebrate legacy yokucindezela kwabantu bakithi kwezomnotho. Siyangathekiswa lapha. I call upon GPU to be specific DA to stop political posturing. Ngabe ngiyezwa ukuthi uminister unikeza abantu basekhaya elisha naselanga umhlaba kahulumeni noma strategic land wokufezekisa iphupho le ocean economy. Kunalokho ukhetho uyodlala ngemizwa yabantu basenkandla abazi kahle ukuthi ingakanani imali edingwa ukudevelop indawo yasenkandla. Ngicela uyekwe le political posturing enyonyobayo izochitha isikhathi salendlu. Yini engayanga eRichards Bay anikeza umhlaba abanikazi bawo? Yini engayanga eBhalitho umhlaba kahulumeni ungaka? Umningi kangaka ukufezekisa iphupho lobunikazi bomhlaba. Uzokwenza inhlekisa isizwe simnyama, iyouth yethu, abadala bethu, amakhosi ethu, kuyoze kube nini abamhlophe behlikihla usawoti esilondeni. Angithi strategic land portion abekelwe ongxiwankulu. Kahle nidiye ukudlala ngathi nisebenzisa lendlu. Ngiyocela ukukhumbuza lendlu ngomqali wendlela ubaba former president nge-Operation Pakisa. I-ocean economy and considerable milestone were achieved to grow the aquaculture sector During 2019, in the 3-Fits plan targets, a total investment of 2.8 billion, government and private, since 2014 was required to unlock an additional 2,618 direct jobs, 20,970 ton production capacity and increased turnover across the 36 projects to over 1.6 billion per annum. Nakho ke sikudongayo hayi ukuthi kuyodlalwa ngabantu besenkandla. Uminisa lo okuthiwa akajatshulelwe abongwe yini angaqalanga kokunika iland again eWestern Cape kwimphakathi yaselanga naseKhayelitsha eyidinga kangaka. Ngoba these land pockets are set aside for abangani be-DA uzogijimela enkandla ngobani kwicase yasenkandla asiyiboni ownership of land kubantu namakhosi ngeke sikwazi ke ukuncoma into engancomisi asiwubani umhlaba ubuyela kubantu ubuyela kongxiwamkulu kulokhu engiye ngakubeka before ukuthi nampa abantu abazothola ngempela ownership yilabantu baka Shoprite no Checkers become ama owners ama enka owners alapha abantu abamnyama bazoba yithithibala nje ehamba zosebenza ama union kufuneka abajahwa abaye kuma union beyocela usizo sonke isikhathi ngoba behlukunyezwa yizo lezi tolo boxer kanye no Shoprite. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you, honourable members. The next honourable member from the DA is Honourable T. Colley for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all the members of the House and members in the gallery. Speaker, the motion for debate before us today is exactly the kind of motion that this House should be debating. It looks to find solutions to problems that communities throughout our province face. Across our country and our province, and especially in our rural areas, lie vast tracts of land, abandoned buildings, and underutilised public assets. These properties are owned by the state and are meant to serve the public good, yet for decades they have stood idle, a silent symbol of missed opportunity. The Democratic Alliance believes that public assets must serve the public benefit, not political interests, and that releasing this land and infrastructure into productive use can be a game changer for our economy, especially in rural communities where opportunities are often scarce. Speaker, the truth is simple. South Africa does not suffer from a shortage of land or resources, but we have suffered from a shortage of political leadership and sound government in the past to make those assets work for the people of KZN. In this administration, with the GPU, we've seen a change. Every small town has an old government building standing empty. Every district has parcels of unused land lying fallow. Many of these properties have access to basic services and are strategically located near roads, schools, and transport routes. Yet, they have been left to decay while communities around them continue to struggle with unemployment and poverty. Imagine instead if these properties were repurposed, turned into community agricultural hubs, small business parks, local manufacturing facilities, or affordable housing developments. Each one could become a site of opportunity and a place where jobs are created and dignity is restored. Speaker, the DA's position is clear. Government is not an employer. Government must rather be a facilitator for economic growth and not an obstacle. By releasing public land for productive economic and social use, through transparent leasing, as so many speakers have said before, partnerships, or even for sale where appropriate, we can attract investment, empower entrepreneurs, and stimulate local economies. In rural areas, the potential is enormous. Public land can be used to establish agri-processing centres and add value to local produce before it leaves the region. Create land opportunities for small-scale farmers and cooperatives who can't afford commercial property prices. We can also provide space for renewable energy projects that can create jobs and bring clean power to rural communities. and open opportunities for youth training and innovation hubs. This is not theory, Madam Speaker. We have seen it work. In DA-led municipalities, we have demonstrated that when assets are properly audited, released transparently, and managed responsibly, they generate revenue, employment, and growth. In the city of Cape Town, unused municipal buildings have been transformed into affordable housing and commercial spaces through public-private partnerships. In George Municipality, public land has been made available for small business incubation and tourism development, boosting local employment. And just up the road, in the Mngadi local municipality, we have seen an unused piece of state-owned land being handed over by Minister McPherson from the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to be used by the local municipality and developed through a public-private partnership, a taxi rank. This has unlocked a CBD regeneration project and created over 280 jobs, and jobs stimulate our economy. Madam Speaker, these are examples of what good governance and a people-first approach can achieve. And let's be honest, the state has not always been a good landlord. Too many of our public assets have decayed due to neglect, vandalism, and poor management, as spoken by previous speakers already. The longer they remain unused, the more they cost the taxpayer in maintenance, security, and opportunities lost. Releasing these assets responsibly would not only lighten the state's maintenance burden, but also inject much-needed life into struggling economies. It's about turning dead capital into a living opportunity. Madam Speaker, this must be done transparently. Public assets cannot be handed to connected elites under the guise of economic empowerment. They belong to the people and must benefit all the people. This means open processes, fair valuations, and strict accountability to ensure that every transaction truly serves the public interest. In rural South Africa, young people are leaving in search of opportunity because we have failed to build economies where they live. Our cities and urban areas have become overpopulated as people flock to these urban areas to be closer to job opportunities. And who can blame them? This then puts significant strain on local governments, who are now left to try and cope with an increase in the demand for services such as water and electricity. The demand for services then overflows into other departments, creating an increase in demand for housing, education, and health in these urban areas. Releasing public land in rural areas can reverse this trend. If we create space for enterprise, whether it's agro-processing, whether it's tourism, manufacturing, logistics, we can anchor growth where it's needed most and keep talent in those communities. This is how we grow a local rural economy, not through endless promises or failed state projects, but by enabling people to access opportunity and build their own future. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance welcomes the announcement made earlier by MEC Mayor that the KZN Department of Public Works and Infrastructure has completed the audit of assets that was undertaken at the start of this administration. The verification of these 10,067 assets and properties across the 11 districts of KZN is a starting point for identifying which of these assets can be used more productively and beneficiate the communities that they are in. Further to this development, we would like to see the following. A clear framework must be established for releasing suitable assets for social and economic development. Transparent partnerships with private investors, NGOs, and community organizations, and mechanisms to monitor the impact, ensuring that assets are used productively and sustainably. This approach is rooted in accountability, innovation, and empowerment. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable colleague. Honourable members, the next Honourable member from the EFF, Honourable T. Nkosi, for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to yourself, all honorable members. The KZN Public Works and Infrastructure promised to release 86 of its buildings and land parcels for public use, including housing. Ngiyayibuza ukuthi how far is the MEC with this process, as well as committee lakhe lokunikezela ngale zizakhiwo. Inviting interested individuals or business and organizations to bid for the disposed properties is not enough. To thank the minister and encourage the department to continue with the program of handing over properties to the local municipality is not enough. Ngesakhiwo nje esasinikezelwe umkhandlu wasenkandla sekumele simena sishayele ufishi izandla ngokubhukuda. The audit reports, which covered 9,568 sites across the province, revealed that 357 facilities are currently being occupied illegally. Umbuzo ke uthi ithini ena iplan yokuthi all illegal occupants akhishwe nokuthi ke iplan yokuthi izosetshenziswa kanjani lama building. Honorable Giga, you are disturbing me. The Economic Freedom Fighters, on its 2024 election manifesto, did speak of addressing urban land poverty by releasing state land and abandoned buildings for housing purposes. So how this motion can be used to address the current housing backlog in the province, how this motion can address the issue of displaced flood victims abasahleli emahholo kube kukhona izakhiwo ezingaphezu kwamakhulu amathathu okuthiwa zihlela abantu ngokungekho emthethweni. The Economic Freedom Fighters calls for the converting of unused state building into affordable housing for poor, offering long-term secure leasehold to these buildings. Honorable Deputy Speaker, okunye, instead of leasing private-owned building for office spaces as cost-cutting measures, the government must revamp those buildings so that they can be used for office spaces. Mhlonishwa Sekela Somlomo, ngiyacela nje ukudlulisa ukuphathisa la kumhlonishwa orezele motion ukuthi umphakathi wakwaDukuza unesicelo sokuthi lesakhiwo esakhiwa lapha kwaDukuza kwathiwa kwakhiwa uHome Affairs omusha ekade sahlala ucela ukuthi siqedelelwe ngoba abantu bayampintshana kwakulo Home Affairs omncane abawusebenzisayo okuyisakhiwo ke salo umhlonishwa lo waka Public Works. Singakhuluma konke ngezakhiwo ezikhona ezithenjiswa ukudluliselwa kwabantu kubantu kodwa uma singakhuluma ngomhlaba kufana nokuthela amanzi emhlane wedada. The Economic Freedom Fighters call for the expropriation of land without compensation for equal redistribution and use. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby urge Honorable Mayor to resubmit a motion of expropriation of land without compensation. Sizomseka ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member from the MKP is Honourable SMB's Kakane for 5 minutes.
I feel the vote. Honorable Speaker, Nkosi Chiliza in his absence. Oh, it's really Nkosi Chiliza. Honorable Speaker and members of the House, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party stands firmly against this motion, not because we oppose development, but because we reject the token gesture disguised as transactions and transformation. We acknowledge the challenge facing our rural towns. They are plagued by poverty and unemployment and underdevelopment. But we must be honest. Handing over a few buildings
in Kandla does not amount to a sustainable economic strategy. It is a drop in the ocean, and we cannot afford to celebrate unevenness while our people continue to suffer. Ngikhuluma nje izindawo zasemakhaya zihlala zishiywe ngaphandle kwezinhlelo zokuthuthukisa. Abantu basemakhaya bahlala emhlabeni ongenawo amanzi, ugesi noma amathuba emisebenzi. Ukunikezwa kwezakhiwo ezindala akusizi ngalutho uma kungekho uhlelo olucacile zokuthi zizosebenza kanjani, ziphathwe kanjani, futhi zisebenziswa obani. We must ask, where is the provincial development framework that guides how this property will be used? Where is the commitment, consultation? Where is the transparency? Where is the transparency? Sithi thina siyiqembu lomkhonto wesizwe akumele sibonge ungqongqoshe ngoba enikeza izakhiwo kuphela. Kufanele simbuze ukuthi lezi zakhiwo ziguqulwa kanjani zibe amathuba angempela. Kufanele kube khona i-audit ephelele ezakhiwo zikahulumeni ezingasetshenziswa. Futhi le audit kufanele yabelwe emphakathini.
Order, Honorable Martin.
Instead of supporting this motion, we propose 1, a full audit of all underutilized national properties in KwaZulu-Natal. 2, a committee LED planning process to determine the best use of these assets. 3, a transparent oversight committee to prevent misuse and corruption. 4, an integrated rural development strategy that includes infrastructure skills and investment. 5, public-private partnership to unlock a real value from these properties. Akusizi ngalutho ukunikela ngezakhiwo uma izindawo zihlala zingenawo amanzi, ugesi noma amathuba okuthuthukisa amabhizinisi omphakathi. Kube khona uhlelo olubanzi lokuthuthukisa izindawo zasemakhaya, hayi izenzo ezihambisana nezintuthuko kuphela.
Sorry, Honorable Skakane. Please may you take a seat.
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on Rule 61 for grossly misconduct of the MSC Mayor. His deliberate created serious disorder and disruption in the House. Please.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. But that does not pose as gross misconduct. It just causes for loud noise. Thank you so much. Honorable Skakane, you may continue. Honorable members, please can you keep your voices down? Thank you.
In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the Umkhonto Wesizwe Party rejects this motion. It is currently formed. We demand more than handovers. We demand accountability, planning, and a real transformation. Let us not clap for gestures. Let us fight for genuine change. Umkhonto usazozenzela like mina.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The next honorable member from the NFP, Honorable CM Shinga, for 4 minutes. Thank you.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, members of the Executive, honorable members. The motion before this House, tabled by the Democratic Alliance, speaks to unlocking economic opportunities through the transfer and utilization of public land. The National Freedom Party acknowledges this intent, but we must ensure that this unlocking is meaningful, inclusive, and transformative. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the NFP, we stand firm on one principle: land and property owned by the state must work for the people, not simply exist in the hands of bureaucracy. We must move beyond celebrating transfers and ask who benefits, how, and for how long. The truth is that many rural towns, like Nkandla itself, Enquthu, Melmoth, Umlalazi, and Umsinga, they remain trapped in poverty, not because people are lazy, but because public assets around them lie idle. The NFP believes that land must not only be handed over, it must be handed over with a plan, with infrastructure, and with the purpose. Honorable Deputy Speaker, asisho ukuthi abantu bafuna umhlaba kuphela, bafuna nempilo engcono. Our people do not want ownership without livelihood. They want access to land that can feed families, create jobs, and ignite local economies. We must ensure that when the national government releases properties, they are supported with proper water systems, road and investment plans. The NFP calls for a people-first framework where every property transfer includes a binding local economic plan. Traditional leaders and communities are formally part of the decision-making. Land is allocated in a way that benefits women, youth, and local cooperatives. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as Zanele Magwaza Msibi once said, development without dignity is not progress. If we are to truly unlock potential, let us unlock dignity by ensuring that our poorest towns are not the last to develop, but the first to rise. The NFP's vision is clear: to rebuild KwaZulu-Natal from the ground up, ensuring that the economic future of the province is not decided in boardrooms, but born in our villages and small towns. Therefore, amandla omhlaba kufanele abuyele kubantu ngokusebenza kwawo, hayi ngokukhuluma nje. Let this House adopt an approach that turns every piece of public land into a living, working symbol of opportunity, not a forgotten headline. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlomo Hlonipheki.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shinga. The next honorable member from the ANC is Honorable NNG Mahlaba for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Deputy Speaker, Speaker, Honorable MEC, Honorable members. As the African National Congress, we strongly believe that property or land is a tool for justice and empowerment. And I'm glad that Honorable MEC, when he was addressing here, he said that we must avoid using this process as just a mere political spectacle or sloganeering. This process, we believe as the African National Congress, that it should translate to real improved living conditions of the people. Honorable Speaker, I want to take us back to where we come from as the country. One will look at what happened in the past, where a Land Act was enacted which discriminately prevented black people from ownership of land and only allocating them only 7% of land. This process, honorable members, is very important for us to understand so that as we embark on the changes that we embark on, we understand where we come from as the country. Because this impoverished many black people and it restricted their economic activities and hampered their well-being. All these heightened tensions in the country will remember very well that the land question is one of the things that sparked the contradictions in our country. Having that in mind, it is important to know that in 1994, we only managed to get political breakthrough, and it left many of our people lingering in poverty. And therefore, we believe that as the African National Congress, the transformation or the transfer of property or land to our people should be used to better their lives. It is important, therefore, that all of us, as we embark on this process, we should understand that what we do, we must do it in order to restore justice to our people. Majority of our people were displaced away from main economic activities. For them to get closer to economic activities, they had to lose many things. As Honorable MEC put it, that social fabric was destroyed. Imagine a man living from Nkande or Ngutu, going to Johannesburg away from his family, and that dissociated them from their livelihood. It is for this reason that we believe that this process should not only be reserved for the highest bidders, but it should be used to redress and also to address the problem of spatial planning. It must also be noted that this process cannot be successful without meaningful empowerment, which goes hand in hand with training, skilling, and funding for our people to better utilize the land. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, guided by what the the NDP says, which is the blueprint of our democratic government, we should remember the words of Amika Cabral when he said that people are not only interested or fighting for ideas or what exists in the man's mind, but people are struggling or fighting to gain material advantages. It is for this reason, therefore, that as the African National Congress, we believe that this process should result in meaningful changes in the living conditions of our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mahlaba. Honorable members, please can your gadgets be on silent? I repeat, I'm asking this for the second time. Please may I not ask this for the third time because I'll have your gadget removed. Thank you. The next honorable member from the MKP, Honorable M.S. Mtetwa, for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My party leader in absentia, Chief Whip, Ngamalale Kai. GPU and my colleagues who are left. Just to start, going wrong if you comment, go Baba MSC Obituaries saying finalists fund the Gobo because they are in government and they know how to govern. But being in legislation and my oversight is what we've traveled a lot in Zululand or in the IFP-led municipalities. All we can see there is neglect. If we are how come we growth and development in this town for all these years? And then pese uzomuzo ethi must tembe ukuthi bazokhonta bazoyenza KZN kuyasithusa lokho bazosibuyisela move because if uhamba kule ndawo akaganisha kuzo awuyiboni development. Honorable Mayor says if it belongs to the people it must be used to serve the people. But why phezulu engakhuluma ngama minerals ethu? Because if ama minerals ethu belong akithi, why then wona ke ngasebenzisa ukubenefit? Because we strongly believe that ama minerals ethu are a solution to our problem. We can have a self-sustaining government using our minerals. We can achieve everything as Funugianza using our minerals, and we know how to use them. Knowing what you have, that's transition between the apartheid government to democratic government. We lost the whole asset list of government properties. It's a start that you have now found in KZN what the assets of government are, and we are planning strategically to have them work for the people. But what happened to asset government before, during the apartheid era? Because they were not transferred to a democratic government. We were told that the asset register was lost and it was never recovered. Now, if you can look at those assets, you'll be surprised how much of agricultural land we own as South Africa, and that should be used to benefit the people, as your slogan says. To start my speech, once again, we cannot be the ones who are here EDA, like my honorable colleagues have been saying. The public building is going to be used to rural communities so that it can participate in the economy of the country. We are not born with And there are people who are currently using government properties all over KZN. And those people bazoyithola be-evictwa because bazonikezwa opportunity yokuthi mabayithenge lezi ndlu abahlala kuzo. If bengakwazi ukuyithenga bazoxoshwa. Forgetting ukuthi these people are victims of a system which has rendered them economically unable to sustain themselves. And then those houses will be bought by those who can afford, and we all know who those people will be. Honorable Deputy Speaker, inequality and poverty is real for us black people in South Africa. Ubaba Jacob Zuma in National Parliament once reminded the House and said, I quote, in 1962, when Jan van Riebeeck set foot in Cape Town, zaqala lapho inkinga zethu as the country, I close quote. I was lucky to have listened to Nxamalala reminding us about the history of the formation of ANC, the reasons why ANC was formed, and also telling us the reasons why black people have no other options right now but to unite and deal with inequality hand-on, because ithina ndlemnyama affected kakhulu ngendaba inequality. From arrival of Jan van Riebeeck, we were dispossessed of our land by force. Before we knew it, we were in slavery. Fast forward, we had apartheid, and we were squashed into townships, stripped of our human rights and excluded from participating in the economy of the country. If you look at a black police officer and compare them to their colleagues who on the same pay rate, look at a nurse, or white, not black, look at a teacher, and you will see the difference in the lifestyle there, simply because one has generational wealth as a beneficiary of injustice, while the other one has a generational legacy of poverty. Honorable Speaker, the house next to me is owned by Amajuba High School. And since 2013 in figure, that house has always been occupied by one family of white people. It has changed 3 times now, but it's always one family member who's working at the school, and they bring their whole family to stay in that house. They don't pay for rates, they don't pay for electricity, they don't pay for guardian services, etc. While our black teachers themselves find themselves, they may rent one room. Renting it will be interesting for MEC Hlomuga Agastya police of allocating these houses, which are owned by the state, to our teach. And how many are there in the province, and how much does the department spend on these houses? The solution for our struggling economies is to balance the 3 problems of KZN, which is inequality, poverty, and crime. It's in mining. I was born in Osizweni and later went to Ematatini. During my days in KZN, umama ngithwala emhlanje sihambise evezi endaweni kwakuthiwa seBlabosh la kwakugujwa khona icoal. And we had the whole township economy packed right there. Kwakhona ifamily ezogubha amalahle bawadayisa bekhona imoto eshaya impempe every day idayisa amalahle, and every household had amalahle ukwazi ukupheka ikwazi ukuyisustain. Udaka olalisala lutholakala lapho nakugujwa amalahle kwakusetshenziswa lona ukukhanda izitini. Other families babekhanda ngalo izitini and cook bricks, first brick, and izindlu eziningi evezi nasemadadeni osizweni zakhiwe ngazo lezo izitini lezo. And some families were selling milk. We had a whole close cooperative of everything. I just a short ngayo because we had everything for us there until the government came and put controls. Now we can't dig coal there, you can't mine soil, you can't do everything, leaving us sustaining us. Returning the land and minerals would be the one step that how government can help us. We know how to work the land. We will show you how we will use our minerals to fix poverty and inequality, which is something that everyone is always scared that we want to chase them to the sea. We just want to show you Ubuntu, and we want to show you economic inclusiveness. The Democratic Alliance attempts to sell us a dream, a capitalist dream wrapped in a language of economic opportunity and partnership, a dream that in truth is a nightmare for the poor and dispossessed. What the DA doesn't know is that we were doing just fine before the arrival of Jan van Riebeeck in Cape Town. We had our ways of doing things. We were taking care of our kids. We were taking care of our agriculture and health, and we respected our minerals and each other. The motion before us today congratulates Minister McPherson and the Department of Public Works for what the DA calls commendable steps in unlocking economic opportunities through the repurposing of unused or underutilized state properties. They speak of partnerships, of public-private collaboration, and even international cooperation with the UK. But behind the Polish words lies the same old doctrine that development must serve the capitalists first and people later, if ever. However, Deputy Speaker, let me be clear from the onset, the MK Party stands for the return of land and wealth to the people, not for their further alienation through private profit under the deceptive label of partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mthethwa. Honourable members, the next honourable member from the IFP, Honourable S. Brank Prakash, for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, Honourable members, guests in the gallery. This motion speaks directly to the heart of economic justice. It reminds us that land and public assets must serve the people, not stand idle while communities remain trapped in poverty. Honourable Speaker, small rural towns across KwaZulu-Natal, from Nongoma to Ngutu, from Mkandla to Masinga, are full of potential. Our people have the will and the drive, yet what continues to hold them back is access to productive land and premises from which they can operate real businesses. Too often, we drive through our towns and see vacant plots, abandoned buildings, and fenced-off properties belonging to the state, places that could be workshop for youth hubs, agro-processing facilities, or small manufacturing plants. Instead, they remain unutilized. Therefore, Honourable Speaker, this House must appreciate Honourable Dean McPherson's decision to hand over national government property to the Nkandla local municipality for economic use. It's a gesture that transcends political lines. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we have always maintained that good work must be commended, regardless of which political party it comes from. Our duty as public representatives is to recognize every effort that uplifts our people. This partnership between National Department of Public Works and Nkandla local municipality is practical. It empowers local government to plan development aligned with community needs and creates opportunities for local entrepreneurs, especially youth, women, long excluded from the formal economy. Under Premier Tammy Ntuli's visionary leadership and the guidance of our President, Velenkosi Labisa, KwaZulu-Natal is writing a new chapter, one where township enterprise is not a slogan, but a strategy, not a promise, but a practice. The IFP believes that when government investment meets community incentive or initiative, prosperity follows. The IFP's founding philosophy of self-help and self-reliance remains as relevant today as ever. However, Honourable Speaker, we cannot stop here. Across this province, government owns empty land and buildings that could become centers of enterprise and growth. Yet our people hesitate to invest because government is reluctant to sell these plots, preferring short-term leases. How can an aspiring entrepreneur build a long-term business on land that they do not truly own? Land that could be reclaimed at the end of the lease. This uncertainty discourages investment and limits our people's potential. If we truly believe in empowering rural economies, we must give people ownership, not just temporary access. Leasing may suit some projects, yes, but ownership gives confidence, dignity, and real wealth creation. That is why the IFP, we call on the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to expand this initiative to other districts in KwaZulu-Natal, not only to hand unutilized properties to municipalities, but to review current leasing policies, allowing qualifying local businesses and cooperatives to purchase or secure long-term rights over these assets. Imagine, Honourable Speaker, if every unutilized government property in this province became a productive space, an incubator for small businesses, a depot for local farmers, or a skill training center for young people. The ripple effect would be enormous. Public works and infrastructure will save millions of rands in rates and levies. Jobs will be created, local economies revived, and our people would feel the government lands truly belongs to them. That they are partners in development, not mere spectators. This motion aligns perfectly with the IFP's long-held vision, which places rural and small-town development at the center of economic transformation. The late Prince Buthelezi often reminded us that development must begin where our people are, in villages, in towns, and in communities. So as we support this motion, we are not merely thanking a DA minister, we are reaffirming a principle that public land must serve public good, that cooperation across all spheres of government is essential, and that economic opportunity must not be confined to cities, but must reach every corner of our beloved province. Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, this House must thank Minister McPherson and his department for buying into our province's vision. I urge them to go further, ensuring that every district from Zululand to Utugela feels this impact. Let us open the doors of economic participation for our small towns and business owners, our youth and our women. Let us turn idle land into active opportunity, not as members of different political parties, but as one province united in purpose and progress. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Member. Then, Honourable Members, that brings us to the end of the substantial debate. We will now ask Honourable L.M. Mayor to come respond to the debate for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Listening is a skill. Maybe it should be included in the capacity building program of this House. If empty talk was money, the MK caucus today would have raised the 29 million rand that Jacob Zuma needs to pay back the money. And maybe the Honourable Twala recognises that slogan as it was made famous by his party and his party leader, pay back the money. All they have, Speaker, is noise. But let me at least try and respond to some of these points. Honourable Kraba from the MKP starts by saying he doesn't agree, and then he speaks for 5 minutes about how he agrees. He wants the full list. No problem. Email me. I'll provide it to you, or go to our website. It's on there. And I do understand his obsession with the elections. I'd be worried too if I was a member of MKP. To the Honourable Msimango, thank you for your support, and thank you for the good work the committee is doing in keeping me and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure honest. Honourable Sithole Maloyi, indeed we are one government, one policy, one goal, and it's good to now see this action. Honourable Gamede, I'll tell you what motion is a waste of time. A motion to debate our medical aid as members, as the MKP wants more money in their pockets, that's a waste of time.
Honourable Mayor, through me, please. You may continue.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. A waste of time is a motion that doesn't serve the people, but serves the members of the opposition. That's a motion that's a waste of time. As the Honourable Gamede, through you, Deputy Speaker, she shows the confusion of MKP, because in the previous debate, they say we must create jobs in rural and township areas, and in the next debate, she complains about us doing that. Maybe the Honourable Member wasn't included in their caucus WhatsApp group, because of all their changes, that's bound to happen. Honourable Colley, thank you for the guidance and support, bringing calm reason to this debate. Honourable Nkosi, indeed, again, listening is a skill. I answered her in the speech, or she can follow me on social media if she wants to see the progress that we are making, but she is right about the illegal occupants. And now that we know where they are, we will use the legal resources to get rid of them. And we are also looking into a rent-to-buy system for those living in those houses for years. But I also invite the Honourable Nkosi to please come to me with suggestions. I'm willing to listen to anyone. Honourable Sishakana from MKP, good suggestions. Maybe that's why we already implemented all of them. Maybe this Honourable Member is actually following me on social media. Thank you. I'll follow you back. Honourable Shinga, thank you for your guidance. You show why the NFP remains a key part of our mission to build KZN better. Honourable Mashlaba, as always, wise guidance by the Honourable Dokotela, and I remain grateful for his honest criticisms in the committee and in this House. Thank you so much. Honourable Mtetwa, Jacob Zuma also said pregnant girls should be sent to Robben Island. So let's not quote him in this house. But on a serious note, please send me the details of the house you mentioned, Honourable Member, and I will give you feedback as soon as I can about that. Honourable Bankerpras, again, you always give us wise guidance and criticism within a committee, and thank you for continuing that and for the support here. Speaker, we live in a time of fake news, conspiracy theories, and crazy ideas. There are people that believe in Stellenbosch mafia and neoliberal takeovers. They even believe 47 is more than 50 plus 1. Some, Madam Deputy Speaker, even believes that Jacob Zuma is an honest man. In a time of crazy theories and fake news, let's stay with the facts. The facts are we've handed over 11 parcels of land to agriculture. Just to explain to the opposition, 11 is the same number as you've had chief whips in the last term. MKP will learn the lesson that so many parties have learned before them. The voters see through your yapping, your posturing, your empty can banging. MKP will soon be like Achang and Cope and ATM and now even the EFF. You'll be one little sentence in a history book and the punchline to a very unfunny joke. MKP is blowing a tired trumpet here. They want to divide us. The people of KZN want us all to work together, live together, grow together. They want to get rid of the Constitution. The people want to be protected by the Constitution. They want to spread hate. The people want harmony. They give promises. The people want delivery, and this government is delivering. I'm proud of the work we are doing. I'm proud to serve the people, all the people of KZN. I'm proud of our province. Let the haters hate. I have a province to build. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honourable MEC. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of our debates for today. Honourable members, we will continue with the orders of today. We are on 8.6, debate and voting on the conferral of the final mandates of the Public Service Amendment Bill. I'd like to invite Honourable MC Fraser for 8 minutes to table the report by the Chairperson of the Premier, Community Services and Liaison Portfolio Committee of the Public Service Amendment Bill. Thank you so much, Honourable Fraser.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. I greet you all. This is the report for the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee on Public Service Amendment
So sorry,
Bill.
Honourable Fraser. Honourable members, please can the voices go down? We are drowning the speaker on the podium. Thank you. You may continue.
In terms of Section 42, Subsection 4 of the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces represents provinces to ensure that provincial interests are considered in the national sphere of government by participating in the national legislative process. The Public Service Amendment Bill, which is Section 76 Bill in terms of the Constitution, was referred to the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee in terms of Rule 259, Subsection 1. Section 1 in 10, the legislature is in terms of the Section 118 of the Constitution compelled to facilitate the public involvement in the committees, processes of the legislature and its committees. The Public Service Amendment Bill before the Portfolio Committee seeks to amend the Public Service Act to provide for the devolution of administrative powers from the executive authorities to heads of department, to augment the role of the Director General in the Presidency to support the President, to provide for mechanisms to deal with the recovery of overpayments of remuneration and benefits, to clarify the role of the Public Service Commission in respect of grievances, to clarify the role of the President and the Premier in respect of the appointment and career incidents of the heads of departments, and also to provide for the matters connected therewithin. The method of work. The committee held a special meeting on the 17th of April 2025 to receive a briefing from the Minister and officials of the Public Service and Administration in terms of the Rule 260, Section 1. The committee then resolved to hold 2 public hearings due to the nature of the bill and the fact that the stakeholders were easily identifiable. The committee thus conducted 2 public hearings and the following as follows. On the 6th of May 2025 at the Legislature Precinct and on the 7th of May 2025 on the closing date for written submissions was advertised on the 7th of May 2025. However, the committee was hoping for an extension, which was subsequently confirmed and on the 26th, 2025, as the due date for negotiating mandate. The committee then resolved to extend the closing date of the submission to the 20th of June 2025 and to hold an extra hearing at Ulundi Parliamentary Complex, when in the regional government departments are located on the 10th of June 2025. The public hearings on the bill were widely advertised in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature website, the print media on the Witness, Daily News, Isolezwe, Sunday Times, Zululand Observer, and Ilanga newspaper. Copies of the English version of the bill and the presentations were also distributed to all stakeholders via emails and were also made available during the hearings. In isiZulu, interpretation services were also available at all public hearings. During the hearings, the committee received oral submissions and 3 written submissions, which are consolidated in the report below. We have comments in the report. Let me direct the members to the report because of time. We have in our report the amendments of all the clauses. Then let me go straight. I don't think the time allocated to me was correct. I was supposed to be given 8 minutes. And I only noticed that it was not 8 minutes.
No, it was 5 minutes, Honourable Member. You may continue.
Okay. So let's go straight to the discussions of the committee. The chairperson and the members of the committee were thereafter invited to attend the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Public Service at the virtual meeting held on the 10th and the 16th of September 2025, when the Chief State Law Advisor to the Department's Legal Service and the Parliamentary Legal Advisor responded to the concerns and proposals raised by the province.
Honourable Member, I can give you some time from your response in the end.
Yes, I thought we were given 8 minutes.
No, Honourable Member, it was 5 minutes. 5.
Okay, it's fine.
Do you want some time?
It's fine. Yes,
okay.
Please.
Please, when we continue, she'll take some time from her response.
Okay. I believe the members do have the copy of our report. Let me rather go straight to the conclusions. Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that the legislature must confer authority on the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote on behalf of the KZN Legislature. Honourable Speaker, the committee held its meeting virtually on the 20th of October 2025 to consider the responses of the department and the parliamentary legal advisor, as well as the minutes of the select committee. The committee noted that none of its proposals were incorporated in the bill, including the committee's fundamental principles of its objections to the shifting of the executive authority oversight powers to the head of the department. The majority of the committee members abstained from the voting of the bill, and the minority did not support the bill in its current form. The members voted as follows: Inkosi Qhiliza Honorable Mkhize, Honorable Mthethwa, Honorable Kakul, and Honorable Brathesel abstained from the voting on the bill. Honorable Kwala, Honorable Dlungwane, Honorable Mapisa, and Honorable Fraser voted against the bill. Honorable Speaker, this is the report of the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee on the final and voting mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee. We will now start with the debate. Honorable members, the first honorable member from the MKP, Honorable N.F. Kumalo, for 6 minutes.
Oh, thanks. Deputy Speaker, members of the legislature and communities in the gallery, receive my greetings. This bill emerges from the long-standing vision of a single public administration rooted in Section 195 of the Constitution, which calls for public administration that is developed, orientated, accountable, and broadly representative. The original 2014 Act aimed to harmonize standards across the public service and local government, ensuring uniformity in pay, structure, ethics, and mobility. However, the full implementation of the Act was stalled by overlapping mandates, fiscal constraints, and intergovernmental tension. This amendment bill thus claims to revive the vision, citing administrative efficiency and its justifications. Yes, as government theorists like Peters and Peer and Minogue in 2001 notes administrative reforms that concentrate mobility decision-making in executive often risk becoming instrumental of political consolidation rather than efficiency. The South African context characterized the political context characterized by a blurred line between party and states makes the risky special acute. At face value, the transfer provision could enable skilled mobility, allowing qualified officials from struggling municipalities to serve where their expertise is needed. However, the discretionary phrasing in reasonable grounds exists, and with the concurrences of executive authorities, grants enormous latitude to ministers and premiers. This vagueness opened the door of politically motivated transfers, particularly in the run-up to elections. From a public choice perspective, bureaucratic appointments in dominant party systems often serve a dual purpose in governance and patronage, with the political affiliates, electoral decline, and the likelihood of losing control over the municipalities like Johannesburg, eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, etc. The transfer of clause may function as a political insurance policy, enable redeployment of loyal cadres into protected provincial bureaucracy. The MK Party has framed the bill as a cadre deployment employment scheme. The critic rests on the argument that the bill facilitates the absorption of political aligned municipality managers into a permanent departmental position. It undermines the constitutional autonomy of local government, Section 151 and 552 of the Constitution. It contradicts the spirit of merit-based recruitment envisaged by the Section 195 of the Constitution, which demands public administration employment be based on ability, objective, and fairness. From this standpoint, the MKP interprets the bill not as administrative modernization, but as a last-ditch attempt by the political affiliates to stretch the political network within the state structures ahead of anticipated electoral losses. Undermining local government accountability, municipalities through parts of the public administration are autonomous entities. Enable transfers between them and the higher spheres without strict safeguards risk eroding local government accountability. If the municipal employees know they can be redeployed to a provincial department, incentives of local performances and responsiveness to a community may diminish. Frozen meritocracy. The bill's language lacks explicit reference of competitive recruitment process and transferred employees. Transfers based on concur of executive authorities could not override on merit-based hiring. Party patronage network under the guise of administrative flexibility. Fiscal and institutional strain. The promise that the bill carries the financial implication for the state's clause 4 of the memorandum is impulsive, transferring staff across spheres of government, entails harmonizing remuneration, pension and benefits, introducing fiscal pressure, particularly at the provincial level. Moreover, centralizing pay structures through Section 17A risk bureaucratic rigidity and reduce local flexibility. The broader democratic context, the bill must also be read against the backdrop of South Africa's democratic backlisting and the crisis of state capacity. Public confidence in the state has been eroded by corruption, inefficiency, and the politicization of civil service. The Zondo Commission finding on cadre deployment demonstrated how party control over administrative appointment contributed directly to the state's capture by the empowering ministers of facilities transfer and determine upper limits of remunerations, Section 17A and 217B. The amendment bill consolidated as executive direction over the personnel decision, reintroducing the very dynamic that weakened governments under the cadre deployment. Thus, rather than depoliticizing the state, the bill risks entrenching political patronage under an administrative pretext. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, B10 Bits of 2023, purports to modernize and unite South African public administration, yet beneath in the reformist language lies a deeper political cause. The controversial transfer clause in particular places in boundaries between professional bureaucracy and political deployment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable members, may I request that when we're conversing, can we please not converse too aloud? It really is distracting for the member on the podium. Honourable members, the next honourable member from the IFP is Honourable MC Mapisa for 6 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable MECs present, and Honourable members, Inkosi Ayiseko. Honourable Deputy Speaker, allow me to acknowledge the significance of the Public Service Amendment Bill, particularly the noble intention behind it. This includes the desire to restore professionalism and integrity in our public service after a painful lessons of the past. We recognize that this bill seeks to end the era where political interference distorted accountability. The IFP supports that objective. We agree that the lines between politics and administration must be clear. However, Honourable Deputy Speaker, good intentions alone are not always enough. While this bill aims to fix the past, it introduces the new puzzle that may destabilize the very same system it seeks to strengthen. In its current form, the bill confuses the role of the President or the Premier on one hand and the ministers or MECs on the other. For an example, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Section 3, Subsection 7 may allow both to claim authority over the heads of department with regards to aligning departmental strategies to holding officials accountable. In practice, this overlap could create conflicting instructions and institutional challenges. We must not design law that invite conflict at the heart of governance. The IFP therefore calls for the clear separation between executive authority and ministerial authority. We are willing to support reform but not confusion. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the IFP also believes that true professionalization of the public service requires independent checks and balance on appointments and dismissals. The State Capture Commission taught us that corruption thrives when politicians can appoint and remove officials without oversight. However, this bill still does not give the Public Service Commission a meaningful role in senior appointments. The National Development Plan and the Professionalization Framework both called for the PSC to ensure merit-based selections. That safeguard is missing here. Without it, there is still space for partisan influence to crawl into recruitment. This will undermine the very principle of an impartial public administration. As the IFP, we propose that the role of the PSC be gradually strengthened, starting with the oversight of Director General and Head of Departments appointments. This will protect professionalism while maintaining executive accountability. We are also concerned that the bill states that a president or a premier may be able to dismiss an HOD on grounds of misconduct, but does not account for other instances such as incapacity, ill health, or poor performance. This legal gap could lead to dispute and weaken accountability at the most senior levels. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we support empowering HODs to manage their departments effectively, but autonomy must come with ethical safeguard and performance system to ensure accountability. Let us not pass a law that replaces political interference with administrative uncertainty. Let us pass a law that truly builds an accountable public service so that our people are served with virtue. In that spirit, the IFP welcomes this as a first step towards a long-term solution. However, we oppose the bill in its current form, but we remain committed working with our partners in government to refine it so that it reflects the vision of a capable, ethical, and merit-based administration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mapisa. The next honorable member from the ANC is Honorable M.A. Lungwana for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable MECs present, Honorable members. It is important to note that the Public Service Amendment Bill forms part of an ongoing effort to strengthen professionalism and efficiency in our public service, an objective long championed by the African National Congress over the years through its policies such as NDP, which calls for public administration that is governed by democratic values and principles of transparency, accountability, and high ethical standards. Honorable Deputy Speaker, while we align ourselves with the noble vision of professional and ethical public service, we, however, must express our serious reservations about some key provisions of the bill. While masquerading as a tool for efficiency and meritocracy, this bill is fundamentally a Trojan horse for the centralization and usurping of all functions and powers to be concentrated within the administrative arm of government. This is done through the movement of powers of the executive authorities to the heads of departments on the pretext that it will directly curtail delays in filling of posts and ensure efficiency. It implies that it's only the executive authorities who causes delays and processes, while in reality, the real delays lies in the administrative processes of filling of posts. The diagnosis of this bill is wrong, and therefore the prescription is poisonous. We caution that this shift risks distorting the political and administrative interface and weakening accountability, which are principles which are at the heart of democratic governance. The ANC's own policy document teaches us that while efficiency and administration is essential, it cannot come at the expense of oversight and accountability to the people. Our constitutional democracy is further premised on the principle that the executive must remain politically accountable for the implementation of policies derived from the people's mandate. The head of departments, as the accounting officers, must administer and implement, but the executive authority must retain the ultimate responsibility to ensure that departments deliver on government's developmental priorities. The committee's public consultation revealed genuine concern from the public servants, organized labor, and civil society regarding the potential abuse of authority, unclear lines of accountability, and legal uncertainties that may rise from these changes. It is these voices, the voices of those who serve the people daily, that we must take seriously if we are to preserve both efficiency and integrity of the state. As I conclude, therefore, while we affirm the intent of this legislation, it is important, the importance of professionalism of the public service. The ANC cannot support the bill as it stands. It must be refined further to ensure that our laws uphold both professional independence of the administration and the democratic responsibility of those elected to serve. The ANC will therefore not support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The next honourable member from the Democratic Alliance, Honourable T.J. Browter-Seth, for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Earlier on, I was confused as to whether I was at the right debate, because Honourable Kamalo seemed to be debating the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. But anyway, I understand there's a bit of stress on that side of the House, because maybe the tithes are going to be increased because of the bill owed by Ubaba. Anyway, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Members, today we stand at a pivotal point in our democratic journey, a moment where we can begin to dismantle the deeply entrenched system of cadre deployment that has hollowed out our state and eroded public trust in government institutions. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the introduction of the Public Service Amendment Bill. This bill represents a significant step towards restoring professionalism, accountability, and integrity in our public service. For too long, the policy of cadre deployment has allowed political interference to corrode the very machinery of our state. It has enabled the appointment of unqualified and politically connected individuals to key administrative positions, often at the expense of service delivery and good governance. The bill begins to address that rot by contemplating the limitation of administrative powers from the political executive authorities to Directors General and heads of department. It takes a crucial step towards separating party from state. It acknowledges that what the DA has long argued, that the public service must serve the people, not political parties. We are particularly proud that this bill incorporates a key provision from the DA's own End Cadre Deployment Bill, namely the limitation of political rights for Directors General, heads of department, and senior officials who report directly to them. This means that those entrusted with the highest levels of administrative responsibility will no longer be allowed to hold political office. This is a victory for the principle of impartiality in the public service and a direct blow to the patronage networks that have crippled our state. However, and this is a big but, while we support the spirit of the bill, there are areas which require detailed further scrutiny. For instance, Clause 3, referred to earlier, which allows executive authorities or heads of departments to perform any act related to former employees, is overly broad and ripe for abuse. We urge that this clause be refined to ensure that it cannot be misused to target individuals unfairly or to shield wrongdoing. Moreover, while the bill outlines the duties of executive authorities, it fails to specify what mechanisms are in place should they fail in these duties. Accountability must be a two-way street. Just as heads of department are held to account, so too must executive authorities be subject to clear consequences for dereliction of duty. The overarching direction of the bill aligns with the DA's long-standing commitment to a capable, professional, and non-partisan public service. It is a rare moment when the governing party begins to acknowledge the failures of its own policies and admits the solutions we have long championed. This bill is not a silver bullet. It is a beginning, not an end. As such, we oppose this bill in its current form, not because we disrespect the noble ideals which it embraces, but because it is an unrefined and unfinished product. The civil service is simply too precious an organisation to tolerate half measures, and we thus recommend that the bill be sent back to Parliament for further consideration. The DA therefore votes against the bill. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member from the EFF is Honourable T. Nkosi for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The Public Service Amendment Bill provides the devolution of administrative powers from executive authorities to head of department. In the initial Act, Section 3, subsection 7 confers strategic powers to senior officials and clarifies the distinction between the roles of executive authorities and heads of department, but it does not provide the clear checks and balance to ensure that there is no encroachment and if there is any, what measures are taken to address the form of political interference in the HOD's administrative roles. Politicians must remain political heads, but be removed from the day-to-day administrative function, which must be the sole responsibilities of officials appointed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters note the new roles and responsibilities of the executive authorities to focus on strategic management as it will minimize political interference, political administrative tension as it's due to exist in the public service due to misalignment of Public Service Act and Public Management Act. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it will have been wise to amend Public Service Amendment Bill with the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill to ensure that both bills are aligned and do not leave any loopholes. Public Service Commission should be the priority to administer the processes, especially in the senior and middle management levels. The Economic Freedom Fighters support the bills. Thanks.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member from the NFP is Honourable CM Shinga for 2 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members, while this bill claims to devolve administrative powers to the heads of department, in reality, it shifts accountability away from elected leaders and closer to unelected personnel. This move risks weakening executive oversight, effectively creating a wall between political responsibility and administrative action. Honourable Speaker, we believe in servant leadership, not siloed authority. When HODs are given expanded powers over finances, appointments, and performance management, yet remain insulated from direct accountability to the public, the system begins to fail the very people it is meant to serve. The bill proposes a structure where the power is devolved, but accountability is diluted. The NFP's position is clear. Efficiency in government cannot be achieved by concentrating authority in offices that are not democratically answerable. It must come through ethical management, strong monitoring, and cooperative governance across department and spheres. As the NFP, we believe reforms to the public service must restore public trust, not deepen distance between people and policy. This bill, Honourable Deputy Speaker, fails to address the corruption, performance failures, and the lack of consequence management that continues to cripple service delivery. For that reason, and in defense of transparent, people-centered governance, the NFP will vote against this bill. Ukusebenza komphakathi akumele kube ngokuphatha kuphela, kumele kube ngokusebenzela nokuthuthukisa abantu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Somlo.
Siyabonga nathi. Thank you so much. The next member from the MKP is Honourable ENM Mtetwa for 6 minutes. Honourable ENM Mtetwa for 6 minutes. Honourable ENM Mtetwa for 6 minutes. Honourable members, the honourable member has been called 3 times. We will then continue. That will bring us to the end of the substantial debate. We then ask Honourable MC Fraser to respond to the debate for 3 minutes, since she took 2 minutes of her time earlier.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, thank you for the debate. Let me thank all the members who participated in this debate. Unfortunately, the first speaker was crying on the wrong funeral. I can't comment on that one. Then with the members, Honorable Mapisa, Honorable Dlungwane, Honorable Tim, Honorable Shingo, and partly the EFF, they both embrace, or all of them, pardon me, they all embrace the spirit of the bill. It's only that they have concerns in some of the clauses. To be precise, the committee welcomed a number of clauses that were amended. It's only that they only have concerns on the issue of potential abuse of power if the HODs can be given more power than the principals. There are also concerns about the lack of accountability. Yes, they also concerned about the financial risk which are linked to overpayments, and they also want the issue of the recovery to be looked at.
Sorry, Honorable Fraser. Honorable members, please can we converse not so loudly? I ask humbly. And please continue.
And of course, the honorable members in the committee were also worried about the possible erosion of oversight from the political principals. Otherwise, let me thank all the members who participated in the debate. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fraser. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our debate on the Public Service Amendment Bill. The House needs to vote on the final mandate. We will now ring the bell for 3 minutes, honorable members, so all the honorable members can come back to the House. Can the service officers please ring the bells for 3 minutes? Sacala my bells for 3 minutes. Honourable members. Honourable members, the 3 minutes is now up. Can the service officers please ensure that the doors are locked and no member is leaving? Can the ICT ensure that no member is joining the platform now that the bells have rung? Honourable members, we are voting. We will now confer the final mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill. I note that the recommendation of the Premier Safety and Security Liaison Portfolio Committee was that the House confer a final mandate to abstain. The House, however, is empowered to take its own decision on whether to confer the mandate to support, oppose, or to abstain. I accordingly put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Delegation to the National Council of Provinces to cast a vote to support, to oppose, or to abstain from voting on the Public Service Amendment Bill at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or the delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote to support, to oppose, or to abstain from voting on the Public Service Amendment Bill. I will now go party by party to obtain the votes and check when any member wishes to make an individual vote. Honourable Secretary, I just want to check if we can have the numbers. Okay. I will then go party by party. I'll start with the MKP. Honourable members, please can we lower our voices so the recording can be recorded? Honourable Mabaso.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the MKP Party rejects the bill.
Thank you. The EFF.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Economic Freedom Fighters supports the bill.
Thank you. NFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The National Freedom Party rejects the bill.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance is opposed to the bill.
Thank you. ANC. ANC.
Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress rejects the bill.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The IFP opposes the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we have the votes for all the parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party or to abstain? If there is none, I will ask the Secretary for the tally of the votes. Madam Secretary, you have 5 minutes to tally the votes. The doors will remain locked. Table staff, please can you start the timer for 5 minutes for tallying of the votes? Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the total number of members present, including the presiding officer, is 76. There are 58 members physically present and 18 members connected virtually, and there are absentees as 4, giving a total of 80. In terms of the voting results, the results are as follows. The mandate to support the bill is 1. The mandate to oppose the bill is 74. That's a total of 75, excluding the presiding officer. In terms of Section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a deciding vote if there is an equality of votes. So the result is 74 to oppose and 1 to support and no abstentions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Honourable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the votes as follows. Votes to confirm mandate to support 1. Votes to confirm mandate to oppose 74. Votes to confirm a mandate to abstain no. Therefore, the mandate is to oppose. That the House has it. Thank you. Therefore, the item on the order paper concerning the conferral of the final mandate on the Public Service Amendment Bill is concluded. Thank you so much, honourable members. We will now move on to the final order and item of the day, which is the debate and voting on the conferral final mandate for the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. I will therefore call Honourable MC Fraser for the report, the Chairperson of Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee on the unamended Public Administration Management Amendment Bill for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Mtombeni, MECs, Honourable members. I'll greet you all. This is the report of the committee. In terms of Section 42, Section 4 of the Constitution, the National Council of Provinces represent provinces to ensure that provincial interests are considered in the national sphere of government by participating in the national legislative process. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, which is a Section 76 bill in terms of the Constitution, was referred to the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee in terms of the Rule 259, Section 1. In 10, The legislature is, in terms of the Section 118 of the Constitution, compelled to facilitate the public involvement in the committee's processes of the legislature and its committee. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill before the Portfolio Committee seeks to amend the Public Administration Management Act number 11 of 2014 so as to further provide for the transfer and secondment of employees, to provide clarification regarding the prohibition against employees conducting business with the organs of state, to provide for the National School of Government to be constituted as a national department, to provide the removal of employment disparities across the public administration, to provide for the determination of conditions of services with financial implications, to amend the schedule as to effect certain consequential amendments, and to provide for matters connected therewith. The committee held a special meeting on the 17th of April 2025 to receive a briefing from the Minister and officials of the Public Service and Administration in terms of Rule 260, Section 1. The committee then resolved to hold 2 public hearings due to the nature of the bill and the fact that the stakeholders were easily identifiable. The committee thus conducted 2 public hearings at the following venues: on the 6th of May 2025 at the Legislature Precinct, and on the 7th of May 2025 online on Teams. The closing date for the written submissions was advertised on the 7th of May 2025. However, the committee was hoping for an extension, which was subsequently confirmed as the 26th of June 2025 as the due date for negotiating mandate. The committee then resolved to extend the closing date of the submissions to the 20th of June 2025 and to hold an extra hearing at Ulundi Parliamentary Complex on the 10th of June 2025. The public hearings on the bill were widely advertised in the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature website, the print media on the Witness, Daily News, Solezo, Sunday Times, Zululand Observer, and Ilanga newspaper. Copies of the English version of the bill and presentations were also distributed to all stakeholders via emails and were also made available during the hearings. In isiZulu interpretation services were also available at all public hearings. During the hearings, the committee received oral submissions and 3 written submissions below, which were consolidated in the negotiating mandate report. Let me draw the members' attention to the reports. I won't go through all the submissions. Let me go straight to the discussion, to the conclusions and discussions respectively. Honorable Speaker, the committee held its meeting virtually on the 20th of October to consider the responses of the department and the parliamentary legal advisor, as well as the minutes of the select committee. The committee noted that none of its proposals again were incorporated in the bill. The committee noted that it was not incorporated, and the majority of the committee members.
Honourable Chair, we'll give you an extension of 2 minutes. You may continue.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Speaker. The committee noted that none of its proposals were incorporated into the bill and the reasons thereof were not satisfactory. The majority of the committee members abstained from voting of the bill, and the minority did not support the bill. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that the legislature must confer authority on the KZN provincial delegation to the NCOP to cast the vote at the relevant NCOP select committee. to the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of the delegation to cast a vote at the NCOP plenary. Honorable Speaker, this is the report of the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee on the final and voting mandate on the Public Management and Administration Amendment Bill. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you so much. Can we just please note how much time was taken? Thank you. We will start with the substantive debate. I call upon a member of the MKP, Honorable N.W. Mkhize, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the MK Party, the official opposition in this legislature, to state clearly that we reject the Public Amendment Bill 2023 in its current form. This bill, while presented as a step towards improved efficiency and professionalism in the public service, marks a dangerous centralism of administrative power. It strips political oversight from elected executive authority and hands it over to the unelected heads of department. We see this for what it is: a shift towards a technocratic state in likely to no political accountability. One, erosion of democratic oversight. Section after sections of this bill transfers key powers such as appointment, disciplinary measures, and human resource management from ministers and MECs to heads of department. Let us be clear. Executive authority are elected or are appointed by those who are accountable to people. Heads of departments are not. This bill deliberately blurs the line between political leadership and administrative power, giving unelected officials the upper hands. This is not a reform, it is a regression, and it's a direct assault on the principles of the democratic control over the public service. Two, creeping centralism in this presidency. This bill amplifies the role of the Director General in the Presidency, giving them sweeping powers to support the President and coordinate intergovernmental relations. Honorable members, this raises a red flag. This concentration of power in the presidency is not about efficiency. It is about the control. It undermines the role of provinces and diminishes the cooperative governments, a pillar of our constitutional democracy. This is especially troubling for us here in KwaZulu-Natal, where we already experience a central government oversight.
Mkhize. Can you please take your seat? We have somebody, a member who's standing. Yes, Honorable Mkhize, what rule do you rise on?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 601, 60, number 1.
Yes, Honorable Member. Unfortunately, that rule is for the presiding officer to decide on. Thank you.
It is not.
Honorable, you may be seated. Honorable Mkhize, please continue.
Excuse me. We already experienced a central government outreach in key provincial functions. We will not stand by while the presidency mobs into a super ministry, wielding undue influence over the entire public service. 3, the political rights and targeted restrictions. The MK Party, not with consent, the insertion of Section 36A, which bans the heads of departments and their direct report from holding political office in any party. While the need for neutrality in the public service is understandable, this clause is a vague and political selective and ripe for abuse. Why target only senior officials while ignoring the political activism that thrives at other levels of the state? And why now? This appears to be a tiny veiled attempt to purge dissenting voices, especially in provinces where officials may not toe the line of the ruling elite in Pretoria. 4, disregard for organized labor and consultative governance. This bill was developed without a proper engagement with labor unions, unions and employee representatives, or even meaningful provincial consultation. As a MK Party, we believe in a people-driven and consultative approach to governance. This bill by...
Thank you so much, KwaZulu. Honourable members, the next honourable member from the IFP is Honourable NP Dlamini for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs and members of this House. We all want a public administration that is honest, capable and fair. As the Inkatha Freedom Party, we support every effort to build clean governance. However, while we share the goals of this bill, we have a deep worries about how it is work in practice. The Public Administration Management Amendment Bill aims to create a single and coordinated public administration across all spheres of government. On paper, that sounds good, but in reality, it may bring confusion, overlap, a new risk of power being centralized far from communities. This bill allows the national minister to set norms and standards for how provinces and municipalities operate. That may weaken the power of provincial government and local council to run their own affairs. The spirit of our constitution is that each sphere of government is distinct but related. If national government gain too much control, we may see a return to the same centralization that often slows service delivery. In KwaZulu-Natal, we know that our municipalities face serious challenges, but we also know that local leaders best understand local problems. They need support, not more control from Pretoria. The IFP believes that accountability must grow from the ground up, not from the top down. This is what Umntwana taught us when he spoke about federalism. We also note that the bill gives wide powers to the minister to prescribe rule on transfers, secondment, and standard of conduct across all institutions. We agree that corruption must be stopped, but we must be careful not to make laws that are open to abuse. When one person or one office has too much discretion, there is always a risk that decisions may be taken for political rather than professional reasons. Honourable Speaker, this bill also talks about removing disparities in pay and service conditions. That is important, but we must ensure that it does not chase away the skills professionals we need. Our country already struggles to attract engineers, planners, and financial managers. A one-size-fits-all approach could make things worse, not better. Another concern
is how the bill deals with employees doing business with the state. We agree that this must be stopped. However, the current wording leaves loopholes. It does not deal strongly with the situation where officials use family members or business partners to benefit from contracts. The law must be clear, fair, and easy to enforce. The bills also introduce a cooling off period for officials who leave the public sector before they enjoy private companies. This is a good idea in principle, but we must be sure that it does not become a punishment for honest public servants who simply want to move on with their careers. Honorable Speaker, our opposition to this bill is not about politics. It is about protecting accountability, fairness, and the independence of provinces and municipalities. We must build an administration that is ethically but also efficient and respectful of our constitutional balance. The IFP supports reform that clean the public service, but we cannot support laws that may create new problems while solving old ones. In closing, the IFP believes that good governance comes from clear roles, honest leadership, and respect for each other. Fears of government. We therefore call for this bill to be reconsidered, refined, and improved so that it is save the people of the country, not the system. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The next honourable member from the ANC, Honourable M.E. Lungwana, for 4 minutes.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Leader of Government Businesses, and Mrs. President, Honourable Members. The African National Congress acknowledges the noble intention that underpins the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, a bill that seeks to strengthen uniformity, integrity, and professionalism across our public administration. This is in line with the ANC's commitment to a capable, ethical, and developmental state, one that truly serves our citizens with diligence, fairness, and accountability. We therefore affirm that the ANC support the reform that aims to curb corruption, promote fairness in remuneration, and regulate post-employment conduct in the public service. These are very fundamental to the values enshrined in our Constitution and policies that guide our movement's vision of a people-centered government. However, Honourable Deputy Speaker, while we embrace the spirit of this bill, we must also act responsibly to ensure that that legislation we pass is balanced, practical, and legally sound. It is our duty as custodian of good governance to ensure that reforms does not create new risks while attempting to cure old ones. The committee made constructive technical and procedural proposals, amongst them, on issues affecting the extending of cooling off period to ensure stronger ethical boundaries, clarifying the definitions of offences, and redefining categories of employees for consistency across public administration, and many others we have noted. These recommendations were not merely criticism, they were efforts to strengthen accountability and preserve abuse, consistent with ANC's principle of clean governance and fairness. Yet, despite this committee's diligent work, none of these proposals were incorporated into the final version of the bill. Honourable members, the consequence of these omissions is that the bill, as it stands, risks exposing the states to unnecessary litigation, creating administrative uncertainty, and leaving enforcement mechanisms ambiguous. In its attempt to close governance gaps, it may paradoxically create new ones, undermining rather than enhancing accountability in our public administration. As the ANC, we remain unwavering in our commitment to ethical governance, and professionalization of the public service. However, this commitment must be realized through laws that are both constitutionally sound and administratively implementable. In conclusion, our movement position is quite clear that we support clean governance, we support fairness and uniformity, but we cannot support a bill that falls short of the constitutional and practical standard expected of transformative legislation. The ANC will therefore not support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. The next honourable member from the Democratic Alliance, Honourable R. Gokul, for 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, Speaker and honourable members. The Democratic Alliance stands firmly for a professional, accountable and apolitical public service, one that serves the people, not political interests. We support measures that strengthen ethical governance, curb corruption and improve service delivery. However, the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill before us does not achieve these goals without serious constitutional and governance risks. At the heart of our objection lies Section 160 of the Constitution, which explicitly grants municipalities the power to control their own administration and personnel matters. Yet, this bill, under the guise of alignment, extends national control into local government affairs, particularly through its provisions on staff transfers, remuneration mandates, and coordination of collective bargaining across all spheres of government. Clause 17B, for instance, empowers a committee of ministers in the national executive to dictate salary and benefit mandates even for municipalities. This is not coordination, it is centralization. It violates the spirit and letter of cooperative governance envisioned by our Constitution. Honourable Speaker, in KwaZulu-Natal, our premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee held thorough public hearings across the province. We received submissions, engaged stakeholders, and made concrete proposals, such as extending the cooling-off period for officials involved in procurement from 1 year to 4.5 years, and introducing stronger penalties for corruption. But what happened? None of KZN's proposals were accepted. Neither the Department of Public Service and Administration nor the parliamentary legal advisors took our concerns seriously. This disregard for provincial consultation undermines the very purpose of Section 76 bills, which exist precisely so that provinces can protect their constitutional competencies. While some provisions in this bill are positive, such as tighter prohibitions on state employees doing business with the state and post-employment restrictions, the broader effect is to concentrate power in Pretoria at the expense of municipal autonomy. Let me be clear. The DA is not opposed to the entire bill. We support several provisions that advance ethical conduct, such as prohibiting state employees from doing business with the state, strengthening post-employment restrictions to prevent conflicts of interest, and introducing measures to enhance transparency and mobility within the public service. But these positive steps cannot disguise the bill's deeper flaws. They cannot justify a legislative design that concentrates power in the hands of national ministers, erodes public self-governance, and risks turning our entire public administration into an instrument of political control. We cannot support legislation that allows the national executive to intrude into matters constitutionally reserved for municipalities. The DA believes in clean government, not control government. We want professional public servants, but professionals accountable to their councils, not to distant ministers. We support uniform ethical standards, but reject attempts to erase the lines between spheres of government. Our Constitution is built on corporate governance, not hierarchical governance. And while one might argue that the bill will end cadre deployment, we say this. You cannot end political meddling by giving politicians more power over public servants. Honourable Speaker, KZN's committee has done its work. It engaged the public, identified constitutional and operational flaws, and proposed meaningful amendments, all ignored. The Democratic Alliance therefore cannot support the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill in its current form. We stand for the integrity of our Constitution, the independence of our municipalities, and the professionalism of our public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members. The next honourable member from the EFF, Honourable Nkosi, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. One of the economic freedom fighters' 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars is for an open and accountable government. The public service is a central component of open and accountable government. And the way public servants conduct themselves is a fundamental factor enabling open and accountable government. This bill seeks to strengthen the legislative prohibition of having public servants doing businesses with states. We fully support this provision. People must decide if they want to be public servant or business people. However, must be followed by making sure that there are enough incentives to attract the best talent to public service and keep them there. This is a crucial legislative intervention and will provide the secondment of staff from one department to another and from one sphere of government to another. However, we are uneasy with the powers given to managers to decide on these transfers. We know how petty some government officials may be, and that they may use this provision to get rid of people they don't like in their department. This must include a properly agreed upon basket of support for the employee to be transferred, and this includes accommodation and incentives if such transfer will be moving employees far away from their primary areas of residence. As it stands, the bill still does not address the refusal of employees to consent a secondment, which may lead to unpredictable consequences or may also lead to abuse of power by senior management. This gives too much powers to management without considering factors.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member for the NFP, Honourable CM Shinga, for 2 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members of the executive, honorable members, the National Freedom Party rises to declare that we will not support this bill in its current form. As at face value, this bill presents itself as a reform tool, one that claims to strengthen coordination across spheres of government. But when examined closely, it centralizes authority instead of decentralizing service delivery, weakness accountability, and risks politicizing administration by giving unchecked discretion to senior staff. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the NFP, we cannot support any measure that moves us further away from the people, the very people we are meant to serve. Our democracy was built on cooperative governance, not command governance. Local government must be strengthened, not sidelined. Provincial voices must be empowered, not muted by national structures. Furthermore, while this bill speaks of harmonization, it fails to address the real issues of implementation, corruption, inefficiency, and the erosion of ethics within public administration. There is no use in passing laws that fail to change the heart of public service. The NFP believes reform must be people-driven, not paper-driven, ethical governance over bureaucratic power. Until this bill reflects true decentralization, clear accountability, and genuine empowerment of communities and provinces, the NFP, as part of the government of provincial unity, will vote against it. Ngiyabonga, somlomo hloniphekile.
Thank you, Honourable Shinga. The next Honourable Member from the MKP is Honourable I.H. Monchero Basiela for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members and fellow South Africans and the workers in the public service serving us in every sector daily. In your name, the MK Party rejects this bill and exposes that bill that pretends to professionalize public administration. This bill alienates the poor, consolidates bureaucratic elitism, and criminalizes the desperate efforts of workers trying to survive in a broken economy. Workers in the public service, we see you. This bill, Honourable Speaker, is being presented as a technical adjustment to strengthen efficiency, to align our institutions and to create what it calls a single public administration. But beneath its polite bureaucratic language lies a centralization of power, a criminalization of poverty, and a perpetuation of class inequality within the state itself. Let us be clear from the outset. The MK Party is not opposed to accountability, to ethics, or to professional service. We are opposed to hypocrisy that is dressed as reform. We are opposed to a government that turns its moral indignation on the poor while turning a blind eye to those who plunder the state through billion-rand tenders and corporate collusion. This bill turns breadwinning into a crime. We ask, is this justice, or is this a cold hand of a bureaucratic system that has lost touch with its people it claims to serve? Who doesn't know that after paying bills for basic services, paying your bond and your car payments, they are broke? This is the situation of most or 90% of public servants. We are told that the minister may prescribe exemptions for certain transactions that are not for profit. But who defines that? Who benefits from those ministerial exceptions? The disclosures at the Mandlanga Commission and the Parliamentary Ad Hoc Committee reveals the truth. It is the elite, the connected, those who already live far above the poverty line, the Oppenheimers, the Joffs, the Manels, the Matlalas, the Maumelas, and Ramaphosa. The MK Party will not accept a law that punishes the poor for surviving while protecting the powerful. Ethical reform must start at the top. Clause 6, the so-called cooling off period. The bill introduces a 12-month ban preventing officials involved in awarding contracts from working for those same service providers. On paper, it sounds good, a safeguard against corruption. But once again, the penalty falls squarely on the public servant, never on the capitalist who corrupts them. The directors of these service providers who wine and dine public officials and fund political campaigns to win tenders, they face no prohibition, but yet the worker is punished. The private profiteer walks free. The MK Party demands parity. Let the prohibition apply equally to both sides of corruption. If a public servant goes to work for a company after awarding it a tender, then the tender must be revoked and the company must not be allowed to do business with the state again. This will put a stop to this type of corruption once and for all. This is how you root out corruption, not by scapegoating the worker while shielding the boardroom. Clause 2 and 3, transfers and secondments. This bill allows employees to be transferred between national, provincial, and municipal institutions. While mobility can be beneficial, the clause opens the door to abuse. The workers who blow the whistle on corruption can be quietly transferred, sidelined, or demoted under the guise of operational justification. The MK Party insists transfers must be voluntary and transparent, otherwise its provision becomes another weapon in the arsenal of political retaliation and patronage. Clause 14, centralized, controlled, and wage bargaining. Honourable Speaker, this is the most dangerous clause in the entire bill and demonstrates how the elite interests are served. Section 17(1)(b), establishing a committee of ministers to coordinate all collective bargaining across the public administration. This means no department, municipality, or entity can negotiate wages or benefits with its workers without the blessing of ministerial committee. In effect, a Treasury Politburo that dictates what workers may or may not earn. This clause extinguishes the autonomy of local government, undermines collective bargaining, and centralizes wage control in the hands of ministers who have never lived on a civil servant salary. It transforms labor relations from negotiation into subordination. It turns workers' right into administrative permissions. The MK Party rejects this with the contempt it deserves. The workers of South Africa fought too hard, first through FOSATU and then COSATU, through blood and prison and struggle to have their voices reduced to a line item in a committee minutes. We will not stand by while the hard-won gains of collective bargaining are traded for the comfort of Treasury accountants. Clause 17A, the false promise of removing disparities. Another provision. Section 17A claims to empower the minister to remove unjustifiable disparities in pay across the public service. But read carefully. It allows a minister to prescribe upper limits on remuneration and conditions of service. This is not about lifting the poor. It is about capping everyone to the level Treasury can afford. It will freeze wages of low and middle level employees and could even reduce wages while doing nothing to reduce the obscene salaries which the directors and senior bureaucrats who already enjoy state-funded privilege. The MK Party calls this for what it is. It is a tool of wage suppression disguised as fairness. We say, if you wish to remove disparities, start by cutting the salaries of those at the top and not by tightening the belts of those that are already starving at the bottom. We must remind ourselves that every act of administration is an act that touches human lives. When we criminalize the extra income of a mother who sells food after hours, we are not promoting ethics, we are enforcing hungers. When we centralize power in the hand of ministers, we are not building a capable state, we are killing democracy. Load shedding, the decision to load shed, placing ESCOM meters in every house is not a decision of a public worker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pasiela. Honorable members, that brings us to the end of our debate. I call upon Honorable MC Fraser for 4 minutes to respond to the debate as the chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Now I'm confused by Honorable Baselo. I'm confused. I don't even understand what is it that she was talking about. Maybe it's not the same bill that we were talking about. I believe in the MKP, Honorable Khumalo and Honorable Mkhize were talking about the two bills that we were talking about. It's only that the other one was speaking about the other and the other one. I think yes. Otherwise, both of them were in line. Both of them were in line and both of them agreed with the spirit of the committee. Otherwise, the last honorable member confused me even more. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think the honorable members who participated in the debate agrees with the spirit of the bill, and we all agree that this is a very progressive bill which clarifies and regulates the transfers and the secondments of employees between organs of states, which strengthen the prohibition of public service, which establishes the National School of Governance, and it also addresses the employment disparities. We agree. It's only that as the committee we have the consensus that we feel that the national must address those and have a look at those proposals which are coming from our province. Otherwise, we agree that this is a very progressive bill. Hence, I'm saying I don't understand what is it that the last honorable member was talking about. Let me thank everybody who participated in this debate. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Fraser. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the debate on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. The House needs to vote on the final mandate. We will now ring the bells for 3 minutes to allow members to be inside the House. Can the bells please go for 3 minutes? Service officers. Thank you so much, honourable members. You may be seated. The 3 minutes is up. Thank you so much, honourable members. The 3 minutes is up. Can we just make sure that the doors are locked and that no member is allowed to enter? Honourable members, we are voting. Can I please have your concentration? ICT, ensure that no member is joining on the platform after these 3 minutes. We will now confer the final mandate on the Public Administration Amendment Bill. I note that the recommendation of the Premier Community Safety and Liaison Portfolio Committee was that the House confer a final mandate to abstain. The House, however, is empowered to take its own decision on whether to confer the mandate to support, oppose, or abstain. I accordingly put the question to the House as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to confer a final mandate on the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Delegation to the NCOP to cast a vote to support, to oppose, or to abstain from voting on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill at the relevant NCOP Select Committee, and the head of the provincial delegation to the NCOP or a delegate designated by the head of delegation to cast a vote of support, to oppose, or to abstain from voting on the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill. I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and therefore check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Honourable members, I will now go party by party. MKP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The MK Party reject the bill.
Thank you, Honourable Mabaso. EFF.
Sekela Somlomo, Economic Freedom Fighters, yayiseka bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. NFP.
Honourable Speaker, the NFP opposes the bill.
Thank you. The DA.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Democratic Alliance is opposed to the bill.
Thank you. ANC.
Honourable Speaker, the African National Congress votes against the bill.
Thank you. IFP.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The IFP opposes the bill.
Thank you. Members, I have the votes for all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party or to abstain? If that is it, I will ask the Secretary for the tally of the votes. Madam Secretary, you have 5 minutes to tally the votes. The doors will remain locked. Table staff, please can you start isikati? Madam Secretary. We've concluded 3 minutes, but you can provide the House with the results.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The total number of members present, including the presiding officer, is 74. There are 57 members physically present and 17 connected virtually. That brings the figure to 74, and there are 6 members that are absent. In terms of the results, mandate to support, 1. Mandate to oppose, 72, giving a total of 73, excluding the presiding officer. In terms of Section 1122 of the Constitution, the presiding officer does not have a deliberative vote under the circumstances and only has a deciding vote if there is an equality of votes. Therefore, the results are mandate to oppose 72, mandate to support 1, mandate to abstain no. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I now declare the votes as follows. The votes to confirm mandate to support 1, the vote to confirm mandate to oppose 72, and the vote to confirm the mandate to abstain no. Therefore, the mandate to oppose has it by consensus of the House. Thank you so much, honourable members. Therefore, the item on the order paper concerning the conferral of the final mandate on the Public Administration Amendment Bill. Thank you so much, honourable members. That brings us to the end of the order paper and the voting in the House today. Honourable members, we just have an announcement. Please note that the business cards for the honourable members have been distributed by the party caucuses and are in your offices. Thank you so much. With that said, honourable members, it's been a long day. Thank you for debating and being part of today's orders and proceedings. The sitting for today has now concluded. The House stands adjourned till the next sitting. Thank you so much, honourable members.